人举反了，好，你们进3人怎么办？
没
回
办法，
而界，
最后的2下，我们恭喜二姐。
还有很多精彩的比赛，我们再次恭喜 RNG。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. So excited to have you back here for our first matches of the 2016 Split 2. I'm, of course, Max Sanderson. I'm joined by Indiana, Frosker, and Black to debut the LPL for this split. How you doing?
I'm so excited. We finally made it, Atlas. 6.10, split 2 of the LPL, and this should be the LPL's patch to shine. This is the Dragon patch. This is the team fighting patch. This is the explosive patch. I knew it was going to pay off eventually. The obsession with that monster objective had to pay off.
That's exactly right. And Dragon, so far, from what we've seen from competitive, has been very, very important. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are sort of back into the regular split, best of 3 format, still 2 groups where each team will play the other members of their group twice and cross group only once. This will run for 10 weeks, 4 days a week, so many games of League of Legends. It's absolutely ridiculous. After all that is said and done, the top 4 teams from each group will be heading towards playoffs. Of course, last time we were there, it was RNG that were able to take down EDG, make their way to MSI, where Frosker, they did quite well.
Yeah, they had an incredible MSI performance. RNG, of course, going 8-2 over the course of the group stage, only dropping games to CLG and SKT, the 2 that would face off in the finals. Now, unfortunately, RNG's dominance came to an end as they were taken down by SKT in the semifinals, although did manage to take a game off of them, so it ended up 3-1. And of course, SKT then went on to win the tournament and the MSI crown, making their perfect rule over League of Legends. But otherwise, the road to redemption for China, kind of step 1. Don't collapse at MSI, check.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And of course, we only had 1 representative. It was RNG that head over there just because, you know, you only get 1 when you go to MSI. So we'll see exactly how the other teams are going to respond as we move into this season. And RNG have actually made a bit of a change themselves. No longer with Whoosh in that starting AD carry position. They have the god himself, Uzi, back on a royal roster again.
Means we have the god tier bot lane of Mata and Uzi. And I mean, Mata went from Imp to Wushin, had some Name in there, and now he's got Uzi. He's gone the gauntlet of every single all-star AD carry. I mean, he's pretty much just missing Bang and Deft at this point.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And of course, played on the same organization as Deft, so you could almost count that one, you have to say.
Not going to give it to him, but we'll say it so.
It's exactly right. Sort of there have been some other shakeups as well. Almost every single team has changed. WE is the only one that has stayed completely the same. IG, sort of, just because Tabe did play at the very end of our last split. But otherwise, we've got 3 new teams. Of course, IMA, NewBee, and Saints in here now. So lots of different faces, lots of new things to the LPL. And how do we feel like this is all going to shape out? Because honestly, RNG looks so scary on paper right now that it's going to be really tough to try and catch them towards the top.
I think the big thing is also to recognize that RNG looked better at MSI than they did in the LPL domestic split. There was definitely a big improvement and strength in just how they were moving around the map when they showed up on an international competition. So we'll see if they're able to bring that back to the domestic league and the other teams will start to expand and see that type of growth. Or if we're going to go more to kind of Chinese-style aggressive fighting now that the patch really emphasizes this. But I really want to quickly touch back onto the 3 new teams that you talked about because you will see one of them tonight, Game Talents, otherwise known as GT, and they're formerly known as EPA, so if you guys remember Energy Pacemaker with Gimgoon in the top lane, same team, renamed, kind of some different faces.
Yeah, it's exactly right. So it is going to be EPA's sort of top side of the map with Gimgoon there as well as Crisis and Republic in the mid lane. And then we're going to have PentaQ and Savoki back in the bottom lane.
Formerly of the Masters 3 bottom lane, of
Yeah.
course. Now, Saint is going to be formerly of Hyper Youth Gaming. The roster has been completely gutted practically and replaced by some really familiar faces, including Acorn in the top lane. And then the true new team, or the LSPL promotion, is going to be IMA, formerly known as Edward Esports. So this was EDG's sister team in the LSPL, auto-promoted. Of course, EDG can't have two teams in the LPL, had to sell them off. They're now labeled as IMA.
Yeah, and of course, the auto-promotion thing is really interesting as well because we didn't get to see them in any of these promotion games. And it'll be exciting to see whether they can take their incredibly dominant run in the LSPL and start to run through the LPL with it. Because we've seen teams like, Xiaogu, teams like Snake come out of the LSPL and really do fantastic things in the LPL.
And it's really important, like you said, to kind of where I may match up in terms of like the historic great teams that have come out of the LSPL. There is a lot riding on them, and there's a lot of expectation simply because we've seen some of this roster perform the LPL before. If you remember, Jin Zhao, Road, Amazing Jay, he's going to be the top laner for them. So they have a lot of professional experience. It's now, can they keep up with all of the all-star, superstar Korean imports and all of the evolutions that the LPL teams have made over the course of Spring Split?
Yeah, and I'm actually really excited, just staying on IMA just for a moment, because Road in the bottom lane is really, really exciting to talk about here because this guy has so much sort of hype around him that he's a really, really exciting player to watch. So I'm excited to see how he does in the LPL.
Yeah, I'm also excited to see how Road performs. Obviously, he's played a lot with Deft. There was some crossover there. They're not in the EDG house anymore, so see if some rivalry maybe exists there still. But otherwise, the big guy that I want to focus on if we're talking about roster adjustments and Korean imports and all-stars is going to be with our opening game, which is going to be QG, now known as NewBee, versus EDG, and it's the return of the 2014 Spring King Dade.
Yeah, and I know everyone's going to be thinking, oh my god, it's now Dade versus Pawn, but unfortunately, Pawn still with his injury. It is going to be Scout there in the mid lane, of course, sort of former understudy for SKT, sort of playing alongside Faker, but not necessarily stepping into the shoes. Sort of after Easy Hoon left, Scout came in. Now he's playing for EDG, and we'll see exactly how that matchup's going to go in the mid lane. Unfortunately, no jackets to be won back here by Dade this time around, but we'll see how Scout faces off against him on a very, very consolidated roster otherwise for EDG.
Yeah, and other roster adjustments is always going to be who's going to be the AD carry. We talked about how Uzi moved over into RNG's lineup. Well, guess who took back over for the AD carry? It's going to be Peko, now known as Happy. So when you see Happy, still the same guy. It's pretty much QG's roster to a T. It's going to be
TNT to Peko to Happy.
To Avenger, to Quiet, to Fit.
Oh
Goes on and
goodness.
on and on.
Yeah.
He changes his name like every season. So does Moore, but Moore is also down there with him. But otherwise, it's the exact same QG roster, again, now known as NewBee. Only difference is it's Dade stepping back into the mid lane as opposed to Doinbee, and Peko returning to the AD carry starting lineup.
Yeah, and things sort of, as far as the languages that they speak on this team as well, it is going to be very similar just because Dade and Doinbee, both Korean mid laners, and then Swift as well being still the Korean jungler. We'll see how Dade and Swift play together because this team was all about sort of Doinbee being there for Swift towards the start of the season where QG were looking extraordinarily dominant. I'm really excited to see this team, whether they can develop this early skirmishing style that they've had into this new meta that is so dragon-focused. I have a feeling that if they are able to sort of cultivate this, could be very, very exciting for this roster.
Yeah, and again, reminder, we are starting on patch 6.10, so we're up to date with everything. You are correct. Dade is a big team-fighting mid laner. NewBee are known as a team-fighting team. We often call them the kings of team-fighting in the LPL, although we are going to go ahead and look at the groups on your screen right now.
Yeah, so RNG and EDG this time split up, not going to be in the same team. We are going to have a look at a bit of an overview here as Energy Pacemaker, as you can see, have been turned into game talents.
Hey, this looks
Hyper Youth
familiar.
Gaming, now to Saint. QG, like we were talking about just before, now NewBee. And EDE, the EDG sister team, are now going to be IMA. Really good to see them actually sort of spell it out for us. And lots of switch-ups here as NewBee has, of course, picked up Dade.
Look at that haircut.
I know, looking fantastic. World 6 and Zhui. You can see LGD, no more Wayless there in the mid lane. Some unfortunate things there for that team that we will be seeing later on in the week. Snake have picked up GZ instead of Ella there towards the bottom side of the map. And Acorn and Otto. We need to talk about Otto at some point as we go through here as game talents. PentaQ and Savoki, of course. And Athena actually stepping into the sub position as Uzi's moved over to RNG. Now opening topic there and sort of the Chinese all-star AD carry himself. Very, very scary to see on such a strong roster. And I mean, Whoosh was playing fantastically well, but I don't know whether you can really stand next to Uzi.
It's always going to come down to the fact that anytime you have Uzi on your team, it opens up the possibility of those 1% miracle plays, just because he has that incredible mechanical ceiling. So you are correct. Wushin played fantastic. He had a great baseline, especially as a very young player coming into the LPL, meeting those expectations. You saw a ton of growth over the course of just working in a short time period with Mata, but unfortunately, he cannot compare to the experience and more so the miracle talent that Uzi just seems to have with him.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we did see, like, there are a lot of roster changes, guys. So we are actually going to go through them in depth before every matchup. You don't have just that quick run through in order to rely on, because there are just so many things that we need to talk about here. So, of course, before each game, we will make sure we let you know exactly what's happened.
But the one that I want to go back to again is going to be our upcoming matchup, which is going to be EDG versus NewBee. So again, it's Scout in the mid lane, which means that the EDG roster is going to be Coral, Clearlove, Scout, Deft, and Mako. Across on NewBee, it's going to be V, Swift, Dade, Happy, and more. Now, the point that we were bringing up before the pretty graphics came out on our screen and we were talking about the roster adjustments is team fighting. That these two teams, EDG and NewBee, are the best team fighting teams in the LPL in a region that's known for its ability to team fight. But what I find actually very interesting is how these teams execute on such a high level of team fighting. And for NewBee, it's always been that tandem duo of Swift and Doinby. When these guys are on point, Doinby really compensates for Swift's over-aggressive moves and really opens up space and allows him to be that hard carry jungler, because he plays things like the LeBlanc, like if you look at Doinby's early career, it was Morgana and Lulu almost exclusively, like a secondary support just following Swift around. And then it turned more into like this assassin high mobility style. On the other side, for EDG, it's really been Clearlove and Koro as that big tanky front line to open up space for Deft to go nuts. Now the issue is Doinby's gone and Koro's underperforming. So do EDG and NewBee continue to be those top tier team fighting teams without those assets? Yeah,
it's actually going to be very interesting to see. Of course, that was our first matchup. Second matchup tonight is going to be Snake taking on Game Talents, of course, formerly EPA. We are going to go into our first matchup now, though, as you can see the EDG players on your screen. And I'm excited about what you said here with sort of Scout moving in instead of Pawn, just because Pawn was often on his own doing crazy things towards the early stages anyway. I have a feeling that the synergy that's going to be... Oh my goodness.
They're starting Mouse. This is what we were just talking about.
Whoa.
Koro really slumped in the final against
Aaron
RNG.
was actually very vocal about this as well at MSI.
So they're going to start a completely different top laner. Now, Mouse has played with the team before, but in the support position. If you think before Mako actually joined the team, it was Mouse with Deft.
That's a long time ago as well, guys.
Exactly. Deft was vocal that he wasn't comfortable with Mouse, that he preferred Mako. Of course, then it's just been this beautiful synergy.
It has. A wonderful dream.
But Koro was, for the longest time, such a staple. Joined the team from its creation. I mean, him and Clearlove were kind of the last two remaining members of EDG 2014's dominant run.
Yeah.
So to see him take a backseat here to a guy who's coming in from a role swap, kind of a big question mark as we look across the other side.
Yeah, that's exactly right. NewBee now going to be on your screens. I wonder whether there's going to be any surprises. No, there's not. As V, Swift, Dade, Happy is Pekko. Don't worry, guys.
It's Pekko.
Guys, and more ZB. For some reason. He's still just more. It's absolutely fine. And I'm so excited to see how Dade is going to make his debut to the 2016 LPL. Of course, missed out on a split. Played for Master 3 before that. And previously there he was for Samsung Blue. So, whew, really excited to see the King of Spring back in the LPL.
Yeah, and that's the other big thing. Dade obviously has this reputation of being the King of Spring, but historically and notoriously, he kind of slumps in summer. At least he did when he was in Korea. It actually carried over into the LPL. So
it did.
Careful, Dade fans. Might be a foreshadowing.
We came in the wrong season, unfortunately. Well, you know, fortunately for us, I mean, it's moving into winter, considering the fact that we're in the Southern Hemisphere.
So it works?
So theoretically...
No.
I don't know, if we use mind powers, we can convince him that maybe that was a bit of a stretch, but...
Too far.
Yeah, definitely too far. But we're going to have a little bit of a look at Scout here on your screen, the former understudy of Faker there over in SKT, and his matchup against Dade. Some really sweet graphics here as well, as you can see.
I'm on an adventure.
I know, right?
I'm in the jungle. I'm on Raptor Camp. I'm looking at Clearlove.
Yeah, well... Definitely a champion that he's played a heck of a lot of, the Kindred there, as we move over the other side of the rift. Unfortunately, Swift playing Rek'Sai right now. Not entirely sure how the Rek'Sai is going to do in the current meta, but we'll see how he goes.
We saw Rek'Sai in Korea yesterday, and the explanation was that because the blue trinkets have been nerfed in terms of the timers for checking Baron and for checking Dragon Pits, because these objectives are so much more you want to compete for them, like they're much higher priority than they were before, that Rek'Sai has actually got a ninja buff, if you will, due to her tremor sense on the passive, because you're compensating for the blue trinket and the ability to safely check the pits.
So a little bit of a
I don't
lack
entirely
of
believe
now.
it, but I understand
yeah,
the
I was going to say,
mentality.
like, that sounds very, very convoluted, but I do understand that theoretically, you know, vision a good idea. Vision gets nerfed a little bit. Tremor sense going to be a little bit more powerful there as well. And of course, Rek'Sai was always a fantastic sort of utility bot, you know, using that Unburrow for a lot of extra CC. So we'll see whether she does make her way back in. And of course, Swift, a notable Rek'Sai player, but we are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen, as Nidalee is going to be the first ban here, and Echo as well leaving the Rift. Things haven't really changed too much by the looks, as Alistair is once again going to be hitting the bench. So a lot of these very popular bans on previous patches as well.
Yeah, I want to see what changes. Obviously, 6.10, the big thing is going to be the control mages, as well as their items were fine-tuned and adjusted. We'll keep track of those over the course of the game, if we happen to see any of them crop up.
That's exactly right. Well, taking some time here, as Maokai is finally going to be banned away. Is not entirely sure what Mouse is going to be playing there towards the top side of the map. I find it interesting the fact that now that Trundle, unable to be QSS-able anymore, Koro's sort of big champion, 6.10 has seen a sort of a little bit of a resurgence of him, although he was still quite strong. Now not playing with the Trundle man himself. We'll see how Mouse goes as he steps into those shoes. Big shoes to fill here as well, despite the fact that he was slumping towards the end. And Kindred is going to be the follow-up ban here from NewBee. So just a lot of generally strong champions across the last 4 or 5 patches. Should
be noted, though, that Graves is still up and available, as we do see a hover priority for Lucian.
Yeah.
But Clearlove was amazing on Graves in the RNG versus EDG LPL final. Looked fantastic on that champion, prioritized it a lot of times over the likes of Nidalee and Kindred, so would expect to see him go that route.
We'll see exactly what he does do, because of course, like you said, both Kindred and Nidalee taken away. Rek'Sai being looked at right now as well. Interesting. I actually really liked the Lucian hover just because, you know, with alternate build paths that you do have, Trundle, of course, like we mentioned before, still strong, can go into that support position, and Mako has shown a lot of prowess. They are going to lock that one away. So flexible, although, you know, the support position Trundles haven't been as popular recently.
And that's the perfect place to start, is the idea of a flex pick, that's what Trundle's acting for. Likewise, we have Maokai and Echo taken out of priority, so that pretty much leaves Poppy left. We don't really know what Mouse's champion pool looks like. He was a support player, so Trundle would certainly kind of fit in that MO. And you already brought up the removal and the adjustments to QSS make Trundle much stronger, just because there's no way that you can deal with that subjugate right now.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Speaking of not being able to deal with things, Zed has been missed out on the ban list. We haven't necessarily seen him picked very much internationally, but we've seen a lot of bans towards the champion. And when you've got Dade on a team, you should probably mention Zed, as the bottom lane is being looked at for NewBee at the moment. Of course, NewBee with the last pick potential as well, so could be saving that for Dade, and we'll see what he does want to pick up, as Scout will have to blind pick that mid lane most likely. 2 seconds to go. Looks like Happy and Moore are going to have pretty powerful bottom lane to start things off, and very flexible as well.
Yeah, pretty much the staple for Moore right there. He always goes back to the Braum. Really helps him put his face in it.
Well, Alistair has been banned, so Braum almost has to be picked if we go historically.
Likewise, he's going to work really well in tandem with Lucian, just because of Lucian's ability to proc that concussive blows.
Yeah.
We've seen the big Korean Black Cleaver Ghostblade build going around for Lucian, which has made him surge in popularity and win rate. See if Happy or Pekko wants to go that route. And I actually don't think that it makes sense that EDG wouldn't prioritize Lucian as a first pick despite his success and Deft's comfort on him, because we know that Deft has that pocket Twitch pick, which was shown on the MSI stage to be a counter to Lucian.
Well, that's exactly right. We'll see whether he is going to lock that one away. But as of now, Rek'Sai and Karma have been picked up. Of course, Karma a little bit flexible here as well. There are a lot of things that could be potentially going into the bottom lane, not including the Rek'Sai.
So the cool thing about Karma, as we saw her played in Korea yesterday as well, is that movement speed has been inherently nerfed.
Yeah.
The removement of enchantments on your boots and the likes of this distortion, especially kind of like the really big one, Alacrity, makes any champion that makes you run faster, I mean, it's just a slower, everyone's just slower.
Yeah.
So Karma, works out pretty well. Sivir is actually still available, and we saw a lot of Sivir bans in Korea yesterday as well, so that's also another option that Deft has.
Most certainly is, and with Maokai being on the ban list as well, no Vengeful Maelstrom there to stop a lot of that AoE damage. Azir as well has slipped entirely through this draft.
And they also have 2 flex picks. That's the other big thing about Karma, is that she can still be slotted into that support or that mid position.
Yeah.
And that is a Swain.
Yeah, Swain has been locked in, so could be going to V, could be going to Dade.
I'm pretty sure it's going to V. I'm really curious to see how it plays out. I was curious about the Swain, so I'm very excited to see what NewBee will do with him.
I actually really like it into Trundle there as well. Of course, Trundle notoriously kiteable. And if anyone wants to kite you, it is most definitely Swain. Champions without sort of instant gap closing ability can generally struggle against the man. But we are going to have the Caitlyn and the Azir locked in. So much AoE DPS out of EDG right now. And I say DPS just because they have so much consistent damage in both of these threats from relative safety.
Yeah, it's a big kite team, effectively. You have Trundle there for the disengage with his Triller to make sure... with his pillar to make sure that NewBee can't dive out on top of them. And if you actually look at NewBee's composition, something that they're struggling with is their hard engage, especially against the reset potential and the kite ability of Trundle, Karma, and Azir. It's going to be really hard for NewBee to ever catch them. They're effectively praying for Swift to get a god tier insec or for V to get a root.
Yeah, or, you know, a Flash Glacial Fissure to start things off there on the side.
Still used as more of like a disengage or kind of like a disruption
especially
as opposed to like a hard CC.
Well.
Yeah.
It's a very good point, but I do like the comp as far as consistency as well. We know Victor very, very powerful there in the mid lane at the moment. Of course, Chaos Storm getting a relative buff with the fact that it does a heck of a lot of damage over time now. You cannot just stand in it after he's thrown down all of his spells because it will kill you.
Exactly. And the other cool thing about Victor is he wasn't really affected by any of the itemization changes just because his core remained relatively unchanged. He got a bit more cost efficiency to it. But if you think a lot of mages are looking towards the Phoenix Codex for 900 gold, it messes up with their back timers just because it's more expensive. Whereas Victor, 4 waves, 1,000 gold, it's another day in the office. I'm going back for my hex score.
It's exactly right. And of course, the Azir hasn't changed a lot as well, just considering that, because he likes the Rylai's, he likes the Nash's Tooth. 2 items that haven't changed at all either. And of course, maybe a little bit happier that there's not going to be as much static movement speed, but otherwise still in a great spot. So we're going to see a bit of a normal mid lane matchup. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get onto the riff for game number 1 of LPL Split 2 2016. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 1 of Split 2 of the LPL. It is NewBee taking on EDG. EDG are going to be on our blue side. First up, as Dade debuts himself into 2016 on the Victor, a champion that he was favoring quite a lot. Of course, was very, very popular when he was playing for M3 last time we saw him.
The irony that NewBee come out front-loaded with the Victor, and it's not Doinby at the wheel.
I'm really excited to see Swain here as well, because... of course, we've heard a lot of things. I think just based off win rate alone, top lane Swain at the moment, very, very strong in the old solo queue. But we'll see how he goes here in the LPL for our first match. We are going to have a look at the Keystone Masteries here. Deathfire Touch, pretty standard stuff for the Swain. If you got those dots, picking that one up is definitely a good idea. We'll make him a massive late game threat. Anything else standing out here for you, Proskar?
No, everything looks fairly standard. I'm actually more surprised that the teams aren't opting into a lane swap. EDG and NewBee never really had the disposition for lane swaps if you look back to their spring split, but we've seen a lot of that happening in Korea, but it looks like it's going to be standard 2v2.
Yeah, and who do we think that this will favor? Of course, historically, it has been that EDG give them standard lanes and they will just run over the top of you. Do you think that that will change now that the solo laners are different?
Typically, when EDG would opt into the 2v2, it's like you said, this idea that they're going to elongate the lanes. They had one of the longest, or I guess I should say latest.
Just took the Gromp.
That's unfortunate. Latest tower drops of any team in the LPL, and it was really to create space for Clearlove to just fight the enemy jungler. But this time around, he's looking at Swift. And you have to remember, Clearlove and Swift really haven't played across from each other. QG were on the opposite side of group stage from EDG all last split. So Clearlove and Swift only faced off once last year.
And of course, were unable to play that semifinals match that they should have in order to get EDG into the final against RNG. Torment coming out here from the Swain as V is putting on a little bit of pressure. Of course, Mouse with a fair bit of sustain considering the King's tribute. He should be okay, but as we can see, already relatively oppressive utilizing that range.
Yeah, other thing to note is not opting into a lane swap. So the thing that I love about Lucian and why I think that he's a #1 priority carry is we actually do see a ping for Clearlove possibly looking for an invade. I actually think he's just going to secure this Scuttle Crab since his laners are pushing up in the bottom lane. Is that Lucian performs really well in a 2v2 as well as a lane swap. A lot of people don't see Lucian as a sieging champion, but he actually can take down towers quite well with his double tap passive, and I feel like that's what really cements him as kind of the top tier AD carry right now. Bit of a chase scenario going on. Yeah. Slowest moving chase in the world.
Clearlove, of course, quite large health bars, meaning that Swift probably not going to be able to kill him necessarily, but that's exactly what he's going to eventuate here. His Death Ray is going to nail Scout, but of course, a lot of wave clear here in this mid lane. A lot of safety as well with both of these champions being able to farm at range. I have a feeling we're not going to see too much from them for now, as we can see that the blue buff has yet to be taken. We'll see where the Scout actually picks up the first one. Rek'Sai known to not necessarily need blue buff at all. The 15% extra AP that you now get on the 6.10 patch, also completely irrelevant to a Rek'Sai.
No, but it actually means a lot for the mid laners. So what's really cute is how, like, Infernal Drake and Blue Buff will work together to kind of give you that percentile AP to compensate for the loss of AP on a lot of the control mage items. A lot of them lost between 20 and 30 AP. So effectively, if you have the blue buff and prioritizing that, it simply just makes all of those changes stronger because they all got cheaper and they all got battle passives, and then you compensate for the lost AP by just having the blue buff anyway.
That's exactly right. See how it is going to go. Swift, of course, did take his, and he's actually lurking here towards the top side of the map. You can see Mouse just teleported back in, was getting harassed out by V, who's 22 CS to 15 right now. Mouse has been able to pick up a few underneath this turret, but you can see the Swain being very far up, making sure that he's as oppressive as possible.
That's the correct word for Swain there, is oppressive. He just walks past your caster creeps, hits you with the slow bird.
The slow bird.
The slow bird.
And the now mobile slow bird as well for Oscarin, which is even more frightening.
It's just the worst. Dade getting used to the adjustment to Victor's laser. That's a cute little map. I'm going to assume that's the jungler's heat? No? AD carry? Some sort of heat sensor. I feel like I'm looking at Predator.
That is where Caitlyn has been at the moment, by the looks of things.
Why would I want to know where Caitlyn's been?
Well, look, we now know that Caitlyn has been in the bottom lane.
I'm like, this is cool. It's going to be the jungle heat map, the AD carry.
Yeah, well, look, they almost got there. Let's see whether we are going to see a jungle heat map as we move forward. I have a feeling this will be a relatively robust map, but Scout getting looked at here in the mid lane. Data, you can see relatively low. He's got the movement speed from the Q. The Q is actually going to miss from Swift, though. No Sonic Wave to land, and here comes Clearlove. Swift going to get knocked up. He could be in trouble here as the Lee Sin, not all that strong. Uses the safeguard, gets himself out. No first blood to be had just yet.
Wrong turn there for Swift. He separates from Dada and kind of walks blind into his own jungle without realizing where Clearlove was. Has to know that Scout's going to be running towards safety to exit out of the lane, and good micro movement from Scout. Dodged out the Sonic Wave as well as making sure he gets his dash in time to not connect with the gravitation field.
Yeah, kept his cool completely there. Didn't use the exhaust, didn't use the flash. Now we'll be able to head back to base with a bit of help from Clearlove clearing out that wave, and everything is going to be A-OK. NewBee with about a 200 gold lead just based on farm alone, mostly in that top lane where it's a double CS advantage here for V. Otherwise, everything is fine. Mako just throwing out empowered Qs just to try and annoy the bottom lane of NewBee here. Karma and Caitlyn very, very, like we were talking about oppressiveness before. Swain is that, but Caitlyn and Karma, most certainly that as well.
I was actually going to be curious what Moore was going to take as his mastery on Braum. We saw yesterday Mad Life opting into the Wind Speaker's Blessing mastery on Braum to empower his shield a little bit more, whereas a lot of standard Brahms will look for the...
It was Strength of the Ages. Oh, no, sorry.
Grasp.
Bond of Stone.
Yes, that one.
You picked up this time around.
There's too many green ones.
I know. Bond of Stone, Strength of the Ages, Grasp Beyond Dying. Oh, my...
I'm the worst because I never know the name of anything. I'm just like the green thing.
Yeah. So I'm going to take your health a bit, one. Or I'm going to die a bit when you're dying a bit. As Swift is actually looking for something here towards the bottom side. Mako very low on mana.
Flash.
Deft flashes out of the way of the Sonic Wave. Now going to turn things around as we do have the W going down from Mako. But Unbreakable is there to stop any problems from Moore. So Swift unsuccessful with the gank attempt, and we'll see what Clearlove can gather from this as the red buff looks to be the option. Clearlove already going to be very sustainable there in that lane.
Round 2.
There's the flash in, actually, as the concussive blows come down. Deft in trouble now! Is able to at least get him somewhat further away, but First Blood does go down in favor of Happy. He's relatively low, but Mako just cannot close the gap as Moore is right up in his face.
And no response because Clearlove's across map trading for Raptor Camp. So great job on Swift to look for the turnaround, round 2, and punish the fact that Deft did not have flash and stepped forward again. But that will be all summoners burned in the bottom lane on the side of NewBee.
Yeah, did his best to try and net himself out of the way, was what I was trying to say previously, as there's the Emperor's Divide, actually. Dade could be in trouble as Clearlove flashes over the top, wants to get the knock-up, but he's going to be stunned by the gravity field. It doesn't matter, though, as Scout picks up the kill. Swift, not sure whether he's going to be able to get anything back here, as Scout and Clearlove still very healthy.
Yeah, Swift is going to do a drive-by. Kind of an interesting flash from Dade. I think he was trying to flash back towards his gravitational field, try to get some CC lock to exit out of that. I'm sure we'll see it on the replay. Okay, Emperor's Divide. Out of the Chaos Storm, flashes across. Yeah, he's just trying to get on the other side.
Yeah, unfortunately, not with quite enough damage. And even after throwing down the Chaos Storm and Scout sitting in it, he's still okay as Clearlove somehow dodges out of the way of everything. As the chair and the Sonic Wave go a little bit wide as he heads through his tunnel.
I believe in the power of Rek'Sai.
Yeah,
I believe in her coming back.
Yeah, I regret everything that I said.
I mean, obviously, Kindred and Nidalee were both banned, so that's the important thing to underline, is I still think that Nidalee is going to be the top-tier jungler just because of her ability and her efficiency to get around the jungle.
Especially when we're talking about these two junglers as well. Clearlove has shown fantastic proficiency on the Nidalee, as well as Swift. Both of these players able to play the carry role if they need to.
And naturally, Swift has such comfort on Lee Sin, probably one of the best Lee Sin players in the LPL. But to pick it into Rek'Sai, for a long time, Rek'Sai was considered kind of a counter to Lee Sin just because of how they'll interact on a micro level. Obviously, the ability to interrupt Q with her unburrow.
Yeah.
It's not as dominant as it once was with the adjustments, but I know Rusty's actually a big fan of Lee Sin right now.
Oh, the steal comes in for Swift, though. Heads in, grabs himself a blue buff, says, nope, Scout, you ain't getting that. Steals it away.
Rusty's a big fan just because of the change to experience for Lee Sin. Is this the one that I wanted? Yes, the Lee Sin heat map.
Yeah, actually spending a lot of time on the top side of the map by the looks of things, as V is going aggressive onto Mouse in the meantime. What can you make of it, Proskeren?
He likes the top side of the map. That's what I got. It's red up there.
Oh, good, I got it right.
Nailed it.
Yeah, well, Net's going to come out here as Deft is looking for something. Mako goes down the focused resolve. That doesn't find too much. Nice Peacemaker. A lot of damage onto Happy there.
Yeah. Still managed to take the BF sword when he was killed, come back, so didn't lose a lot of his power there. That said, you do have the Black Cleaver build.
Yeah, so Ghostblade almost completed here for Happy as well.
That's what I wanted, Ghostblade. Purple sword makes you run fast.
Yep, exactly right. You should know about this, being a previous IG fan, as Clearlove is going to take away the Gromp.
Let's break down this build, why we have a bit of farming going on, although Clearlove is actually postured behind tower, and teleport is available. They're not going
wave
to.
clear as well is just going to be used, making sure that NewBee are going to stay safe underneath his turret. Ultimate comes out from Deft as he says, more, go home.
I think they thought about it.
Okay.
I think they thought about the dive, but the fact that both teleports are available and they knew that Swift was on that side.
Oh, you need one of those. You need one of those, I think.
The Hoo-Hee special.
Yeah, not quite able to find it is Scout. Never mind. Of course, Dade did not have flash or anything like that, so could have potentially been an easy slide and scoop as Mouse dodges out of the way of the never move, but V just able to sustain up so much of this. Now with the Rod of Ages completed as well, he's not going to have too many mana issues. You can see Mouse actually still struggling here towards the top side, but has managed to get a bunch of that CS back, so hasn't been exactly exponentially exploding that CS gap on the side of V.
So let's talk about the Ghostblade Black Cleaver build, kind of back to this point. Obviously, it's super cost efficient. Your power spike comes very early. It does a ton of damage. The other really cool thing is the fact of how quickly Lucian can stack up the Black Cleaver shred, just because of how quickly he's going to rotate through all of his abilities. But the big thing for me is that CDR then translates into mobility for Lucian, because anytime you build into CDR, it's going to make your Relentless Pursuit come up that much more often, which guarantees you that much more safety. And then the other thing is that he's got a Lee Sin on his side. But, you know, he doesn't have an AD top laner. I feel like that would just make it a little bit... wanted the ribbon.
Yeah, it would have made it a little bit cooler. You're exactly right.
But at least he's got Lee Sin. I mean, we see so many of these Black Cleaver builds coming out of Lucians. They have, like, all magic damage on the rest of their team.
Well, we'll see exactly how it is going to work out. Like you said, regardless of whether or not anyone else is going to be utilizing it, it is still very, very strong. Do you think that it's more of a mid-game build here? Because we have seen some Lucians still going towards that Essence Reaver with the Infinity Edge.
That's
and,
the bigger
like
thing
the
is the Infinity Edge as opposed to the Essence Reaver for me. Just making sure that you get that big, high crit probability.
Yeah.
Because obviously you don't want to sacrifice in your build. I think Spawn was talking about the difference between like 40% crit versus 70 to 80% crit, and how that's going to really minimize your damage.
That's a really good point. At the moment we do have the Ghostblade portion completed for Happy. Dade getting a little bit zoned here from Scout, being the oppressive Azir that he is. Almost has the Nash's Tooth, as well as a cheeky Negatron Cloak to keep himself safe against the double AP. We'll see what Clearlove's going to be building up next as well. He may want to grab an Aegis relatively soon.
Got the Cinder Hulk up and online.
Yep. Trying to be as tanky as possible.
Yeah, no surprise there, and also opted into the Sightstone. Been a while since we've seen the popularity of Sightstone junglers. Again, this seems so little, but changes to trinkets really affect the vision game. So picking up a Sightstone jungler, having the Tremor Sense available, we'll see if this helps EDG out when we start contesting these Fog of War objectives like Dragon, like Baron, like Rift Herald.
At the moment we can see that NewBee just continuing to get shoved here on the bottom side of the map. This tower actually taking significant damage as Deft. Speaking of significant damage, he's going to take a fair bit himself. Swift waiting in the wings, Clearlove on this side of the map as well, in clear vision of NewBee, so they know this is most likely going to be a 3v3. More very low underneath his turret. Ping's going down as Swift is going to be discovered. Prey Seeker effectively named here at this stage.
Does manage to spot him out. Again, EDG keep kind of hovering around this idea of diving the bot lane, utilizing the poke that Deft and Mako have put down, but never pulling the trigger, being very cautious and respectful to Swift, and more importantly to V, still having that TP in the top side.
You can see Swift actually having to tank an ace in the hole. Deft just throwing that one out basically as soon as it's up off cooldown, if he has the mana for it. Right now, quite low. It's Clearlove going in for Cloud Drake #1. Of course, Elemental Dragons now here in the LPL. We thought that we may see a bit of focus here on the Dragon, but 15 minutes have gone by, and Clearlove now just looking to solo this one out himself. You can see the bottom lane from NewBee had to go back. It's a good time to do it.
Yep, likewise Scout has complete control of the mid lane. Right there. Now Cloud Dragon will give you your movement speed. It's going to start relatively small. I think kind of the general consensus is as Scout gets kicked off.
Yeah, there's the kick. Hugh's going to land there as well as he does make his way over. Nice flash there out of Scout as he may need to use the Emperor's Divide, but it's a little bit late. Chaos Storm going to lock him down, and Dade gets himself on the board.
Too little, too late, but it's 2 flashes traded for Scout's life, and nothing much will really come from this in terms of creating pressure, creating an objective.
Well, we'll see exactly what is. As Dade is continuing to push things out. Mouse
it's gonna
trying to stay healthy, but he can't really. Underneath this turret right now, it's just a struggle.
Yeah, he's slowly but surely losing this lane. And by slowly, I mean 85 CS to 135. And that was the thing that I was going to point out in the mid lane, is that kill effectively translates to a CS discrepancy between the Azir and Victor. I still think Scout's fine simply because Azir can always just stand back and wave clear. But the more immediate problem on the map for EDG is going to be that Trundle. But it's fine because we're in mid-game. Caitlyn's unlocked, roaming around, which means Azir should actually be shuffled into one of these side lanes, although he's walking back up mid.
Yeah, and trying to get the siege on here. You can see Renan's Hurricane now completed here for Deft alongside that BF sword that they like to grab just to make sure that you've got as much flat damage as possible so that all those bolts are doing that little bit more. Helpful for wave clear there as well. Scout's just going to take away his own blue buff. And hopefully Swift isn't going to be able to take it away from him. He's on the other side of the map, so he should be fine. Yeah,
big adaptation here. It seems to be the priority of trying to get V off of this troll in the top lane as we have Scout also motioning over from his blue buff.
Yeah.
Nope, doesn't look like they're going to go for it.
That Mouse just trying his very best to actually back here. Recall getting cancelled from that Torment. Happy moving in here towards the bottom side. But the question to me is, I mean, Swain has always been a lane bully. How is this going to translate to sort of the team fighting stage, and what is V going to be used for in the late stage?
Obviously, he's going to bring some, I'm going to call it soft CC. Naturally, he does have his root available to him, but kind of that slow and that big AoE bully presence. I'm more so concerned with what's happening on the map right now, though. There were pings into the bottom side, so EDG should have set this up where Caitlyn moves into the mid lane, Azir takes over for the bot lane, and Caitlyn's now just in charge of slowly chipping away at Dade, forcing him out and chipping away at that mid-tier tower. Instead, EDG will sacrifice their bottom-tier tower to NewBee because they're trying to save Mouse, and they have to move over to V, and it might translate into another second-tier tower and possibly this Troll's life.
Yeah, exactly. Mouse actually being forced completely off that minion wave. This tower is not long for the world as Happy, Swift, and more is going to get rid of it. Sonic Wave not going to land, but that is 2 turrets. For 2, I guess, if you count the bottom lane outer turret there for EDG.
And this is simply because Deft and Mako had to move up into the top side, and no one stayed and supported that Troll. So good response from NewBee, but just really poor management from EDG on a macro level.
Yeah. And almost throwing away that advantage that they were able to get by organically taking that bottom outer turret.
Pretty much the advantage that NewBee had in V on the top side of the map completely compensated and destroyed the advantage that Deft and Mako had gotten because he forced them to respond.
Yeah. Well, V is going to be able to at least clear out some Cinderlings, but Clearlove once again able to steal away a red buff. His jungle control has been great this game on the Rek'Sai. As Swift is going to make his way over, clearing out some vision. Not going to be able to get rid of that Rift Scuttler, but otherwise things going okay as Clearlove tunneling his way around. Ah, he spotted you out more. Tremor Sense, pretty powerful tool as Rift Herald being looked at now from NewBee. Pings are in there for EDG, but you can see Scout going back to base. I have a feeling this is definitely NewBee's to pick up. We'll see whether they give it to V, whether they utilize some split pushing power out of this Swain.
Now, reminder that Rift Herald has been adjusted. It's going to be a 20-minute buff. The new buff is Glimpse of the Void, and what this will offer Swain is
what a cool name too, right?
Glimpse of the Void is 5% damage reduction when he's alone, and the ability to stack up charges of corruption. I kind of think of it as a little baby static shiv, kind of.
Yep.
But offering him some extra magic damage and pushing power. So he is going to take this alone into the bottom lane and try to stave off the Deft and Clearlove push on this tower. Wow. So NewBee just moving so much better organically around this map.
And the early game sort of macro play has always been strong. Deft coming in here, misses the Peacemaker as V has to flash out of the way. Clearlove looking for a knock-up, gets it there as Deft doing a lot of damage. Dade moving over, trying to pick him up as Clearlove tanking the turret now. Never move. Has to be flashed there from Deft, but he picks up the kill. Turret falls down in the mid lane as EDG looking to grab even more. Nice shield comes out as Dade's being caught out of position. Mako control of these team fights with the Karma, and Clearlove picks one up as well.
So they pick up 2 kills. They manage to trade second tier tower, but NewBee are not done. They're looking for the inhib tower at 20 minutes, and Clearlove is here to respond.
Yeah, and Mouse just always gets the short end of the stick here as he's tagged by another Q. This turret is not long for the world. The kickback comes out as the Trundle throws down the subjugate, but gets stunned up, and there is just too much damage. Clearlove a little bit late to the party, and the base is broken, but you can see it's broken on the other side of the map as well. Mouse just saying, all right, well, I guess I'm going to be sacrificed this game. The rest of my team are going to try and carry me through. As you can see, it is going to be the inhibitor turrets traded.
Okay, so again, where EDG are strong, it's in their bot lane. Deft and Mako, they had the advantage. Clearlove was constantly down there, shadowing underneath them, making sure that they weren't going to get ganked, foiling Swift at every turn, despite the initial kill on Deft.
Yeah.
But they use that strength to try to put down V, who still has a massive CS lead over Mouse in that top lane, 114 to 173, and effectively both teams are just kind of exploiting each other, whereas Deft and Mako have to respond to V, but NewBee are making sure that they're continuously punishing Mouse.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But as all this was going on, it was Scout free pushing there in the mid lane as well. So they got 2 turrets moving up mid. EDG also able to clear out the up to the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. So sort of as the dust settles here, it's just an extra turret going over to EDG. So despite the fact that NewBee looked good in their decision making, things still going okay as Dragon has respawned. It is going to be an Ocean Drake there as the ult flies through. Lots of poke damage coming out from EDG. They want this Dragon.
You managed to zone them off initially, but there's still plenty of fight left in NewBee. It's simply face-checking into Fog of War and trying to get through these Caitlyn traps.
Oh my god, so much damage out of Deft with that newly completed Infinity Edge as Swift not going to be able to get any steal. Now he's in no man's land. Clearlove tunneling over the top. Deft almost left on his own there as Scout was just doing his very best to stave off everyone else. Safeguard. Swift trying to get himself to safety. V in there as well. Nevermove going to stop Mouses. There's the Emperor's Divide. V delivered to the team. Is Swift going to miss another Q, unfortunately? Zhonya's comes out from V, but it's not going to be enough. He's 1 versus 5. He lasted longer than he probably should have, as Scout is actually getting tormented to death. That it is going to be the pick off of the top laner there for EDG.
And that means that V will pay for Swift's sins, try to get his jungler out from behind enemy lines and trades his life. But Ocean Drake over to EDG as well as the Cloud Drake there. So they have the initial movement speed, which is 15, and then some added regen, which I'm actually a big fan of the Ocean Drake.
I was going to ask you about this.
So the cool thing about Ocean Drake, especially as you start getting more and more of them, is that they adjusted it on the 6.10 patch, so it's out of combat. So you must not take damage for 5 seconds from champion, monster, or tower, and then the regen starts to kick in. As I'm trying to explain it, they're like replay.
Yeah, nice movements there from Swift to get himself out of the way of the Emperor's Divide, but otherwise it's just EDG with better positioning around the Dragon.
So the important thing to take away from the Ocean Drake is how it's going to affect your jungler and how it's going to affect your support. Now that regen over time can actually mean a lot in terms of keeping them in or on the map and opening up space for them to look for added roams or added advantages to look for deep vision.
Yeah, never sort of being forced to go back as well. So whenever you go back to base, it's to buy, it's to get mana back, something like that. You can never get chunked out and have your enemy team sort of capitalize on it. I do like that aspect of the Ocean Drake a lot.
And that's the thing that I want to keep an eye on, is this idea of as more Ocean Drakes are picked up, how the teams are utilizing them, and if we see supports and junglers start to stay longer on the Rift because of it, and what comes of those actions, be it a roam or a gank or extra deep vision.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Well, Dade actually going to get tagged out here. Happy saying, well, I don't actually have any lifesteal yet. You can probably take that one, Dade. He is going to do so. Has died a couple of times this game, but he's been playing quite well as far as that farm game is concerned. Still ahead, despite the fact that he lost a couple of his towers. There's going to be the Rile's Crystal Scepter completed, as well as that perfect Hex Core. You mentioned the fact that, you know, the item build didn't change all that much. Actually has 2 very unchanged items at the moment.
And the fact that his damage has been moved over time a little bit more. Obviously, the ticks have been expanded, as well as trying to keep everyone in the duration of the Chaos Storm to get that big damage potential out of it. Because Rile's is still a core of Victor, and because Rile's is still so cost efficient, I actually think that's relatively easy to do if you're playing around choke points, which if EDG look at Baron, there's plenty of choke points to play with.
Yeah, certainly not unlike EDG to have a look at that Baron. As there is a ward in the back of the pit. NewBee would be well aware of what's going on here. Swift takes a few auto attacks here from Deft. Pink Chroma Deft there as well in the Caitlyn. Like it. Still ahead in farm, but not by much. Happy has been playing quite well this game. 1-0-1 now on the Lucian. Able to pick up a lot of what NewBee have been able to do. 25 minutes is about to tick over here right now. And it's 1,000 gold the lead for EDG. About nothing here, as they are 1 turret in the lead as well. I mean, as far as standing gold is concerned, it means that these teams are pretty much even across the board. And that has a lot to do with the 60 CS lead in the top lane.
It absolutely does, although looking at the itemization, I don't actually think that Trundle's in that much danger. I mean, the split push option is not available for him, but when we looked at this composition, it wasn't necessarily unlocking Mouse. And even if you look at EDG as a team, their identity isn't in a split pusher. Even with Koro, that wasn't when they were strongest. It was utilizing Trundle, utilizing their top laner as kind of a peel and a frontline tank for them. And this composition works best when Trundle's there, adding that pillar, making sure that no one can get on top of Deft, and allowing Scout and Deft to run rampant. Yeah,
and that's what this comp really wants to do. Of course, we mentioned the consistent DPS of both Caitlyn and the Azir is something they will have no trouble in doing. Deft, of course, playing quite well in these team fights at the same time, always able to get a lot of damage down. That last Dragon fight was all about the Caitlyn, the fact that Renan's Hurricane's really helping him out as far as getting everyone low from a very safe distance.
See how they're going to set up for this. Obviously, the easiest tower for EDG to take on the map right now is going to be that last standing outer tower on top. Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute 26 seconds. So they have a very small window of time, about a minute, where they can prep for this and possibly go for the objective.
Whoa, okay, and the votes are in here for EDG versus NewBee as well. 85% still believing in this EDG roster that has changed up their solo lanes. Of course, if you don't remove Clearlove, I have a feeling you're still going to keep the fans.
But that's massive. I mean, NewBee, formerly known as QG, were pretty much on top of the world for the majority of the spring split. And you have to think, theoretically, at Doinbee's best and at Dade's best, Dade is still the upgrade over Doinbee.
Oh, most definitely.
He got to be second best player in the world only because the guy in his position was the best player in the world.
In any position. Well, that's, hasn't yet to be proven, but the turret is going to fall down. A teleport's going to come in, though, as EDG getting 5 members strong, trying to keep control of Deft here in NewBee, but nice pillar comes out from Mouse. Just keeping everyone back. It's almost like a fortress situation as Swift is going to get a kick. Scout's being caught out of position, but the heal comes down. Swift is going to fall as Deft blocks down the first kill in the team fight. Nice ult comes out from Moore, but there's the Empress Divide. Massive damage out of EDG, and Mako keeping everyone up. V, he's hard to kill, but not that hard when there's 5 against 1. Oh my god, only Scout falls, and EDG with a massive team fight that's still going. V is taking a long time to die. Ravenous Flock is pretty good at that. But EDG will now break open the base, and he might be able to even get 2 inhibitors from this, possibly the game. It was an ace, of course.
Massive misstep from NewBee right there. The biggest issue was the fact that the Chaos Storm went down, and pretty much no one took damage from it. And as soon as that big spell is down, then V was finally in position with the TP to come in from behind, and it was too little too late. Even if you manage to hit the hard CC, which is so lacking on NewBee's composition, there's nothing else to follow up other than perhaps a Victor laser.
Yeah, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, it is 28 minutes into the game, so everyone is going to respawn in time.
Damage dealt in last fight. The fact that Victor's damage is so low is a huge issue. And it was because that Chaos Storm did not connect with anyone.
Well, Ocean Drake number 2 is now going to go down. As Clearlove's looking at that one, it will be 3 dragons to none here in favor of EDG. If your memory isn't helping you out too much, it is a Cloud Drake and 2 Ocean Drakes they have picked up so far. NewBee with absolutely none. And that's going to be a lot of out-of-combat movement speed. It means that they will be able to start off this Baron and then peel off it, get all their health back, go back, start up the Baron, peel off, get all their health back. It's just going to be a bit of a war of attrition here for NewBee. And EDG with a lot of flexibility.
I mean, the biggest mentality was that the Ocean Drake effectively translated into a poke compositions dragon of preference there. But again, I stand really firm on this idea that it's really going to impact the supports and how long they're able to stay on the map, and then what that opens up in terms of roams, ganks, and extra vision.
Yeah. That's exactly right. We are actually, there it is. So 2 Oceans and a Cloud. As Mouse throws down a pillar here, they're just trying to get everyone away from this inhibitor as Deft standing very safe, traps are down, never move, doesn't find anyone. And that is going to be the Mantrid shield there out of Mako, just keeping everyone up, everyone healthy. As Swift trying his best, looking for an opening, but they just can't find one. There is so much range in this EDG squad, and so much peel. In 3 members, I mean, you've got Rek'Sai, Trundle, and Karma just constantly peeling for massive DPS threats.
And what started out in early game is NewBee doing a good job playing reactive to kind of EDG and where they were strong and trading inhib tower for inhib tower. It's just been a couple of really key fights and loss of dragon control that have started to put NewBee in the hole.
Well, we'll see whether they can pull anything out of the bag. Gold, of course, not too much of a big deal here, because if they manage to actually win some sort of team fight, which, when they were QG, they were known to be able to do from a very long way down, we could see them just pick up a lot of those turrets, get everything back to normal, see where they can snowball things out this way. Of course, late game on this current patch can be very punishing if you make any mistakes. But with all of the extra dragons, with all the extra control that EDG have managed to pick up now with 2 inhibitors down, this Baron buff now going to be the option. They're in so much control this game.
It's just been very clinical League of Legends from EDG. We talked about how they had like a window of opportunity of about a minute before the next dragon was coming up, so they made sure to contest for that top tier tower because it was the easiest one to dive. They got a massive team fight off of it. It snowballed into a top inhibitor, rotated down into the dragon. Because they're playing across from the top inhibitor, they take the bottom inhib. Now that they have bottom inhib, they can start playing around Baron, which that is completely warded. And now it's kind of like siege them, wait for these big super creep waves to push in, and either they decide to pull the trigger for the dive here, or they can pull back onto the Baron.
Yeah, utilizing the shields here to tank up the turret, get a few cheeky auto attacks down. Deft doing the very best he can. Has a lot of attack speed right now in 2 attack speed items. And now they're just setting up for this siege. So many traps down, not a whole lot of entrances into this turret. And you can see that is the last inhib turret falling down for EDG. Oh, Swift looking for a flanking play, but loses half of his health for it. Dade as well now off to the side as Clearlove looking for a way in. Scouts around the side. Mako going to get caught by the Never Move, as you can see. More right in amongst it. Swift has closed the gap, but look at how far Deft is away. Scouts falling down. Dade has got the damage this time, but V completely out of mana. Never Move not going to find it, and EDG still set up as a unit, despite the fact that they're a man down.
And that's the big thing. It's kind of like a boulder. You can't get into it. I'm going to say turtle.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
We talked about EDG. What makes them strong at team fighting was the fact that Clearlove and Koro, the little arm can be, is that Clearlove and Koro were such amazing frontliners about setting a line of scrimmage and being that big, bulky tank line to allow Deft to create all of this damage. And it still holds true. You see NewBee, they're constantly looking about how to attack. Swift's swinging onto the side. He's trying to find the insect. V on the other side trying to catch Deft. Yeah, he eventually gets back on top of him, but it's too little too late. No one else can follow up on it.
Yeah, I'm sort of like watching EDG just there. I mean, it makes you go back and think about basketball a little bit. I know it sounds a little bit weird, but it's like a really expertly played zone defense where they're all sort of positioned around Deft, who's playing as sort of the center, and everyone's sort of trying to get in, but they just can't because they're so robust, able to move around each side of the court / rift.
Actually reminds me a lot of 2014 EDG. 2014 EDG had this reputation of being baby blue after Samsung blue. They would take games really late and they would just have like these amazing team fights where it was all about control. This is almost a completely different roster. In fact, the only remaining member is Clearlove from that, but it's a very
Deft
similar
actually
style.
played on Samsung blue though.
Yeah.
So I guess, you know, adult blue.
He was a good replacement for Name.
Damn right. He's playing very, very well this game, despite the fact that with all of the farm that's been thrown at NewBee, Happy has been able to pick up a fair bit of it, ahead by about 20, but not too worried there as Deft, as he's almost towards his 4th major item, not including the boots, and the Baron is going to be started off. A lot of damage available here from EDG, as Sonic Wave's not going to find anything. Swift doesn't want to go too far in there, as EDG just waiting. He steals it! Not sure how that even happened, as Swift just proves that he still has his smite button exactly where he wants it. NewBee may have just bought themselves some time.
Huge play from Swift right there. Okay, not huge.
How did he even get into range?
Because he queued in. So it wasn't on the Baron, because he didn't do it with the execute damage. He actually just did it with the smite, because he queued in onto a member of EDG, then just hooked in and got it
But
mid.
he got Empress divided straight away. I didn't even think that he closed enough distance, but EDG, they're upset about this Chaos Storm onto Deft actually, but Shield's coming in. Still taking a fair bit of damage from it. Might actually need a little bit more as the Q comes out from Swift. He's trying to set something up, but after the kick, they can't quite find their way in. The zone defense still working.
Okay, let's reevaluate. 2 inhibs just came up. Baron is available.
V wants a flank, has full mana right now. Never Move, doesn't find anyone. Torment for a little bit of poke. As now NewBee just trying to get all the flanks out of all the sides. You can see the culling flying through. Lots of damage onto EDG, but they're holding strong. Deft as well might have found V. The last auto attack not going to be quite enough, as Happy cannot be up that far as the low range Lucian, as everyone may need to just go back to base. At least one inhib is going to fall down. Another to follow immediately. And EDG, just with super creeps alone, take one of them, and then the rest of the team with the siege take down another. So Baron will be helping with the counter siege now.
This
is
NewBee. Such a cool composition from EDG. It's not like it's like 2 massive tanks in front of you and they just can't shred the tanks, because Lucian has a tank shredding build. That's the other cool thing about the Black Cleaver Ghostblade, is it's so effective at shredding through tanks.
Yeah, now he's got the Last Whisper item as well, so he's massive.
It's simply that NewBee can't reach them.
Yeah.
It's effectively like one guy with a really long arm just holding the other guy at like his forehead. And just like, you want the ball, you can't get the ball.
I like this. There's lots of ball game references here. I'm beginning to understand. But you can see, I mean, there is nothing in this gold lead. NewBee is still absolutely fine if they can sort of reconsolidate, make sure that they just sit back, turtle up, maybe as EDG are doing. I mean, they're the aggressive turtle right now, whereas NewBee have to actually sit in their base and just try and stop the onslaught.
They have such limited options about how they get a hold of EDG. I mean, again, your hard CC is you're looking entirely at Swift.
Yeah.
And then V trying to find a flank. Swain's not terribly good at a flank. I mean, obviously he wants to be in the middle of people, but again, you're competing against the likes of Karma's speed, Azir's repositioning, the unburrow displacement from Rek'Sai, and then Trundle. Hello, Pillar.
Yep.
I'm a troll. Get screwed. There was a dance that went with that.
Once again, some mantraed movement speed here out of Mako, just trying to get Deft around as quickly as possible.
It goes back to this idea that movement speed is so important, I think, in this meta, just because everyone's slower, and they literally just can't move fast enough, as there's the flash forward.
Yeah, massive flash there out of Moore.
Check
He's
out
trying
V.
to go for the desperation play, but he falls down for it. V with a decent flank as Emperor's Divide. Gonna get him out of position. You can see Deft and Scout utilizing this, but Deft is going to fall down. Dade picks up the kill, now trying to do the best he can. Scout falls down. So much of the damage is now dead from EDG, and they're scattering to the hills. Mouse able to create some space there from Clearlove, but that is 2 Nexus turrets that are going to fall down as all of this has happened. As far as PvE League of Legends is concerned, NewBee going to have to play a lot of it.
So think about the extreme circumstances in which NewBee finally got their composition to work correctly against EDG's comp. They effectively had to flash right on top of them, as well as get the perfect flank TP into another flash to win. Which means that they're so reliant on those summoners to win team fights, and this is why they're in the situation that they're in now, is because it's too little too late. It's actually, I think, Dade with big plays here.
Yeah, Dade actually did a whole bunch of work. Look at how stacked they are for this Chaos Storm.
Yep. Finally gets in the choke point, just deletes Daft right there with the laser, then has a really nice Chaos Storm. No one's helping out poor Scout here. He's on the back. He's got a giant bird on his face.
Yeah, not something that you want, but NewBee unable to find anything from this, of course. With 2 inhibitors down, they have to play defense. And with the fact that their Nexus is now completely bare, they have to be very, very careful. Sweeping out the base going to be a massive priority.
Likewise, Elder Dragon will be up and available for next spawn.
Yep.
Which means that it will be a 1.5 increase on 2 Ocean Drakes, as well as a Cloud Drake for EDG, or a single Cloud Drake for NewBee.
Yeah, you may have seen the icon, ladies and gentlemen. It was an Ocean Drake on your screen, but unfortunately that is incorrect. It was, in fact, a Cloud Drake. So not necessarily the most powerful. Out-of-combat movement speed is good, most definitely, but when you're sitting in your base, like NewBee are doing, they don't necessarily need that out-of-combat movement speed that much. Plus, there's a million minions to kill, keeping you in combat indefinitely. Is now Pinkward going to fall down? Deft clearing things out. Hasn't changed his build at all for a very long time. Of course, wants a Bloodthirster, wants a Mercurial Scimitar, and that is very large amounts of money that he is required to have in order to complete both of those off. So in a bit of a rut at the moment.
So much respect from EDG to just try to continuously flood NewBee's base as opposed to rocking up to the mid inhib and trying to contest that. Again, you have to think there's pretty much every gap closer down on the side of NewBee save for V's flash into that top lane. He doesn't have his TP, so he can't pull another flanking play with his home guard advantage like we saw last time. So I actually think it's a perfect window of opportunity for EDG to try to contest that inhib because they don't have the hard engage capabilities anymore. But they're saying, no, we're going to play it really safe. We didn't like the role of the last team fight. Let's wait for the Dragon. Let's wait for the Baron. And let's do this clean. That might be a bit of an error.
Yeah, well, there's also, the last time that they team fought as well, NewBee were able to find their way in. You can see that massive gold lead just no longer even at all present.
This game has been super close.
Yeah, it's completely tied up. And the fact that it's 11 turrets to 5
Exactly,
is
that's
ridiculous.
the big thing, is the big tower discrepancy, but that goes back to the farm. Look at V still, 341 to 204. But that said, a super farmed Swain versus an under-farmed Trundle isn't translating to any sort of lead in terms of this actual game.
Yeah. Ravenous Hydra actually being completed next here for Mouse. He wants to actually be a damage threat in these fights.
Or split push.
Yeah. Well, you can see now, it is just Deft trying to get some damage onto Moore. Does have the red buff, of course. And they are just able to clear out minion waves so incredibly effectively, stifling NewBee's ability to actually move anywhere and create anything.
This is also the point in the game where Lee Sin, we talk about kind of his power curve as a roller coaster. You know, he starts really early game, he's super strong, he's Lee Sin, I got the dual potential.
Yeah.
Then it kind of comes mid game, it's, Lee Sin, I kind of wish I had something else on my team.
Yep.
Super late game when those death timers are incredibly punishing. Lee Sin, all it takes is one person being out of position, trading your life for that Azir, trading your life for that Caitlyn, and it's all worth it.
Yep, that one kick.
And Swift, I mean, if anyone's going to get it.
Well, yeah, he's already saved so much of the game by stealing away that Baron. If you remember the situation, of course, if there was a Baron buff for EDG, that Siege would have just been a dead base for NewBee. But they managed to utilize that Baron in order to keep the defense up. And now all of their inhibitors are back. NewBee now have an opportunity to move out of their base, create something where they can. Look at Dade. 435 CS right now. Sitting in his base, just clearing things out. Almost 400 CS for Happy at the same time. And V, that's a severe flame horizon of 140 approximately.
Looks like they're going to continue to try to siege for this inhib, not turn towards any monster objectives.
Yeah, Mantra comes in. Sun turret's being set up here as well. EDG
should be
want
noted.
to break something.
We talked about last time, EDG kind of had this window where NewBee didn't have any of their flashes available. Every single summoner is up. They can look for the home guard. They can look for the flash engage.
Well, the Culling's there as well. Deft actually taking half of his health bar. Dade was trying to
Swift's
find a way.
behind.
And Swifty looks for a kick. Kicks Mouse into the enemy team as the Chaos Storm has gone down. Scout relatively effectively placed right now. Uses a decent ultimate there as V right in the back line. Zhonya's is now down though, and Deft moves out of the way of the Never Move. They've picked up the top laner, and there are such low health bars on NewBee. Unfortunately, they just haven't been able to find it. The flash knockup gets Dade, and that is so much gone for NewBee. It's just the bottom lane of Peko and more, or Happy and more. And the Nexus is going to fall down. What a game one in the LPL as EDG were able to win in the end.
Brilliant final team fight from Deft in particular. He was able to survive the storm, weather the storm, if you will, long enough.
The Chaos Storm.
As well as V placing himself right in front of Deft, using the Zhonya's Hourglass while he's in ultimate as pretty much a zoning Hourglass to keep Deft in between the Sun turret, but it didn't matter.
Zhonya's Hourglass. I like it a lot.
I see. I got you.
Yeah.
Didn't matter though. Scout was able to get it done in terms of the damage, and no one was there for follow-up on the side of NewBee.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to look at this NewBee squad. Honestly, like towards the mid to early late game, things were going awfully for this team. I mean, they lost tower after tower. I mean, that sort of mid lane tower trade that they did where they were trying to take down the bottom inhibitor just did not go well at all. But the fact that they just held on, tried to extend the game as long as possible, managed to get to a relatively stabilized position, definitely a good thing for this team. We'll see whether they can take anything to EDG in game number 2. But this comp from EDG was beautiful.
Yeah. Huge credit to whoever's drafting for EDG right now.
Yeah,
I really like the composition.
Yeah.
Again, making use of the fact that everyone's pretty much slower, that NewBee didn't have any sort of tools to get on top of them, to get into those backlines, or to find the follow-up when Swain or Victor did manage to reach back there with damage.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Actually, I like that you mentioned drafting here, of course. Oh my goodness, there it is. You did see, I mean, there were Sand Soldiers there trying to keep him out, but just not quick enough on the fingers there for Scout. Really beautiful steal. As that was another team fight that NewBee were actually able to take out. So Swift playing a very, very good Lee Sin, but unfortunately at the end there, it was just EDG having all of this added control. The fact that their late game scaling heroes just outclassed the side of NewBee just that little bit. And with the fact that they put together this beautiful team comp, I mean, no more Rapid Star here drafting for EDG. It's a sort of a different option now. And whoever it is, massive credit.
We'll have to check, because I actually thought I spotted Rapid Star behind them, but I'll double check on who's behind them on the coaching staff.
That, no longer any more Rapid Star. If it was, credit to Rapid Star. That was amazing.
No,
really, really beautiful.
It was a very creative draft. I did like some of the champions that were coming out of NewBee as well. Kind of, if we're going to look at, credit to EDG, also credit to NewBee. I like the fact that Victor was a priority picked up. Seeing Lucian, obviously seeing that Korean tank shredding build of the Black Cleaver and the Ghost Blade coming out, just kind of questionable. We saw the Swain. I kind of get the idea. Obviously, Swain was able to put down Trundle quite heavily in lane. We saw that big CS discrepancy. But again, it goes back to this idea that what does the CS advantage on Swain really mean versus the Trundle being behind? Because Trundle was never going to be put into a side lane for a split push. Can Trundle do that? Absolutely. That's one of kind of the strengths of that champion. But how EDG used Trundle and how they use Mouse, it was never going to be a split push. It was always going to be that disengage 5v5 option. And I think that's where Swain really fell short, despite having the lead that he did.
Yeah, I actually find it really interesting, sort of using the Trundle instead of necessarily that tank shredder. It's more, let's just use him as another support, which they did to great, beautiful effect. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be game 1 down. Game 2 going to be coming up right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We just had our first game of the second split of 2016, and it is going to be MVP Clearlove on the Rek'Sai. 4-0-9, controlling the jungle like you would not believe. 93% kill contribution. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and there was a bit of questions, Rek'Sai coming back into the meta. Kindred and Italy were both banned that game, and we kind of talked about, the changes to vision, how that might kind of bring Rek'Sai a little bit back into power, although I don't think her Tremor Sense was necessarily as potent as it could have been, because there wasn't a lot of checking into Fog of War. It was just really controlled from EDG from start to finish. But the one thing that I do want to talk about is that Swain pick.
Yeah. A little bit of a tunnel onto laning phase, maybe? Potentially, something like that?
No, I think that's exactly it, is this idea of tunneling onto lane phase. So if you look at NewBee's draft phase, you have the Swain into the Trundle, which performed beautifully. V got that massive lead, the Flame Horizon. He was putting Mouse down, really turning him into a weak point. And then you also have the Lucian and the Braum. Obviously, that's going to be a big kill lane, good dueling potential there. You have Swift on the Lee Sin, early game jungler. The changes to experience as well as the changes to the jungle items means that Lee Sin now has this option where he can simply just power farm to level 6 and just try to rock out of the jungle with like a massive power spike that other junglers don't really have available to them, particularly Rek'Sai, just because her ultimate's not going to be a battle ultimate.
Yeah.
It's not like she's going to rock and be like, press R to win this. Oh, wait.
Just scream a whole lot and frighten everyone, I think is how you do it.
And Swift got it going early for them. He had a successful gank onto the top side as well as a successful gank onto the bottom side, but was unable to really make anything connect in that mid lane in particular. Yeah,
and Scout was actually, sort of for his debut game here in the LPL, played fantastically well against Dade. And, Dade was farming beautifully, managed to have a decent team fight towards the end of the game, but otherwise missed a couple of Chaos Storms, wasn't quite doing necessarily what he needed to be in those team fights. But the Azir, despite having, that first missed Emperor's Divide, things did otherwise look okay here for Scout in the mid lane.
But it was the inability for NewBee to kind of roll off the top of Swain winning his lane so hard. Because when Swain is in the game, I think it's fine as long as your other lanes also win. But because things started to crumble and then EDG made the proactive movement of putting Caitlyn around the map and just it turned into the sieging game, which NewBee did a good job trading. But in all of these trades, it was a long part of time where Azir and Caitlyn got to skip over their power troughs and showed up into the late game for these team fights ready to go. So I feel like NewBee kind of missed their big power window as well as their mid lane and their bot lane falling behind on the later parts of the lane phase. So it was just slight execution error. I see the mentality behind their draft phase, and I think it started off really strong, but they kind of fumbled probably around, 7 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that the draft actually looks really good on paper if you don't see the opposing team. But what was beautiful was EDG's ability to pick into it. The fact that the last rotation of picks was the Azir and the Caitlyn. Caitlyn Karma is such an oppressive lane. You have so much range to cope with the Braum, to cope with the Lucian, which would otherwise be, like you said, a kill lane that would be a massive problem. But we saw what happened was that Deft and Mako were just pushing relentlessly. I mean, Swift did manage to gank them. You're exactly right. So that was really, really good. But it didn't stop the Karma Caitlyn from just wrecking their turret.
And then likewise, props to the MVP Clearlove because he did such a fantastic job shadowing above Mako and Deft, making sure that anytime that they were pressured forward, that he had control of that scuttle crab on that side of the map, that he was constantly peeking in, figuring out where Swift was. It was really only that one back-to-back gank that Swift managed to pick up the kill on Deft, where Clearlove was actually farming across map on Wraith Camp. Otherwise, he was pretty much always there, and that was the big thing. Again, snowballing Caitlyn into her ability to move into sieging.
Yeah, it's really, really true. And we actually saw this sort of being developed by EDG as far as all of their warding was concerned. We saw the heat map for where all their wards were, and towards sort of the early to mid-game, almost every single ward was on the bottom side of the map. There was that one cheeky one that Mouse had in sort of his tri-brush on the top side, and that was it for top side of the map coverage. It was all about making sure that Deft and Mako were free to push up, and despite the fact that, Swift had that cheeky little movement into the brush, back-to-back gank, managed to get one of the kills after he blew the flash, that was definitely good, but otherwise, this bottom lane from EDG was just incredibly safe almost the whole time.
Yep, and you can tell that EDG had been watching CLG at MSI.
That's exactly right. I mean...
there's Rapid Star.
Yeah, so Rapid Star's still there. I tell a lie, ladies and gentlemen. He's the one behind that beautiful team comp from game number 1. Now EDG on our red side, possibly with a little bit more flexibility as far as rounding out that team comp is concerned. But first pick priority going to NewBee. And they do not want to see the Azir anymore. and that is going to be the one change in the bans, as Echo and Nidalee still gone for both of these teams.
Reminder that the 3 bans that NewBee put down last game were Echo, Rise, and Kindred. So Echo going to remain. Let's see if it's going to be the Rise or the Kindred that they priority. I have a feeling that they can leave either open.
Well, I think leaving open the Rise sounds like a good idea for NewBee, because of course Dade has got a history with the champion.
Dade has a history with quite a few champions.
That is a very good point, but I have some recollections of the old Dade Rise, and it's pretty beautiful to watch.
Alistair and Maokai were the other bans for EDG in the previous game, so one of those champions will get through.
Yeah. Well, we'll see exactly what is going to happen here, and whether EDG... They have taken away the Kindred now as well, so double jungle bans, targeting Swift. And Clearlove just a little bit there, but of course likes this control style that they will manage to put themselves in game number 1. Rek'Sai is actually going to hit the bench, so 3 junglers taken away. Theoretically 4, considering the fact that MLXG last split did play the Echo jungle with the Eye of the Watcher. Very weird build.
And we talked about how Clearlove has this priority towards Graves. Of course, he pulled out the Rek'Sai last time around, but he played a wonderful Graves across from RNG in the LPL finals.
That's very, very true. Rise is going to be the final ban here, though. So Dade, we're not going to see that one. But it does mean Alistair is left up. Still a lot of picks available here. Alistair and Maokai being the 2 champions of note that have sort of fallen out. Now that we've seen the adaptation from NewBee with the Rek'Sai and the Azir bans. Lucian being given a lot of priority here if they are going to lock that one in. It was hovered by EDG last time around, and they didn't decide to pick it up. It was, in fact, that Trundle that went away first.
Happy on your screen right now, formerly known as Pekko, formerly known as TNT.
Formerly known as.
Same
all
guy.
Sorts of different things, yes.
Very comfortable in this roster. Really the only change from QG to NewBee, now as they're known, is going to be Dade in that mid lane. Talking himself through this Lucian pick. Didn't really show up last game.
No, not really, but was sort of pressed out of his lane quite a lot. Just not quite able to close the distance necessary to get in the face of the Caitlyn. There's now Mouse thinking about grabbing himself the Maokai. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, Maokai Alistair seems to be sort of a perfect first round of picks here, but they wouldn't have the opportunity to go for that oppressive Caitlyn Karma lane. However, Maokai makes a heck of a lot of sense regardless. Already the hover here from Mouse. What would you sort of put into the hands of EDG here? They did put a lot of priority on the Trundle.
I like the Trundle as a flex pick, but obviously if you show the Maokai, it's pretty obvious where either or is going. I do like the priority on Victor, especially now that Azir is banned. We'll see if Dade looks towards possibly an assassin.
Yeah.
I have a couple in mind.
Yeah, we were talking in the break, and I was just saying, just really want to see Dade Zed. Don't care what happens, just would like it to be picked, but Victor is going to be picked up here.
Dade was having quite an issue last game, despite Rylai's core, making sure that his Chaos Storm was getting the full amount of damage. Obviously, a couple zeros and a decimal point may have been added to the damage on that ability. Just a straight buff, but the trick of it is you have to keep a minute longer.
Yeah, actually, the initial burst damage of the Chaos Storm was taken down just a little bit. But otherwise, it does excruciatingly large amounts of damage. We saw that when Deft, unfortunately, took a few extra ticks of it in the last game, it made short work of the Caitlyn.
I feel like the general consensus is across the 6.10 patch is moving away from this idea of nuke mages to more sustained damage mages.
Yeah.
So even if you look at Annie and Brand, yes, Brand will be able to kill most people if you know he's on clock in a single rotation through his spells, but it's still his damage has been spread out over time as opposed to, you know, like Annie rocking up, dropping all her buttons on you, and then just being done.
She also is semi-Scion now as well, with the fact that Tibbers gets extraordinarily mad if you kill Annie and goes about killing everyone.
I'm all about the Thornmail support, Annie. Maxi.
Damn right you are. Well.
That was Xin Zhao, if you guys weren't used to that portrait.
Yep. There's the new one.
It was hovered.
Not going to be picked here, I don't think, here from EDG, but we do have a couple of lock-ins on the side of NewBee, though, that we did skip over, as Graves and Trundle have been picked up.
I was going to say, he's going to jungle Eve.
Oh, yes. And people might think, you know, oh, Evelyn jungle, he must be trolling. But this is Clearlove. If he wants to win, he locks in Eve, and he's going to do so right here. Eve and Caitlyn locked away for EDG. Clearlove really wants to win this game.
Yep, legacy champion for Clearlove here. Very comfortable on the Evelyn.
I also really, really like it. The fact that you have Agony's Embrace now to pair with the Gravity Field / Chaos Storm. Like, think about that mid-game potential. That's ridiculous.
My only concern right now is they really need some heavy disengage. So Evelynn and Maokai are very reliant on flanks.
Yep, and they are very in champions.
Yes. And so right now, if Maokai is looking for a home guard flank and Eve is trying to utilize her stealth so she can get to the side and lay down her ultimate across multiple members, you got nothing standing in front of you for your Caitlyn and your Victor. So I feel like they need a Braum here, they need an Alistar here, they need some sort of disengaged champion to keep those two safe while Clearlove and Mouse get into position.
I'd almost like a Janna, to be honest.
Could do Janna.
Because Janna Caitlyn is also just a really disgusting lane.
And it's scary to pick Alistar here, seeing that Bard.
Exactly, and this has just, like, if we go back to MSI and have a look at, like, what the most oppressive lanes were, if you look at the only game that Supermassive were able to win, it was Double Doge and Archu on the Lucian and the Bard, and Bard did more damage than Huhi, the mid laner, for the first 15 minutes of the game.
Mammy.
In that game. Just ridiculous.
Oh, I hope he locks in Nami.
Well, it's also, it's another one of those options, right? I mean, disengage-based supports, you mentioned that. Mako could go towards the Braum if he wanted to.
He's really going to get bullied, though, if this happens
We
to be a 2v2.
didn't mention the fact that Dade's just picked up Kassadin.
Man, I'm already over the Kassadin.
Way past it.
So in the LPL, it's pretty historic that Kassadin is the counter, at least in the LPL, Kassadin is considered the counter to Victor.
Yep.
I think that both of these champions are in a great spot after the 6.10 mage adjustments. Kassadin in particular, his build path, just because of the
Rod
changes.
of Ages is so
The
cool.
changes to Roa, just pretty much it's a straight buff. Kassadin has the higher win rate over Victor in the LPL through 2015. We'll see if it continues here. Mako,
in the matchup, yep.
In the matchup. Mako is going to go ahead and lock in the Braum, so I'm curious if EDG are going to initiate a lane swap here. Because again, otherwise he is going to be at the mercy of the superior range support in Moore.
That's exactly right, and that lane is just very, very difficult to navigate. However, Caitlyn, always known for her laning phase, and we'll see whether Deft can keep up his phenomenal play from last game, of course, dodging out of the way of all sorts of things. But NewBee have most certainly changed things up with this comp. Everyone, apart from Happy, is playing a different champion and a different plan here. I mean, a lot of ability to move around the map and create havoc on the side of NewBee, but a bit of a change up here from EDG as well. Scout now moving towards that Victor. And it is just the AD carries that are staying static for both teams.
I think the big thing is that this Trundle should be utilized as a split pusher alongside Kassadin, whereas when you see EDG pick up a Trundle, you know that it's not going to be a split push threat.
Yeah, so it's sort of like the 1-3-1 versus another team fighting comp out of EDG. However, this one, not necessarily going to be that zone defense death ball, more like the double flanks here out of Evelynn and Maokai trying to get those teleports in the right places and siege up effectively. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's get in game number 2. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the riff for game number 2 after the sweet Clearlove shower scene. It is going to be one victory here for EDG.
Out of context, that's awful.
Well, that's what we just saw. It's like I'm a play-by-play caster. I'd call it how I see it, Frostgreen. It's precisely what we just saw. A Scout moving out. Rhyme unintentional as the defensive 5-point out of EDG begins. Mako actually finds the Winter's Bite onto Moore here.
Two
One
more
more
hits.
auto attack. Not going to happen.
Fog
He
of
moves
War.
into Fog of War, exactly right. Trade won by EDG at this stage. Back's going to come in as Happy wants to get another 10 health from the fountain. I have a feeling that his passive regen will be able to help him out there, but EDG just making sure that no one crosses that river line.
So a lane swap is being initiated by NewBee, but what I wanted to talk about, because what I was curious is after Moore takes all of that damage as Bard, if he's going to continue to attempt to invade and contest Deft and Mako.
Yeah.
Simply because Bard's biggest... So this is from Crapo. This is a great point from Crapo, obviously a big Bard player, is that Bard's biggest power spike is level 1, just because his auto attacks with Meeps pretty much one of the highest
meep slap, yep.
the highest damaging abilities in the game, level 1. And so he wants to keep everyone level 1, and he wants to make use of that big power spike. But the fact that he ran into Deft and Mako so early may have stopped that with the early back. But instead, we're going to have the Aussie lane swap, as it's actually going to be Deft and Mako checking it out.
Yeah, actually going to poke their heads in, make sure that the Gromp isn't taken, and it's not. NewBee did start it up, but EDG successfully stopped them from getting that slight level advantage, as Dade taking a cue here from Scout. Range advantage, of course, always going to give Victor a little bit of an advantage early on, but we'll see whether Dade can navigate things as the game moves on. Nice concussive blows proc comes in as Deft gets himself a free Peacemaker. Lots of damage onto more here as Mako tanking up happy. Nails another Winter's Bite. EDG actually laning this one out very nicely. Swift with a very early level 2 gank here. End of the line comes in. Scout moves out of the way of the damage. Takes another auto attack for it. We'll need to eat a lot of biscuits.
Really just creating space for Dade to safely be the melee champion in this ranged matchup on that cast to get him closer to that level 6. But issue was when Deft and Mako walked into lane to lose a trade like that with level 1 Bard, A, you ate the concussive blows, so you have the danger there of having that stun proc. But more importantly, Happy didn't turn off that creep wave until way too late. It was effectively more 1v2 before Lucian was like, hey, maybe I should participate here.
Maybe I should help them out, exactly right. Well, Arcane Smash from Mouse here actually going to try and get V away from him. Grasp of the Undying comes in one more time, and the Maokai is struggling a little bit right now in this matchup. Sap Magic will help him get back up as well as those potions, but he's now completely out of sustainability in those items. Could be a dangerous lane once again for Mouse.
Yeah, certainly getting bullied around, although doing much better on the CS front this time around, 11-13, but we'll keep an eye on it, as it's actually a support battle over both junglers and pretty much isolated 1v1 between Happy and Deft.
Yeah, and just making sure that EDG can keep their eyes on Swift, make sure he's not going to be ganking Scout there in the mid lane. Held onto his flash, of course, and is now headed back to base, grabbing himself an extra Doran's Ring just to try and take control of this lane. Teleport back in from Mouse. He's going to be able to keep farming this one out. Nice Cosmic Binding lands onto Deft. Unbreakable, not going to shield too much of that damage as more. One more auto attack. This could be a lot out of here as the auto attack, not quite enough. The Ignite's going to tick down, eats himself, and drinks himself a delicious cup of cocoa. Things are going to be absolutely fine as Clearlove. Not sure whether he was seen as there are pings down. Mouse once again in trouble as the pillar did go down.
And they're simply not respecting Mako on this Braum.
No.
You keep the creep wave in front of you. You need to get control of it. And yes, Deft is doing a great job as Caitlyn, using her Q, getting control of the creep wave, constantly having it pushed in so that way there's less creeps in front of Happy and more to protect them from the Winter's Bite. But still, you cannot let that ability connect on you so easily. It's losing them all of these trades.
You can see actually Clearlove is going to find that his blue buff has been started off. Makes his way in, we'll see it, will have the smite available. Actually doesn't, as Clearlove does grab away the blue buff. Now Swift in potentially a bit of trouble. Victor with the inside track. Mouse is going to get in there. Flash Twisted Advance is going to come down. And that's going to be first blood going to Clearlove. EDG starting things off beautifully. And he just looks so comfortable on the Evelyn.
Yeah, Swift goes for a very aggressive invade, not having control over the bottom side of the map. It was a wave pushed into V, so naturally Mouse is going to get there first. And it was really that lockdown of the Twisted Advance that put Swift in the ground. So tries to play aggressive and gets punished.
It's beautiful, and it's really great to see. Oh, flash out of Dade as Mako was making his way in. Winter's Bite would have slowed him down. Death Ray would have been very easy. Lots of damage out of this EDG mid laner.
And it's where Scout has the wave right now. It will push back towards Dade, but right now all of the advantage that Swift had given Dade on that level 2 gank has pretty much been absorbed by Swift dying in Clearlove's jungle and that drive-by gank.
Yeah, precisely. Well,
I didn't count the creeps. He's donezo.
You can see Dade actually taking a bit of damage here, but in goes more. We'll see what he can do. Lock him down. That potential Cosmic Binding doesn't because Gravity Field's there. Scout grabs himself a stun and will be absolutely fine. Does, of course, have that flash back up. Or does have flash up.
Okay, so the issue is that Dade has more creeps on his side as the incoming wave came in.
Yeah.
I missed 2 creeps when I was counting that. To be fair, the camera panned real quick.
Yeah, well, I just give up on counting the creep waves. I leave that one up to the experts like you, Frostgreen.
Basic math. It's hard sometimes.
It certainly is. I would not be very good at counting cards in blackjack.
Dade needs help with this wave.
We'll see whether Swift is actually going to be able to make his way in and do so.
That is why Swift is here, but Mako is also here.
Yeah, Chaos Storm is available here from Scout. Just hit level 6. Swift, of course, level 5 now. Mako level 3, though. Probably wants to get back up. As Clearlove does have Agony's Embrace right now. Gives away his position right there by using the stand beside me. Stand behind me, sorry.
It's fine, though. Through Scout's laser, Wave will finally bounce back for Dade, so the CS discrepancy still going to be quite sizable in Victor's lead, but Dade should be able to shore some of it up underneath this tower, and not in a terrible spot for Kassadin versus Victor.
Yeah, of course, and has now hit that level 6 mark, so Riftwalk going to be there, going to be able to help him get a little bit more harassment down, and of course give him a whole lot of safety. So do have a look at
wards.
The vision game one more time, and this time EDG, of course, moving it towards the top side of the map, because where is Deft and Mako?
This is my favorite
top side
game.
Of the map. Yeah.
Figuring out what the graphs mean on the bottom side of the screen.
I know, right?
Is that a Predator map? Is that?
I think we've nailed it so far. Don't know why it told us exactly where Deft had been for the last little while as Peacemaker goes wide. Happy, not going to juke it. Mind games on the top side of the map.
I'm going to say the guy just got really excited backstage. He's like, let's bring out the Heat Seeker map. And then just fat-fingered missed the jungler, hit the Caitlyn.
Yep.
See, she's been in the bottom lane.
Well, the siege is on. The Deft and Mako here towards the top side, still with a CS lead.
Check out where Clearlove is. This is the Clearlove special. A lot of people,
Ow.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, Concussive Blow is actually going to be procced here as well. 200 health is more. As nice Cosmic Binding comes in. Yeah, the Ignite's down as well as Deft able to fire back onto Happy. Creep Wave doing some damage. Peacemaker comes in, but Happy, he'll have to go back after this creep, and Clearlove is going to stop him from doing it. There's the ultimate. Just throws it down and gets the kill. It's going to be a second there as Clearlove has 3. Swift finds his way in. Will he be able to get the shutdown? I have no idea because that's just Clearlove's face. Swift was able to pick it up. Mako flashes out. Swift not going to be able to flash over the wall because he used it before, but Quick Draw is going to be there. And Deft now might actually have to move out of the way. Lots of damage comes in. Concussive Blows might need to be procced here to keep Deft safe. One more auto attack, that's going to do it. Trap goes down, and Swift is not going to be able to find the kill, but that's one already, and that is the one he needed onto Clearlove.
Yep, 2 for 1 trade, but more important, it's where the trade was allocated. So it is going to be, like you said, Swift picking up the gold, which means that Happy and Moore are still in so much trouble when they match up across from Caitlyn and Braum again. Here's the replay, and Mako was just playing this lane so well. Ah, the Clearlove special.
Watch the ultimate, guys.
So something that Clearlove does really well, he was criticized through 2014 and kind of early 2015.
Oh, that was Smite.
Yeah, he smited him first and then he ulted.
Yeah.
Is that Clearlove wasn't an aggressive enough jungler. Obviously, Clearlove has kind of changed it around and now has this reputation of being aggressive and passive. You know, the fact that he's meta-resistant, that he can play multiple styles, has made him such a potent and powerful, long-lasting jungler in the LPL scene. But something he's always been good at is shadowing underneath his lanes and making sure that he's always on the right side of the map where the pressure is, which is exactly what happened there.
Yeah. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that Evelyn does % current health damage, so you actually cannot kill someone unless they're on 1 health with her ultimate. So it had to have been the smite. I just sort of lost my mind for a moment.
I wasn't gonna.
Yeah.
There's always that moment where you're like, do you bust them?
Yeah.
No, it's okay, Atlas. You're always right in my eyes.
And don't worry, I've always got it if you don't manage to do so.
I was waiting for the replay to pull it back.
Yeah, exactly right. But
and I wasn't even going to point it out. I was just going to be like, and there's the smite.
I was an avid Evelyn player in my time.
I can see that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that was back when her ultimate just did a heck of a lot of damage and you built a Deathfire Grasp and you played her in the mid lane.
Let's go ahead and check in on the items.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hard advance.
Yeah, nice work.
We've got the completed, we have both flat AD items up and available for Caitlyn, so looking for that BF sword into the pickaxe. From here, Caitlyn's typically then go into the Zeal, upgrade into Hurricane before completing the Infinity Edge, because it's more about sieging than it is about trying to crit those towers. But Swift may have something else to say about it.
Yeah, Cosmic Binding actually not going to find it onto Mako there as the teleport's going to come in. More and a whole host of trouble. Another auto attack will do it. Tries to Tempered Fate his way out, but he's a little bit late. That's a trade 1 for 1 as both supports are going to fall. But in goes Clearlove. And look at this damage. B has to flash his way out, but is it even going to be enough? Hate Spikes coming in. Clearlove able to clean that one quite nicely there for EDG.
And exactly where he needs to be always. Clearlove shadowing underneath, shows up, and then Deft's items discrepancy really speak for themselves. Here comes the dive.
Yeah, Twisted Advance comes in there from Mouse, tanking up the turret like nobody's business. And just, that's like 4 turret auto attacks. Still fine as Clearlove's just going to help clean out this turret. First outer is going to fall, and EDG are well in control of this game.
Yeah, that's a sizable gold lead at about 12 minutes into this game. I'm going to say 3K, even though it's closer to 4K.
Yeah, lock it in.
Yeah. Deft. My curious thing is what's he going to itemize as soon as he gets back if Moore doesn't kill him.
Yeah, well, Meep slaps are coming in as
Get him.
Deft is just trying to drink as
Sick
much
him.
potion as possible. Kiting back nicely.
Ignited.
Yeah, there it is. The culling is going to be used, and Clearlove just going to make it a 1-for-1 trade. Stand Beside Me comes in as Mako nails another chair. But Happy not going to fall as Clearlove, he's got jungle to farm. He's got things to buy.
Good news, though, is that Happy caught a bone.
Yep.
Has his Caulfield Hammer completed, as well as finally picked up a kill. Unfortunately, had to trade Moore's life for it, but that's fine. And it is actually going to be the Infinity
Whoa.
Edge. So here's the question. Obviously, you get an initial battle power spike going for the crit passive on the Infinity Edge versus looking for your attack speed and your Hurricane. I have a feeling that Deft actually just went back and was like, I have enough money to buy the Infinity Edge. I'm going to go ahead and do this. But you now have a window of opportunity for EDG where they can continue, and Deft's actually walking back towards the top lane, continue to fight and to make use of your battle advantage with the I-Edge build as opposed to your sieging advantage with a Hurricane or a Zeal Rush.
Yeah, this just shows the fact that EDG, they want to stay in this laning phase, try and dominate as best they can.
I think they're going to collapse over the Rift Herald, and Deft's actually up there to just clear the wave. They should collapse onto that, put it onto one of their split pushers, and start to siege up anyway, or contest for this dragon.
Well, we'll see exactly what is going to happen here as Moore just pushed away from the river. Happy going to set up shop in the mid lane as Dade was back. Grabbed himself the Rod of Ages. Has made it. Of course, Scout with still a fairly sizable lead in that mid lane, 27 CS. Happy now dodges out of the way of a lot. Gravity Field goes down just to try and zone. Tempered Fate comes in. No one's going to be tagged by it apart from a couple of minions. Mako happily takes a turret shot and they wander out of the way. Time bought, though, for NewBee.
I mean, the scary thing is we didn't touch about this in Champions Select because I wanted to see if it came to fruition, is anytime you fall behind on a Kassadin composition, your towers are just gone, especially across from the likes of Caitlyn.
Yeah.
You just don't have the wave clear to keep these structures
God,
up.
Happy in so much trouble. The last auto attack not going to come in there as the Magical Journey going to be taken by Scout. What are you doing, buddy? Uses the flash, gets himself out of the way, but oh my God, Clearlove, so much damage. Dade wants to try and clean up. Scout not going to fall down. After that, Q comes in. A little bit of a miscalculation. And now Mouse, he's hunting Dade. This is going to be the turret falling down, though. EDG, they do come out on top, despite the fact that that was very interesting from Scout.
Okay, timeout, calm down, everyone's alive.
Yep.
Except for Happy.
Except for Happy.
That's fine.
Ironically.
That was almost beautiful from EDG. Great sieging, zoning everyone off. NewBee just completely out of position to hold their structures. We talked about this. If a Kassadin comp falls behind, it's pretty much our combined wave clear of Graves and Lucian. Please, mercy.
Yeah.
We can hold out. But across from Caitlyn and Victor, your structures go bye-bye. Taking that Magical Journey, though, kind of a questionable call. Things maybe went a little bit sideways after, but it's okay because Dade burned Teleport, didn't calculate his damage.
It's his first game in the LPL, you know. Nerves are bound to be there.
It was interesting.
It was certainly interesting, and he was fine in the end. It ended up baiting Happy into the fight, so
it was like
could have just been genius, honestly.
A really long Magical Journey.
Yeah.
That was the beauty of it. You knew, like, halfway through the tunnel, he's like, this is a bad idea.
Yeah, he's like, I regret this, I regret this, I regret this. He had a lot of time to regret it as well, which was a little bit unfortunate. But in the end, it is going to be double upgrades on that Hex Core for Scout in the mid lane. Has himself some Lucidity boots as well. Not going for the Swiftness boots that Dade grabbed. More than happy with his current movement speed.
He's not running Ghost either. That was the other iteration. And we saw this in the LCK, is that Victor took Ghost. Obviously, Ghost is on a every time I try. Get him. Come on, I stopped my point for this.
Nailed the crit. Oh, actually might be able to get it here as he dodges out of the way. Beautiful stuff. The stun comes in, but there's the Tempered Fate. Will need to flash. There's the coming from Clearlove as they pick up one. Swift is going to fall down as well. Deft somehow alive. Red buff is going to do it there for Swift as he locks down the Revenge Kill, but it's still a 2-for-1 trade. EDG and Clearlove especially, just everywhere.
Yeah, beautiful collabs, making sure, again, I always use the word shadowing. That's the thing that Clearlove's really good at, is just shadowing behind Deft and Mako. They're going to be your core primary playmakers and carries, and Clearlove just makes sure that he tags along and helps set them up and facilitate.
Exactly right. Well, EDG looking for some damage on this outer turret on the bottom side of the map, but not going to find too much of it, as a tree and a dude holding a chair ain't going to do much damage to it.
Maokai has some pretty high flat AD.
Oh yeah, his level 1 base damage, highest in the game for a melee champion, I believe.
I was going to
Spawn
say,
will tell you.
he chipped pretty well on that tower, if I don't say so myself.
I appreciate the pun, Frosco.
I tried. I had a point. What was it?
I don't know. We went into tree puns and then everything just went
Ghost!
wrong there. Aha!
Mountain Dragon.
Well, Mountain Dragon is actually going to be picked up. Our first one of the series so far, as EDG are going to be able to lock that one through. Gives you more damage on sort of neutral objectives as well as turrets. And if you've got a Caitlyn on your team, having a Mountain Drake feels very good in the mid game.
Bonus percentile damage. I believe it's 10, 20, and 30%.
Mm-hmm.
So they have 10% on
And
towers
it's true damage as well.
epic monsters.
Pretty ridiculous. If you were going to rate it, where would you put it in your scale of dragons?
Oh, thanks for the softball. So my opinion is that when you come to sieging, okay, so there's kind of two trains of thought here. Obviously, Mountain Dragon is always going to be a high priority simply because to win the game, you have to go through the towers.
Mm-hmm.
And so that makes it kind of the most effective and most important dragon in that regard. But if you're thinking about, you know, cost value worth of stats, Infernal Dragon's going to give you damage and scaling AP and AD, so it's going to give you effectively like lane dominance if you get it early. Ocean Drake is going to help every time.
Yeah.
Ocean,
Don't worry. He's going to be fine. He has Rift Wall.
Ocean Drake is going to assist you in kind of like these elongated mid-game periods where it's about finding roams and, you know, the region really kicking in to make sure that you stay on the Rift longer, that you're opening up more ganks and more opportunities for you. So I think that Mountain Drake's possibly the most important, but for early game, I actually think Ocean Drake and Infernal Drake might be slightly more important. And then once you're past or close to that kind of 25 up point, Infernal Drake, its scaling stats are ridiculous for your gold value back.
Nice steal there from Swift.
He
As
got
we go
it.
back to the game, grabs himself the red buff. You can see our observer saying, yeah, damn right he did. As Death Ray comes in, doesn't find the second tick, but EDG setting up for a siege here towards the bottom side. New Mountain Drake there. Lots of damage there onto Swift as he steps on a trap. And Dade takes half of his health there. And Mako uncharacteristically missing.
TP from behind, though.
Yeah, exactly. NewBee actually trying to close in on this one. They are trying to get back into their Death Ball or EDG, and there goes the pillar as Mako just standing in front of Deft. He's very low. Dade finishes him off as Mako, the tip of the culling, not going to quite be enough, but Swift is going to be able to pick that one up there. And now EDG running for the hills. Double kill for Dade. Clearlove throws down the ultimate, gives himself a big shield, but the chase potential is not going to be there out of NewBee, but what a team fight.
Yeah, 4v5 and NewBee come on top. Dade finally gets to that back line, so they couldn't do it in game one, finds the Kassadin pick and gets Deft in game number 2, and that's a 2-0 Kassadin now.
Yeah, beautifully done, despite the fact that Deft still did a heck of a lot of damage in that team fight.
He did. Good positioning as always, but you can only outrun so many Rift Walks. Likewise, V played that fight very well, making sure that he had those pillars to cage the rest of EDG for nice cleanup duty for this Kassadin.
Yeah, true. V also going for a very early Ravenous Hydra this time around.
Again, we talked about kind of the differences. You saw Mouse's build last game on the Trundle. He was effectively a secondary support, really just there for the disengage for EDG's comp. Whereas V and Kassadin, if this Trundle and Kassadin get going, you're opening up a massive 1-3-1 split push opportunity. Because what type of lane assignment do you send across them? How do you stop them? At some point, Maokai won't be able to stop Trundle.
And I really love it out of NewBee as well. The fact that they've managed to sort of test EDG completely as V is just going to die. Deft picks up the kill. Just caught bacon.
Well, you know, if he's caught by 3 people.
Caught bacon. Yeah, unfortunate. There for V.
What was he
Just
baking?
as we were singing his praises as well. Bacon cupcakes, I think. So
I
believe it
see.
was-
Caitlyn,
Yeah,
I got it.
yeah, that was a pretty good one, I thought.
Nailed it.
Look, I need to take what I can get, as Clearlove has. Actually caught out of position more. Swift going to make his way in. Smoke screen goes down. They don't want to take that magical journey into a potential death. Deft and Clearlove just going to step around the side. This inner turret could possibly be under fire in a few moments.
They do have a window of opportunity where there's a TP advantage for EDG, however, as they continue the siege. It is going to be the standard max trap Caitlyn to empower her sieging.
Yeah, as well as look at the gravity field going down at the same
Actually,
time. So
he
much
maxed
zoning control.
Q.
Yeah, that's what you do, isn't it?
No.
Oh, okay. I'd always max Q just because, you know, that
Again, he
damages.
itemized into the Infinity Edge, so looking for those battle stats.
Yeah, exactly right. Tempered Fate looking for Scout. Finds him there as well as V's going to make his way all the way up to the Victor. But there's the Chaos Storm. More. Takes a lot of damage. Cluelove right in the middle of this fight. Dade still high health. Mouse in a lot of trouble. Flashes out of the way. But EDG all over this team fight for now. Deft picks up that last one. But Dade finishes him. And it is 2 versus 2 as the dust settles. 3-for-3 trade. NewBee actually now on the offensive. Cluelove invisible again. And Scout with still a lot of damage. Exhaust up very soon.
Trying to set a trap for Dade here. We'll see if they're able to execute it. Have to be careful, though. This Kassadin is starting to get out of control. We talked about this. The 6.10 adjustments to items, particularly the 6.9 patch, if we're being correct.
And once again, the damage in the team fight. Very high on the side of EDG, but unfortunately unable to find the kills in the end as Dade uses his Rift Walk to get out of the way. There's the slow from the Rylai's. Another one comes in. The exhaust is there, though. And Scout moving so quickly with that Q. There's the shutdown. Cluelove grabs it. And normally you'd say, oh, Jungler got it. But no, when he's on the Evelyn, he's got his carry pants on, ready to take things into the late game. More just scouting things around. There is a lot of members of NewBee moving up here. Gravity Field goes down. He's going to get stunned. Swift can't close the distance. But V, meanwhile, is going to be able to grab himself a turret.
Yeah, coming online with his ability to split push. We'll see if he's caught out anymore, which is effectively what started that elongated trade on the top side of the map in the first part.
Yeah.
I wanted to quickly check in on Cluelove's build. So he is sitting 10-1-5 on this Evelyn right now, has his Rylai's up and online, as well as his Echo jungle item.
Yeah, the Runic Echoes, of course, coming in there. Going for the cooldown reduction of the Lucidity boots. We'll see what he actually builds next. Because it might be the Zhonya's, something like that. He does have a cheeky little book there.
He went for
goes
Abyssal.
for the Abyssal Scepter. Now newly with some cooldown reduction.
And he did that straight out from an Amplifying Tome.
Yeah.
So he was sitting on quite a sizable amount of gold for that last team fight.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really good point.
I try.
Yeah, and of course having that aura there as well will help Mouse's damage, Scout's damage there as well.
You went for Maokai first?
Yeah, well, I was reading down the line.
It'll really help out Maokai.
We
never mind the AoE Chaos Storm, but the Maokai, the tree is good to go.
Oh, we busting chops today for Oscar. I got to really watch out. Now EDG moving 5-man strong up the mid lane. Of course, NewBee don't know quite where Cluelove is, but they probably assume that he's hanging around. Pillar goes down. Mako just standing right up in front. They're just trying to siege this one where they can. Dade finds his way in. Tempered Fate doesn't find anyone, though, as Deft quite low. Dade still looking for his way into this fight. Ventral Maelstrom goes down. Mouse trying to get himself into a position to reduce damage for his team. You saw him standing on top of Deft. Wants to make sure that he can't get assassinated by Dade one more time as Cluelove has found out the Kassadin. He'll need to Rift Walk his way away. Does so.
It's just so different how Koro and Mouse and even V are kind of playing around as these top laners. Mouse is effectively used entirely for
Oh my goodness, the longest twisted advance ever as Mouse finds himself out of position. Mako right in there, uses the Unbreakable. The turret falls down and Mouse is still alive. These magical journeys for EDG just seem to be A-okay.
Caster Curse.
Yeah.
But Mouse was effectively using himself entirely for peel. He wasn't looking for the hard engage flanking
Certainly
Maokai.
won't again, because that was very scary. As here's another teamfight. Deft burning to death with that Ignite. Will it be enough here? No, it's not. Manages to get out. NewBee, though, will utilize this in order to grab themselves a dragon.
It is going to be Cloud Drake, though, comparatively to EDG's Mountain Drake.
Yeah.
Still don't rate Cloud Drake very highly. In
The Linker Drake, not a fan?
Okay, so kind of cool things that can happen with Cloud Drake, because I was trying to do the math on this,
Yeah.
is if you get all three, it's plus 45 bonus.
And gives you a really cool animation, Proskrin.
And gives you a really cool blue cape.
Yep.
Dead Man's Plate looking thing.
Yep.
But it gives you plus 45 flat, and if you have Swifties, that's 60 plus, 45, which gives you 105. Mobility is at 115, so you effectively have 10 less movement speed than your mobility boots out of combat, and then you have Swifties in combat. So I think that that's like the one scenario where Cloud Drake is actually really good.
Yeah, and especially if you've got one of these comps that wants to be moving around a lot, or if you've got an annoying split pusher that wants to move a lot more quickly. I think a lot of these dragons can be utilized differently based on what your team comp is and which ones you should be prioritizing as the game moves on should sort of vary based on what your comp can do.
And I like the idea of
The flexibility does, it's exciting.
the responsibility on pivoting. I
Yeah.
think it's really going to start to show the difference between teams that have great shot callers and kind of can adapt in-game rather than teams who are coached really well. You know, you set them up on the timers, everything's very mechanical, it all kind of falls into line versus just having that brain on the Rift with you.
Yeah, that's why I'm excited to see RNG play. Of course, Mata being basically a coach as well as a support player. Of course, that will be tomorrow, game number 1. As WE take on RNG. But currently EDG pressing up here towards the bottom side of the map. Ult goes out. Swift going to tank that one up. Quick draw not going to really help him out too much there as Gravity Field in there one more time. We'll see whether the traps actually make it in as Deft once again taking a lot of damage. Uses the net, makes his way out. There's more. My god, takes so much damage. Clearlove holds onto the ultimate. Chaos Storm still available here as well from Scout as EDG. So many of their tools still available, and in goes the trap line. There's 5 of them now. Ain't no one from NewBee moving across that line.
And it was a second max on trap there for Caitlyn's sieging potential. As well, she has 3 items, so 2 attack speed items, the Zeal and the Hurricane, as well as her Infinity Edge online, so a very potent and powerful Caitlyn. And likewise, we can quickly touch on Happy's build because he did not opt into the Black Cleaver Ghostblade build this time around.
Yeah.
He actually went for the, I'm going to call it late game, back to the Essence Reaver Lucian build.
And this is actually the vote, ladies and gentlemen, because I have a feeling if it was in fact win rate for week 1 of the LPL, last split, QG would have been pretty high. So NewBee's percentage will be higher. So that is the vote. Our friends in China saying that EDG have gained a % now that they've won a game, which makes sense.
Confidence. It was that one extra person. He's like, I changed my mind.
Yeah, I've changed my mind.
They're looking good.
He just wanted to check out Dade to see whether we got spring or summer.
Dade's,
He's playing well this game.
yeah, acceptable.
Yeah. 3-1 and 2 now. Has the Abyssal Scepter completed. Tier still stacking here at the same time, so we'll have that Seraph's Embrace online relatively soon. And, you know, when you go for that sort of Rise-style build, you will have a lot of added power moving forward. Clearlove caught out of position here as well. May need to ult to give himself that shield. Actually decides not to. There it is eventually as collateral damage, not quite enough. Mako was looking for a stand beside me opportunity if they were to chase. Doesn't get in there though. NewBee can't get the pick.
Yeah, nothing will really come from it. Pings do go down into the mid tower, but unfortunately they need to take Scout out and remove a lot of this wave clear before they can start sieging any sort of objective. They need to really start back to this 1-3-1, which you can see Dade finally heading up toward the top side. So NewBee, at 28 minutes in this game, finally executing on their comp.
Yeah. But we'll see whether it's going to be successful as well. Both the
It can.
teleports are up.
So the issue right now is you finally get Dade and V out into the side lanes, but there's no pressure in the mid lane because they just took some chunks.
Yeah.
So Moore and Happy and Swift all have to be in position simultaneously with their side wings.
Oh, as well, we've got a change up in build here on the side of Happy. So he's decided to go for that Essence Reaver this time around. Wants the added damage. Mortal Reminder is going to be coming up very soon for 3rd item. So looking for that late game Lucian. And understanding that NewBee, of course, took the game very, very late, relatively easily, despite the fact that they fell behind in a lot of that map pressure. Just saying that we want to give ourselves as much opportunity to win late as we can.
Yeah, but they're not playing the map as efficiently as they could. V forced to back up right now simply because there's no other pressure points on the map. Again, Happy and Moore have not created a big enough target in the mid lane for this Trundle to safely push up as far as he wants to. And again, talking about lane assignments, at some point, Mouse will be really unable to deal with V without some extra help.
Well, he's heading back towards the bottom side of the map now. V now moving into his jungle. We'll see where the next point of contest will be.
I have a feeling it's going to be in 50 seconds.
Haha. Could be a certain dragon coming up around that time. Of course, 1 remaining inner turret is there. 5 turrets taken here for EDG in comparison to the 1 of NewBee. 6,000 gold is roughly the lead. It's Edward Gaming looking to try and push out these minion waves. Possibly go towards their next objective. You can see lots of damage dealers towards the top side as Clearlove scouting things out.
I'm a little bit concerned that Dade doesn't have his Hourglass, though.
Yeah.
Just has the Abyssal Seraph's Embrace, so
Cheeky auto attack on this turret will have taken that one down as Moore completely out of position. He's going to die. Legendary Clearlove is now in there as NewBee actually going to be tagged by the chair as soon as he turns up. Going after that teleport. There's the ultimate out of Mako, but he's taking so much damage. Has to try and go back, but Dade picks up the kill. It is going to be traded immediately for Happy, though, as V has to flash out of the way. Mouse is massive in the backline as Swift down to about a third health. And Def just on the prowl, looking for as much as he can get. 2-for-1 trade in favor of EDG.
And we talked about this. NewBee tried to set up their split push into the side at 28 minutes, but no one is on the same page, and suddenly people are getting picked off as they're trying to set down a neutral ward line. It translates into a free Baron, possibly. Swift could look for another miracle still, but EDG in full control.
Oh, he's not going to be able to get his way out this time as well. Does have the ultimate, could throw that one in if he wants to. There he is! But he's going to die before... Oh, what? He still took it! What? Okay, end of the line, just stole Baron after Swift died. What is this devilry, Froskerin?
What a god.
Oh, I want this in slow motion.
Okay, Deft goes over the wall. Swift goes inside. There's the end of the line. Where's the smite? There's the smite.
Smites it down to 40 health.
Oh.
Oh.
That actually hurts my soul.
Yeah. I feel it. Mountain Drake number 2 coming in is EDG. Wonder whether they're going to be able to smite this one away. The auto attack's going to be enough. As Deft locks it down.
That's double
what
mountain,
is going on?
Mountain Drake for EDG. Yep. Bumps up their damage to 20%. I can't get over that.
You are done. Completely understood here as Dade takes a heck of a lot of damage from Mouse. Or is that one last Q and Mouse says, yeah, bring it on, man. I don't care at all.
It goes back to this idea that, you know, Clearlove maybe not respecting Swift as much as he should. He's only faced Swift once over the course of the year.
Well, that's not, it has nothing to do with Swift. He's smited and got Baron to 40 health. It's just silly. No matter what. Like, I don't really care.
But the fact that it's happened back to back.
Yeah.
Like, in the single contacts.
Real crazy.
But in the first game, too.
Oh, gosh. Well, Dade.
What's hilarious is EDG actually have a pretty atrocious Baron control rate. It got better as the spring split went on, but it actually started out as one of the worst in the league. But they do have the highest Dragon control rate in the LPL.
Yeah, and in fact, we're prioritizing Dragon a little bit more than they otherwise should last split.
The meta just shifted into them. How rare is that? Typically, EDG really fumble on new patches. It takes them a long time to really get up and running. If you were kind of pinpoint a weakness to Edward Gaming, that would be it. But I feel like 6.10 is just perfect for them.
Yeah, it's really working out. Hex Drinker now as well, built up for Deft, so we'll survive against Dade a little bit better. And we'll see what Clearlove is going to be picking up after his Zonya's Hourglass as well. So he actually built that out of just the Fiendish Codex, so he's just going back with lots of money in the bank. And final item will be that Void Staff by the looks.
Again, though, speaking of Hourglass, Dade does have the Seraph's Embrace. Previously, it was just an Archangel Staff, so he does have more survivability when he decides to go into this backline. That's pretty much entirely Dade's job right now. He's not janitorial duty. Obviously, if the opportunity presents it to himself, he can be, but his primary goal is to dive backlines and to kill Deft.
Well, EDG actually looking for a way in here, as you can see, moving up very aggressively.
Dade's in the bottom lane, though, has TP available to him, but will start to do significant damage to this tower.
Yeah, that W actually ripping through towers. As he has the Baron buff as well, remember. Survived, as Swift was the one that sacrificed himself to pick up that buff for the team. Turret falls down, one auto attack does it, but it's going to be traded, and Mouse is looking to try and stop Dade from pushing forward. Does so successfully. Empowered Recall going to get Dade back to base. But teleport is there from Mouse if anything was to happen. And EDG continue to move around. Deft just wanders casually out of the way of the Tempered Fate as Swift taking a fair bit of damage, but Mako as well, soaking as much as he can. The culling comes down. Clearlove can't quite find what he's looking for. The ultimate is still there. And NewBee just testing the waters. No teleport to come in from Mouse, holding onto as many triggers as they can right now on the side of EDG.
I'm watching Swift, sorry.
Yep, Dade as well. Took a little bit of damage.
Okay, so all said and done, Baron buff will be expiring in a short while, if not dropped off. Wish I could check. But it was a 1-for-1 tower trade, I believe.
Yes, it was.
Second tier tower, bot side for NewBee, top side for EDG, which, I mean, technically that's good news for NewBee simply because they are behind in gold, and anytime you can trade from behind, it's always going to be a favorable situation for you.
Yeah. There was also an inner turret when they've got 2 outer turrets yet to take as well. That's only 2 turrets taken for NewBee so far. 6 for EDG as they've taken the entire outer ring of both levels. So just inhibitor turrets remaining, as well as those couple of Nexus, pesky Nexus turrets still there. His Mouse is going to find his way in towards the top side of the map as well. So defending out those outers still. He has a, Randu and Zoom in there as well. So not going to be taking a lot of damage from V and Happy. But also the Subjugate going to be doing a lot of work. If NewBee find themselves in a team fight, is now Happy in trouble. Ultimate comes in from Deft. And Swift says, yeah, no, you can have it.
I'm farming wolves.
Yeah, exactly right. Just go back to base, mate. You'll be fine.
Yeah, it doesn't really have any lifesteal to augment that on his build, and Moore is caught out again.
One more time. The Magical Journey is going to be taken, and Scout's going to pick up the kill. Tag comes in, but it's a really nice gravity field. Scout playing around EDG so beautifully here in his first game for the team. And Teleport comes in, so Mouse trying to break open the base. Does so well by keeping that minion wave alive. And EDG will take an easy inhibitor off that one pick. Moore just not looking comfortable on the Bard at all. And we saw him on it last split as well. I mean, it's always been a little bit of a question mark. Does he play anything well other than the Braum and the Alistair started to get targeted?
It just comes back to kind of his tendencies as a player. Moore really likes to be on that front line as an initiator and a primary facilitator for his team. When you're playing Bard, it's more about this kite identity, this pick identity, and that's never really been Moore's bag. He's an Annie, an Alistair, a Braum player.
Yeah. And the Culling completely eaten here as the Tempered Fate grabs 3 members of EDG. The Pillar comes in fantastic position. Look at this AoE damage from NewBee as Swift makes his way into the backline. Dade going ballistic in this fight. Double kill already as now Mouse, he's the last one standing. Clearlove going to fall down. Could it be the Quadra for Dade? Welcome to the LPL, my friend. It's not going to be as Happy locks it down. But a triple for the Kassadin, and NewBee looked great in that fight.
And Moore says, timeout, guys. Let me get a reset on this. Finds a massive Tempered Fate on 3 people and sets up the perfect engagement for NewBee. They pull the trigger instantaneously. And Dade really showing that this Kassadin is up and online. Look at that damage done to champions.
Ludicrous. 6,200 damage approximately. Let's have a look at this one again, because it was just the fact that EDG got surrounded.
Yeah, great placement, and then following it up by the Pillar. And then, like we said, Dade just able to play cleanup duty when the opportunity presents it to himself, but more importantly, flashing and making sure he instantly gets on Deft.
Yeah, Clearlove used the Zhonya's, but it was all she wrote at that stage. Mouse proving to be very tanky, but look, NewBee winning that team fight. They will take it to the Baron as well. It's already down to half health. They don't have a jungler, but Clearlove nowhere in sight. This will be their second Baron of the game. Beautiful play out of NewBee, and they've found themselves right back in this game.
And again, another steal from Swift allows NewBee to keep their foot in this door, and taking that one team fight into 2 Barons. We could start to see a turnaround as EDG immediately go for the Elder Dragon. Now, this is kind of an interesting trade if they get this objective, which the empowered recall times from the Baron looks like NewBee are able to kind of reposition themselves on the map and deny that.
Yeah. More of Malmortius, though, has been picked up from Deft, so a little bit more healthy when Dade is going to jump on top of him. Of course, now has some lifesteal at the same time. So if he gets bursted out, he will be able to get himself back up to relative health values in the middle of these team fights. But not sure whether it's going to be enough, as Dade he's on 6 items. This is a very big Kassadin. And despite the fact that he doesn't have that Rabadon's Death Cap built up yet, he's got everything else, and there's also the scaling power of Seraph's Embrace based on that mana with the Rod of Ages. Just gives you so much AP to work with.
I just like the fact that he has the shield as well as the Hourglass to get back and to get into the middle and the thick of it.
We'll see whether he sells that Abyssal Scepter at some point as well and grabs himself a Rabadon's Death Cap just for massive percentile AP. You can see double cannon creeps here towards the top side of the map. Mouse, though, is going to be able to clear out this minion wave as V didn't want to get himself all the way underneath that turret. You can see Deft clearing out the pink ward. Elder Dragon still chilling.
Okay, needs to be reminded that Elder Dragon will provide some battle stats as well as a 1.5% on your dragons held. For EDG, that's 2 mountain dragons, which means that it's effectively sieging dragons versus sieging buff. If they manage to secure the Elder Dragon, that'd be incredible to see what would win out over the Baron buff versus their empowered mountain.
Well, precisely. At the moment, though, V, split pushing like a beast towards the top side of the map, still has that subjugate if Mouse was going to try and fight him. You can see he just doesn't do any damage. Be able to ignore him.
Yeah, lane assignments. At some point, this Trundle was going to become a problem for the Maokai. And he's just going to start sieging these towers, which means that EDG are going to have to allocate multiple resources to deal with him, which means that NewBee have the pick of the litter on what they want in the map.
Well, you can see now with the Baron buff especially, I mean, Mouse just can't get through these creeps. He does have the Vengeful Maelstrom up. He's trying to stop V from doing it, but he's going to break open the base right now. The Dragon has been started on the side of NewBee, and this split push power that they have is really working out for them. Finally, the Trundle in a bit of trouble as the turret does stay up, but the Dragon falls, and it is going to go to NewBee. Fantastic Tempered Fate comes in. They're able to create a position for themselves. There's a Cosmic Binding as well. I take back everything I said, More. You are playing beautifully this end of the game. And Dade actually struggling here against Deft, but the flash will get him to safety, and Deft out of position now, Happy able to lock it down, and this actually could be it as V flashes on top of Clearlove. EDG falling apart as Mouse, he's tanky, but he hasn't got any damage. NewBee are going to be able to lock this one in. That's the ace, and that could be the game.
More completely compensating for his lackluster early game. Now sitting 2-8-15, has hit 2 game-changing Tempered Fates to lead NewBee into massive fights. On the back half of that, really want to highlight V. He backed up from the Maokai, he got the TP in the flank, and he home guarded in to catch the back of EDG, making sure that that team fight wasn't just a one fight, it was a one game.
Yeah, second Nexus turret is going to fall down. It is going to be NewBee tying things up here with EDG, a team that looked so dominant in the early stages of that game. And NewBee with a 9-1-7 Dade, might I add, on that Kassadin in the mid lane. Beautiful play out of everyone as the game moved on. And I have to say, like, I'm glad that, you know, me being mean to Moore sort of turned things around, because that guy towards the end of that game, like you just said, so good.
But this is the NewBee that we really expected to see. Now, both these teams have a ton to prove. Obviously, you always want to win because you just want to be ahead.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at EDG. I believe that's now 2 back-to-back splits where they have not won the LPL title, whereas the previous 5 they held in a row. So EDG were setting themselves up to be this overarching dynasty, kind of the new dynasty coming into the LPL and just dominating it. And they've now failed to LGD and to RNG back-to-back.
Yeah.
So EDG technically are in a slump through their history. You look at QG, they come out of the LSPL, they're this big, dominant team. They love to team fight. They're ripping people apart. They come into their first split, they fall down in playoffs. They come into second split, they dominate for pretty much the entirety of the season, and then they stumble right again in playoffs, missing their chance barely at a Worlds entrance as well as an MSI entrance. So both these teams are in a slump, and it's so important to come into this game and to hit with a punch.
Well, and you can see already both of these teams taking swings, able to pick up games. It is a best of 3, so we'll have a deciding game very soon. But it's how they managed to win this game as well. They completely changed the strategy from game number 1 and said, okay, let's go for a split push style this time around. Let's change things up. And it was just beautiful, the fact that V was able to get himself into a position where he could freely split push against anyone. And in the end, it was sort of strategic play that really got NewBee ahead, and the fact that Dade was a complete beast on this Kassadin with 6 items, made it to the late game, and just tore the team apart.
It was really EDG also mismanaging their team fights. Again, we talk about what made EDG great at team fighting. It was Koro and Clearlove facilitating space for Deft to go crazy.
Yeah.
With Mouse taking over, he did well in game 1 as effectively being a secondary support, which he is role swapped from support. But this game on the Maokai, he's trying to play the peel game. It's not so much initiating with Twisted Advance, it's sitting back with his Vengeful Maelstrom and just trying to absorb a bunch of damage, and it's not working for them.
No. And once again, we did just see the not smite steal of the Baron. That was an end-of-the-line second proc steal of the Baron. Swift, back-to-back games. That is 2 Baron steals as well. Welcome back to the LPL. Swift, things looking fantastic in split number 2.
Yeah, looking great.
Just
And this is questions we had. you know, Dade on Samsung Blue, and then coming over into the LPL, he goes on Masters 3.
Yeah.
And then he played on QG's reserve team in the LPPL, which is their secondary league. So China actually has 3 leagues, the LSPL, the LPPL, which is the reserve league for the professional circuit, and then the LPL. So it's not like Dade has been completely out of practice this entire time. He has been playing games. The LPPL is not broadcast. But the idea is that Spirit and Swift have actually had a lot of comparisons to them.
Yeah.
And the fact that Dade is able to just pick it up and just fit right in with Swift, this is what we were looking for. This is the NewBee that I wanted to see, is that ceiling, but we'll see if they can close it.
Yeah, and the Game 1 jitters out of the way. It is going to be a victory there for NewBee, so we'll be going into Game 3, but we'll have a short break. When we get back, it will be Game 3 between EDG and NewBee. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. NewBee have just tied the series up for our first one of the LPL Split 2 with EDG, and the MVP is going to be more.
I actually
largely for the back end of that game, which honestly, yeah, makes sense, right?
Yeah, I 100% agree with this. I was for sure it was going to be Dade with his
I like
KDA.
That he looks a bit perplexed as well.
He's like, I got it? Are you sure? No, Moore showed up huge. Obviously had a really rough start of the game. I think was sitting like 1-7 for a portion there. But
caught
came
out of
back,
position all over the place as well.
But came back with 2 to 3 game-changing tempered fates, catching EDG out in choke points, locking down multiple key members, and allowing NewBee to get these beautiful engagements.
And then the Cosmic Binding straight afterwards as well. Just fantastic play. And look, this pillar coming up from V. V has been a player that, I mean, the laning phase in game number 1 was fantastic. V has looked really good moving into this split. This is all about Dade as well, able to clean up everything.
Yeah, Dade had a great game. Really happy to see him kind of go back to that assassin play. Not that he can't play the control mages like Victor, but I mean, Kassadin's so strong. I really want to see him to pull. I have a big question mark on Zed about where he fits in the meta, how strong he really is.
I think everyone does, right?
And I would love to see Dade just pull it out in game 3.
Well, look, we can all dream about the Dade Zed, but not entirely sure whether it's going to happen. This is actually one of the questions that I wanted to raise with you as well, is like, where all these mid laners really fit. We're expecting Kassadin to come back, especially when we're looking at things like the LPL, because we've got a lot of Kassadin players here, especially with everyone's sort of obsession as far as, you know, picks into the Victor are concerned. Yep. Victor now being strong again, Kassadin obviously going to make a resurgence once again in the LPL. But what are the other sort of options here? Because we've had a lot of mage changes, things like that, and sort of Scout and Dade, I mean, Dade, of course, a legacy player, Twisted Fate, like what are another few of his picks that he could be taking back?
So kind of the big issue and the big kind of golden chicken on the table is that Azir is still probably the S tier mid lane pick. So the counterplay to Azir is that he can't run teleport as comfortably as other mid laners, but effectively you're looking at Victor, Azir, and Ryze for me is kind of sitting your top 3 mid laners. Yeah. Twisted Fate has some flex play in there. But the other kind of pick that I think a lot of people have forgotten about is Ahri, because Ahri players will always be Ahri players. And like a lot of Victor and Kassadin players in the LPL, we have a lot of proficient legacy Ahri players. Obviously, anytime she goes into a matchup, it's going to be a skill-based matchup. So I'm kind of waiting. I expect OMG will probably return to Ahri, but I want to see the Zed. Don't think we're going to see Ryze anytime soon, and I would like to see a repeated Azir ban from the previous game for Game 3.
Yeah, and you mentioned Ahri for OMG. That is not Cool, who was, of course, the legacy Ahri player, but Icon, ridiculous player on any assassin that you give him, and, of course, managed to level 1 kill Pawn solo, I believe, Ahri versus Lulu back in split number 1, if my memory serves. We are into champion select here as Nidalee and Trundle going to be banned away on the side of EDG. I like the Trundle ban a lot, as Ryze and Azir once again hit the bench on the side of NewBee. It was EDG that banned away the Ryze the last time, but of course just seems to be that red side ban just because he's so strong. One of those S-tier mage picks that we didn't mention because he literally just spends all of his time on the bench.
Exactly. Doubt that we'll get to see him much as Rapid Star leading EDG through their draft. Final ban.
Interesting. Bans away the Maokai as well as the Trundle.
Mouse, we weren't happy with that.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what they're going to do as far as that first pick is concerned and what their thought process is for what they're going to pick.
I feel like with Maokai and Trundle both banned away, that priority pick has to go to Echo, so I would think that NewBee would ban it here.
And then the Kindred goes through.
Exactly, but that said...
whoa, okay, Caitlyn, they're going for a trade.
So leaving the Kindred available to Swift. So now the decision-making comes, do we deny Swift the Kindred, which is yes, or do we prioritize the Echo, which is the last standing really strong top laner left?
Yeah, and V, of course, can go towards that if he wants to. Will give V the, Mouse the counter-pick opportunity, but how many counter-picks to Echo exist?
Effectively, you're looking at, I'm not going to call it a counter-pick, but I'm going to say Poppy. So we do have...
seem to be what happens.
Yeah, we do have this discussion about, you know, who's the premier, you know, if we talk about the S-tier mid laners, who's S-tier in terms of the top lane. I still think that Echo is comfortably sitting up there. Poppy, I think, has moved down a little bit, but you can never put a price on her ultimate. The fact that a well-placed Poppy ultimate can eject members from a team fight, that's I mean, effectively, that ultimate could be worth 15,000 gold. If you eject the 15,000 gold carry from that team fight...
That's completely massive. As Lucian 3 games in a row there for Happy, so he's going to be able to lock that one away. Now Deft has to change up his option as far as that AD carry position, but I have a feeling Mako can snap away the Bard if he wants to. His Bard has looked beautiful, but Alistair once again is going to slip through, this time without the Caitlyn being necessarily what they're playing towards. The Cow has made his way back in. So Victor and Alistair locked away for EDG, and already these 3 champions very, very strong in their respective roles.
And this offers a lot of safety to Moore. So now that you see the Alistair, you can go back to the Braum because you're melee versus melee support, or he could go back to the Bard and he could completely dominate that lane with the range advantage as well as being next to Lucian. So right now we have NewBee hovering this idea of we're going to go 2v2 and we're going to put you in the ground.
Well, they are hovering the Bard, so you're exactly right. It does seem to be a consideration for now. Dade as well. Having a lot of thought. Rek'Sai could possibly be that option. We'll see how it does go into the Kindred. Something like an Elise is what I was expecting to see a little bit more play here on 6.10. Swift has been known to play these early ganking style junglers quite well. But the Rek'Sai we saw in game number 1 in the hands of Clearlove was beautiful. Was banned away in game number 2, and now once again poking her head out.
See, I agree. I thought that Elise was going to also be a much higher priority jungle, especially over her success that we saw at MSI. But I think it's this idea of going back to kind of control. Yeah. That with Nidalee and Kindred out, it's wanting to control your jungle. You still have a very insanely fast clear speed. Are you excited because of Twitch or Kog'Maw?
Yeah, no, I just love Twitch Kindred. But because how do you stop him from rat-a-tat-tatting?
It's the control over the monster objectives. Again, now that Dragon is a higher priority, now that Rift Herald, Blue Buff, and Red Buff are all higher priorities, having Rek'Sai, it's just like a pseudo buff. I still don't think she's, in my opinion, kind of cream of the crop where Elise, Nidalee, and Rek'Sai Kindred are, but yeah. I can kind of see the mentality here.
No, I like it. Still offers a lot of utility. Guaranteed to be that sort of knock-up bot towards the later stages of the game.
Lunchtime.
Yeah, Mouse actually going over a few obscure options there towards the top side of the map. I do like it, sort of the top lane Fizz has been played a lot more like a tank towards the top side of the map, not like that assassin play you see in the mid lane, but can go toe-to-toe with the old Echo just because both of them just crazy dashing around all sorts of fights. I just feel like, you know, they fit as a matchup versus each other. We'll see whether we see the teleport ignite out of Mouse to really do battle in that lane.
I mean, who sits here and is like the Fizz Echo matchup? What are the inner workings of this? Yeah. One of the cute things that Fizz will do, that I do know kind of the micro interaction of, is that Fizz will dodge out of Echo's Q on the return by using his own Q. So what he'll do is he'll dodge the initial shootout, and then he'll get really close to Echo, and then right before it returns to him, he'll use his Q to shoot off behind him, and then get an extra auto attack in.
I like that a lot, actually. NewBee, we did mention the Twisted Fate. They now have final pick option as the TF is being hovered here for Dade, but they lock in Viger. Never mind.
Wow.
So Viger's had a slight change?
Slight change. He now stacks by attacking enemy champions.
Yes. So you can sort of, we were expecting this to mean that, you know, Viger in a support position might actually be a little bit more viable because you can be harassing your opponent, building up that AP statically in lane without stealing away creeps from your AD carry. But Dade decided to take it into the mid lane, and we'll see how it does go. Of course, over time, I believe that you get the stun a little bit earlier than he did before it became, before it moved from instant with that baby cage.
I mean, the big thing is that Viger offers so much control when sieging still. So yeah, his kit has been adjusted a little bit about how he gets his power and where his power is spent. But the core concept of Viger being a very strong siege champion still exists in his identity just because he rocks up to a tower, sets down his baby cage, and guess what? You can't come near this.
And it's also fantastic into Kalista. Just because you put her in the middle of the baby cage, and then where does she jump to? She just sort of doesn't. She's in her baby cage.
Cries.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we'll see exactly how Dade is going to do. Already mixing things up as we move into 6.10 and Dade's return to the LPL. Coaches are going to shake hands. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 3 between EDG and NewBee coming right up. And there's Clearlove on your screen right now. Much drier than he was previously, as I believe we are straight into a pause as the game is just underway. Not going to be on Summoner's Rift just yet, but we'll be back as soon as we possibly can. Still some grins here on the side of NewBee especially, as Clearlove was looking stone-faced as usual.
Did you see that opening? I'd be all smiles too.
I don't think the players saw it, Frosker, and unless they turned around, she's just fanning herself down now, just making sure that she's going to be able to recollect.
It's hot in here. That's fine.
Oh my goodness. Okay, but let's talk about this draft because it's a little bit different. You know, we had a brief conversation as that intro was running. Just, you know, how did we get to the Viger pick? How was this a thing? I mean, you understand sort of the red side last pick, Twisted Fate. Oh yeah, no, we've nailed it. We've managed to get like a team comp that we can run Twisted Fate into. But how do you get a team comp that you just want to run Viger into?
I mean, Viger has so much control over. I'm looking down at my my draft face here. Viger has so much control over an area still with his. I don't want to call it a baby cage.
Event Horizon?
Event Horizon, thank you. And like you said, it works really well against the likes of Callista. Not Trundle. Victor is a very low mobility mage. So it's kind of your two big carries that you can very easily lock down and trap. So I kind of think that was the thinking here. I'm really curious how Dade is going to play it. Because so far we've seen 2 games where, yes, Dade did manage to go off in the back half of the Cassidy as kind of being janitorial duty. But the games actually haven't really been about Dade. He hasn't gotten a lot of attention. And I'm curious if he's going to need that on a pick like Vigar. If they're going to just leave him alone, scale him up, pick him up when it's time to siege.
Yeah, I also... he will get a fair bit of attention probably from Clearlove this game at the same time, just because Clearlove, when he does play Kindred, he likes to gank early and gank aggressively at the same time, often heading towards that mid lane. It is something that we've seen time and time again, and especially from Kindred players just in general. Get that red buff, go kill someone is generally how it works. So we'll see exactly how it is going to work, because Event Horizon is fantastic because she's going to be hop, skipping, and jumping all around the map. And if you jump into that wall, you're probably just going to die.
And the other question we had then is, for the majority of the series, in fact, the entire series, Nidalee and Kindred have been banned, so this is the first time that we will see her come through. And yes, I can rationalize Rek'Sai when Kindred and Nidalee are not available, just because then Rek'Sai is able to keep up with her farming. It's not like she'll get out-farmed. But now that Kindred's on the board, is this when Rek'Sai will really be outclassed? Or is it worth prioritizing this jungle control, and more importantly, this objective control on a 6.10 Dragon patch to take Rek'Sai into a pick like Kindred?
Yeah, it's a really good point. And actually, sort of, now that I think about it...
Because Graves was available.
Yeah, Graves was available. And look, the Lamb's Respite is going to be really, really useful for Kindred as well into this Viger, keeping everyone alive as Viger just throws out all of his spells to try and destroy someone. Just pressing that R button will be very, very effective. But if Clearlove gets stunned before he can use it, he may just die before he comes out. I think a lot of this game will actually revolve around Dade and his ability to make this Viger pick work as he misses the first Q.
It's about sending a message.
Yeah, precisely. And the message is, I sort of missed you.
I can't aim.
False sense of security achieved. Dade's master plan is coming to fruition. And he is, of course, the mini master of evil right now. So it's understandable that he has some sinister thoughts in mind for what he's going to do in this mid lane.
Is this true? Was Vigar actually voiced by Freak?
I have no idea.
I don't know if that was a rumor.
I didn't ask David when I was at MSI.
Someone will tweet me.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably
we'll message him after.
Too many people will.
Hey, did you voice Viger? He doesn't necessarily sound like Freak all that much, as Clearlove has a bit of a sing.
It's going to be standard lanes again.
Standard upside down lanes.
Oh,
actually,
I didn't
no,
even
it's
notice.
actually a lane swap. So Happy and More.
I was looking at blue side, but you are correct. NewBee are going to be initiating the lane swap.
So, like, I find this really, really interesting as well. The fact that the Callista Alistar lane is being moved out of by a Lucian Bard, arguably one of the strongest lanes in the history of League of Legends.
And again, the idea that Bard is not invading. So again, Krepo has this very hard and fast idea that Bard should always invade the enemy jungle just because he is one of the strongest level 1s. And so you're taking advantage over Bard's immediate power spike, where levels 2 through 5, he's not as strong. And again, his level 1 empowered by that meep slap, as he finally now looks for his invade.
Yeah, Mouse is tilted already, by the way. Missed all 3 of the creeps as he headed towards the top lane to try and get something before the bottom lane made it.
And this was an adaptation that we saw in the LCK, which I was curious if it was going to show in the LPL, is this idea of when the duo lanes look to invade the jungle, just immediately rushing towards the top wave and clearing it as quickly as possible with duo jungle and top laner to mess up the push, as well as to secure farm for your top laner.
EDG have a lot of offensive summoner Keystone Masteries.
We're going to kill people.
Yeah.
Battle of fervor.
We are fervoring towards battle.
Let's fervor.
In a serious, serious way. That is the trinity of fervor. Start 8 underneath his turret now. Seeing what he can do as far as farming things out. Scout might get ganked here by Swift, who tunnels his way in. There's the baby cage, nails it first off as the flash and the cleanse have to be used. Scout gets himself to safety, but that's double summoner spell. Swift says, what? As he makes his way out.
The power of Vigar being demonstrated by Dade right there. Gets a really nice catch against the wall on Scout, forcing, like you said, both the cleanse and the flash. It's now a question of, can Swift continue to punish that? Going for round 2.
Yeah, the cage has been set up. Scout not going to be able to get out of that one. First blood's going to go down relatively easily here as he grabs it. The last auto attack of that empowered Q auto will come out from Swift, and he'll nail that first blood for NewBee.
To think back, when Victor really came back onto the scene as like an up-and-coming pick, it was in kind of the same vein and era of Cho'Gath mid, and one of the biggest counters to Victor back in the day was taking Cho'Gath Rek'Sai, because he's so low mobility that if you hit him with one displacement, it pretty much guaranteed the other one to hit. It was just like a bounce castle of just instantaneous death. Vigar, the Thunderdome. Yeah. Where you going, buddy?
Exactly, and Scout just did not have the damage available to him to try and answer anything. I mean, he didn't get stunned, no, but he just couldn't go anywhere. Which is exactly what you pointed out earlier on, is the fact that Victor sort of uncomfortably immobile in that regard. Not immobile, just not able to move very quickly at any one time.
To be fair, though, pretty sure that Victor would have died whether that was a Rek'Sai, a Kindred, a Graves, or a Nidalee.
Yeah, the cage was set up. Things worked out quite well.
Cage about to be set up again. Scout's much more patient this time around. Da-da.
Yeah, exactly. The wave is pushing in as, he's going to walk, but there's the flash knock-up. Scout once again in the death cage, and that is just easy back-to-back kills.
It just
Swift
gives
grabs
you
both of them.
A free, what is it, dark matter still?
Yeah.
Okay, so the W there, the comet drop, the duration of the knock-up from Rek'Sai's Unburrow is pretty much the entire animation of the Dark Horizon. Not Dark Horizon.
Well, V's actually taking a heck of a lot of damage here as well. Deft is going to grab it as Mouse teleports in. Tanked up a couple of turret shots there, but EDG get one back on the board, and it's in the hands of Deft, which is very important.
Yep, likewise, they will get some much-needed chip damage on this tower as they're trying to push another wave into it. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, it is being answered by NewBee. Still, big advantage to Dade, and we talked about this. You know, the first 2 games, not a lot of focus to Dade. Were they going to spend time with this Vigar? Seems like we have our answer.
Yeah, and it is yes. You were wondering at home.
Confirmed.
Yep. 11 CS is the lead here for NewBee's new mid laner, Dade. Definitely legacy player, and I just love the fact that he's the one picking up sort of the new champions that we haven't necessarily seen so much of in times gone by.
So this is nitpicky, but if you look at the Dragon Pit, you have like the little non-dragon.
Yeah.
I wish that they would put the symbols of the dragons right there.
No, it's a mountain drake.
Yeah. What did I say? Non-dragon? Mountain dragon.
Yeah. No, that's what dragon's going to be.
But I feel like the one that should be spawning should be there.
Oh, instead of a little hourglass thing. Yeah, you're right. I understand that. Good point.
Because I just get so frustrated when my spectator doesn't look over, so I have no idea what dragon's coming up. I'm like, they have 6 minutes to prepare for this. Could be a cloud drake, or it could be an infernal drake.
It could be the good one.
Stay tuned next time.
Yeah. Well, you know, like you've got pretty good chance for it to be a good dragon. You know, Ocean Drake's still pretty good in the early stages of the game. Gets some regen, stuff like that.
Ocean Drake is very good.
Yeah.
I mean, effectively, if you're a jungler, we had an OPL pro say, if you're a jungler and you got an Ocean Drake, you're pretty much fighting your jungle creeps. You peace out for 2 seconds to the side. It's actually 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And then you get all your health back.
Imagine that if you had like a red buff at the same time, you know, 9%.
You're cruising.
Yeah, it's just silly amounts of extra health. As Scout, I mean, twice bitten, and he needs to be like 3 times shy now. His Mouse is going to make his way over, protecting his mid laner here. You can see Clearlove, he's been pinged out. The rest of NewBee, oh, you got to check the Lady Brush every time.
It's the Pixel Brush.
Yeah, well, Mako, he's got out of position. Massive pulverize, but it's not going to mean anything as the cow is going to head back to pasture. Happy going to pick up the kill. They might transition this one into a Rift Herald, stealing away at least a blue buff.
And so much of this power has been created because of their mid lane advantage. Because Dade is so far ahead, because Scout cannot move safely into Fog of War or even around his own mid lane, it's giving so much space and time for NewBee to be this aggressive, to invade like that, to find these picks. So EDG are hemorrhaging on the top side of their map from that mid lane, and they need to start to control it.
Well, you can see Clearlove actually heading over to the Dragon Pit here, seeing whether he can just grab that one away for free. Looks like he probably will be.
Mountain Drake will be important, obviously not as immediately so as our initial towers have fallen, and it will be quite a sizable time before another tower should.
You can see Mouse actually finds himself towards the bottom side of the map, trying to even out that CS just a little bit. Mako going to tank up a full minion wave here, and NewBee going to utilize this extra time that they do have to take the Rift Herald. EDG clawing back some much-needed farm. 1,000 gold the lead at 8.5 minutes for NewBee.
And this is interesting, kind of a sieging dragon trade for the Rift Herald, which is your split push. So again, Mako.
Swift decided to pick that one up. So, split pushing Rek'Sai could come in. Of course, has some decent wave clear if you can get up to the wave. So, we'll see whether he's going to be utilized for that.
Well, he is heading down towards the bottom side of the map. Although, he won't get the 5% reduction bonus if he's sharing the lane with V here.
Yep, very true. And very importantly, Mouse managed to push that wave towards the turret, so it will reset, head back towards him, so the Fizz will be able to pick up some more farm. 10 CS behind now. Has himself that Dark Seal as well as the Corrupting Potion, which is very, very nice. Dade going to grab himself another blue buff. You are so greedy. But 15% AP. This is where we should be talking about that, because this is Viger. This guy already gets far too much AP. And having that extra 15% is huge. If he gets a Ravenous Death Cap as well, there's a couple of Infernal Drakes. Think about all of the multipliers on top of that already very large ability power number. He'll just be able to look at someone, ult them, and they're dead.
Likewise, he does have one of the new items appearing for the first time in the LPL. He's got the Lost Chapters in his back pocket. Now, effectively what this does is it has a battle passive kind of akin to the Catalyst, in which he'll get mana regen back after leveling up. I call it a battle passive because he's also got some incentive there to trade spells on enemy champions and get some mana back.
The old Catalyst.
Yeah.
Instead of what the Catalyst does now, all sorts of strange things with regenerating health if you've got high mana and regenerating mana if you've got high health. Is Deft getting a teleport out from Mouse here as the Rend is available. Ult actually comes out there from... Oh, no, it doesn't from Mouse, as he's just going to try and dance his way around. Fate's Call comes in as B, right over the top, does have the Parallel Convergence, uses the ultimate, has a whole bunch of sticks stuck in him, though, as Scout able to kite things out. You can see Clearlove's already picked up a kill. Dade in trouble, as Clearlove not going to fall down. More in trouble as well. Beautiful team fight out of EDG. NewBee, they'd made the early game so well done, but... just all fell apart in that one fight.
And the importance here is the fact that Scout was able to move from the mid lane because he saw exactly where NewBee were. Because they collapsed so early, it's actually the kind of cavalry coming in. Check out where Victor is. He's going to come up, and in this choke point, he's going to lay across pretty sizable amounts of damage. Now, it will be Callista and Fizz kind of cleaning up everything on the back half here, but Victor just deleted so many people there. And again, he's able to do that because he knows all of NewBee is there. I can finally move from my lane, and guess what? They're in this perfect little choke point for me.
And look, we talk about Viger, the fact that Event Horizon is a really, really dumb ability, should probably be an ultimate. It's the one that you really need to watch out for in these fights as far as what Dade's been doing. And the only target that was in that cage was Mako. He immediately got Fates called out. There was no stuns to be gained from that ability.
No control in the fight left.
Yeah, and it meant that there was absolutely no control in that fight. You're exactly right. So, EDG capitalize and come out ahead. And now they have the gold lead by about 300 when they were trying to catch back up.
More importantly, this little fish down here, check out all those CS. He's rich.
Yeah, there's a whole school down here for him to pick up.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, I tried. I don't know whether it was all that good, but, you know, we'll assess it later, see whether we return to it.
Put that one in the review.
Keep it in the furnace. His Mouse just trying to get a freeze where he can. V going to do the best he can to actually break that one as effectively as possible. We'll see how Mouse goes cleaning up these minions as they head towards that turret. Death Ray now from Scout has been empowered, so lots of wave clear available for this Victor, who now sees himself with, you know, only a 6 CS discrepancy against Dade, but 1, 2, and 2, feeling absolutely fine in this lane.
Yeah, despite his really rough early game and the very heavy camp, he's feeling good, and there's the Fate's Call. Swing and miss.
Magical Journey comes out just to get more to safety. Pretty optimistic, honestly, out of EDG to try and go for that one. Just
It's
use
out of
the rand, use
range.
the rand. Oh, not going to happen as V is going to lock up the little Rift Scuttler.
Unluck.
Yeah, definitely. But I don't think the Rift Scuttler will be there for when the Dragon spawns in a minute and a half. So that is good news here for EDG, but that's 80 gold.
What's really cool about Kalista in this composition, because we were also kind of a question mark over Kalista and where she fit in kind of the 80 carry.
The grand scheme of things,
the grand scheme of 80 carries. We all know that, you know, Lucian's really strong right now. Obviously, we've seen a lot of Caitlyn so far, Ezreal. But the cool thing about Kalista in this composition is that Kalista is one of the few 80 carries like Ezreal who does damage when she's kiting backwards. Obviously due to her martial pose. And when you look across at NewBee's composition, it's a lot of dive threat. You've got good pick potential from Bard or long range initiation, but then you have dive threat from Rek'Sai as well as Echo. And Kalista is one of the few champions alongside Ezreal and maybe Lucian when he's doing his culling, who does damage while she's running away, whereas every other 80 carry is denied that.
Well, you can see actually EDG moving that bottom lane towards the bottom lane, which makes a heck of a lot of sense. But also trying to push things out. Of course, no outer turret to gain, but not wanting to use that short range of Kalista on the bottom side of the map. As there's the headbutt. Gets V out of his parallel convergence. Doesn't get the shield, and Clearlove able to dash around. He's definitely dead as V tries to prolong his life with the ultimate. Probably didn't need to use it. There's now EDG. 10 seconds left on the Dragon. Perfect time to get a pick.
Yeah, V just way too far forward, didn't have the correct vision on top of him, and wasn't respecting the fact that the Ocean Drake was coming online, so there was reason for EDG to be in the area.
Yeah.
He does have his TP available to him, as well as 5 seconds left on that death timer, so NewBee could still look to contest this if they collapse quickly.
Yeah, it means that EDG will have Kwame and Guy as far as the Captain Planet Dragons are concerned. Oh my god, Swift, you stealing beast! As he locks away the Dragon, they trade for more. But look, there's nothing that this guy can't take.
I mean, just to be frank, he's completely outclassing Clearlove and objective control right now.
That is ability to press a button at the right time.
2 Barons and a Dragon.
Just silly. Parallel convergence is going to come in. Of course, the layering of these sort of CCs is actually beautiful out of NewBee, as they have the baby cage as well as the parallel convergence. That's everyone inside it getting stunned, as well as everyone outside it getting stunned. And then you can use the Tempered Fate to set it all up if you want to.
Can we just call it the Thunderdome? I feel like
I
we're
think
in
Thunderdome is
like
definitely good. Definitely
Australia,
good.
Mad Max, get some...
Oh, I didn't think about the Mad Max thing.
Get the Thunderdome vibe.
Unfortunately, it wasn't filmed in Australia, the new one.
It wasn't?
No, it wasn't.
You know, the 80s ones were better.
Yeah.
I mean, Fury Road was good.
I like Fury Road.
That's a solid 9 out of 10.
Whoa, that's a big score. No, I thought it was a good film. It's just a really long car chase, you know? Okay, I feel like we've gone off topic here as Happy farming up here in the mid lane. You can see Dade split pushing towards the bottom side of the map. His teleport at the ready. Can't answer anything right now as Mouse is trying to deal with this echo towards the top side of the map.
I love how
Swift
we
is there as well.
slated that information. It was like farming. Okay, what's important? Teleport. That's actually important.
Oh, Fate's Call is going to come in. Def
Through the wall.
There's the flash pulverizers. Dade is going to get delivered back to Def. The explosive damage as he wants to be able to grab some more. The Rend was there. Burning to death.
He's going to kill him with trample.
Burning. Mako. Got to bash him with something. There it is. Headbutt Pulverize is going to lock him down. Dade is going to get destroyed by the cow.
Let's just appreciate some of the beautiful mechanics that happened in that scenario, though.
Yeah.
From pretty much everyone involved, but particularly EDG squad. Throwing Mako through that wall brilliantly lines it up. We'll have to watch the replay if he went into the pulverize animation and then flashed.
I think it would have been pretty close.
I can't remember perfectly, but even more, Def's flash to dodge Dade's skill shot that would have traded the kill 1-for-1.
Yeah.
Very sick.
Just some real flashy plays
Good
overall.
sick.
Yeah, the good kind of sick.
Like the too much ice cream sick.
As far as summoner spell trades, though, is concerned, Dade used 1 and EDG used 3. So, I mean, the kill definitely happened.
But you get put on your resume, like, killed my old mid laner.
That is a very good point. Well, Clearlove, he's finished off his Phantom Dancer, going for Battle Kindred. Lots of attack speed already, as the Blood Razor is done at the same time. Always scares me, honestly. I mean, it wouldn't right now, just because it's 17 minutes into the game, but when you see all of these junglers now come straight back with like a golden jewel in the middle of their item, you're like, how are you sated already? But, of course,
Calm down.
Sated Devourer, no longer in the game, so I need to stop freaking out.
It's okay.
Yep. It's just for everyone else at home wondering about that. Haven't played for a little while, maybe.
You know what took us through the last chapters? Why don't you take us through Blood Razor, Atlas?
Well, it's basically like the old Madred's Blood Razor, so it gives you a little bit of percentage health damage, a lot of attack speed there as well, but doesn't give you that double on-hit passive that Sated Devourer used to. That is now incorporated in Ginsu's Rage Blade, my personal favorite item ever.
Did he also just pick up a Phantom Dancer?
What? Yeah, that's what I was talking about before.
Oh, I thought he had just purchased it.
No. Grab that one first. Then the Phantom Dancer came in after that.
I wasn't checking on Clearlove's items. Kindred, what's that guy been doing? Apparently a lot. 3-0-1.
Exactly right. It's a lot of kill participation. Actually, no, it's only 50%.
Sorry, Clearlove. I've given you up for Swift. He's the true dragon control, baron control god.
Well, yeah, Clearlove needs to refine his ability to lock these objectives down, because it's honestly a large factor in why they lost Game 2 and why Game 1 was so long. Is Mako going to face check here? Does have the ultimate. Isn't going to use it. Easy on the trigger. There's no ward went down either, so understood that there are a lot of people there willing to kill him. Decides instead just to walk away.
It is important, though, that EDG have moved up their warding line deep into NewBee's red side jungle, and as they move all their vision in there, they then immediately walk into Fog of War where they have practically no vision and choose to fight Rek'Sai.
Yeah, well, Swift is going to try and lock down Clearlove. Not going to be able to right now, as Mako going to get stunned by more. Clearlove continuing to move around here. Oh, Baby Cage so close. As there's the headbutt pulverized. Dade doesn't have that ability anymore as he gets knocked up. Tempered Fate comes in.
Here comes the teleport.
But Deft is just going to be able to pull out those Ren stacks. There's the parallel convergence. Deft is going to die. The fish is down as V takes a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, Clearlove, he had the ultimate. Gets the heal back as well as Swift is going to fall. Double kill for Clearlove now as V running away with barely his life and Happy doing exactly the same thing.
And EDG come out on top. But like you said, a slight mismanagement of maybe some cooldowns there. The Fates...
Clearlove decides who lives and dies, Frostgrin.
The Lamb's Respite, not available for Daft, but it is Scout that comes up on the back half. And again, fighting in another really tight choke point, it's much easier for Victor to lay down his damage. Again, the damage has been moved over time, but if you're locked up...
And one thing I've always loved about Dade as well is his timing on abilities. Unfortunately, the event horizons have been coming out right at the beginning of all of these skirmishes. And of course, EDG have been doing a fantastic job of fighting when it's on cooldown. But I'd really like to see him hold on to it, use the threat of that fantastic move to really change how these fights go, instead of just blowing it straight away.
I mean, you kind of have two trains of thoughts here. Vigar can be used as a pick champion, or he can be used as a control champion.
Yeah. Very true.
But these team fights are going so quickly that you don't have enough time to wait the 22-second cooldown.
Well, this is Ocean Drake number 2 here for NewBee as well, as it's going down very low. Clearlove, not necessarily known for his stealing potential, as Swift locks that one up very nicely. Parallel Convergence comes in. The slow is down as Mouse throws out a fish, finds Swift with it. Maybe not the optimal target, as once again they find themselves in a choke. Decent event horizon this time as Scout is being turned on, but it's not going to be enough. Mouse grabs the kill. V is just burning down with that Chaos Storm. Dade just jumps in there and kills him with the ultimate. Really nicely done, but NewBee find themselves once again on the back foot. That is the only kill they got for 3.
Yeah, good job for Dade to make sure that he had something worth. He was dead either way, so burns his flash and trades 1-for-1 on Scout, but had a really good setup initially. Again, we talked about the two trains of thought of using that event horizon as a zoning tool or as a pick tool. He used it that time around as a zoning tool, but Mouse able to get across that border quite easily on the Fizz, and a nice gravitational field to stall that team fight out for EDG.
Oh, Tempered Fate comes in, so Mouse finds himself stunned up. The Baron as well, a little bit unfortunate about that one, but Clearlove locks down a Baron buff. Oh my goodness, what a change. Swift, of course, wasn't there, but I had a feeling that, maybe even Happy would be able to do it with an Ardent Blaze.
I'm sorry, I'm done.
That might have been rude, but I mean, really, I was still on
I
my
wasn't
toes.
expecting it.
Yeah.
You could have gone with the piercing light. It wouldn't have been funny, but you went with the Ardent Blaze.
notoriously doesn't do a lot of damage unless you're Rusty, in which case it does all of your damage.
AP Lucian, boys and girls. Okay. Clearlove got the Baron. EDG are finally in control. Pretty much this entire series, they've been in control until that Baron point, and then they fumble it, and they give NewBee a foot back in the door. Let's see if they can actually close with it. 30 seconds has been added to the Baron buff, so they have quite a sizable window to utilize this. Don't have necessarily the best wave clear or back management. They did go ahead and clear, I guess using that extra 30 seconds to pick up some extra farm on Deft and Mako before they actually return to the bot lane.
Yeah, very true. Clearlove, you can see, moving up as Scout going to grab this wave with the death ray. Dade going back to base, probably wants to get that Rabbidan's death cap. Of course, even more important for a Viger who statically builds up that AP, so that 30% bonus is doing even more work, even on 2 items. Of course, Morellonomicon, important to make sure that whoever he's targeting doesn't get healed back up.
And it's also been adjusted, the type of healing. It's not just self-healing anymore.
Yeah.
Grievous Wounds buff.
Thank goodness. Soraka, please.
Deft prepping this wave, however, so EDG looking for their first tower. NewBee definitely have to respect the dive potential, because here it goes.
Yeah, there it is, as Deft is going to get stunned up once again. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough for NewBee, though, as Swift, he's now going to fall down at the same time. Tempered Fate is going to go wide this time. And Dade's dead. Swift is dead. This tower is going to fall down. Thanks, Mountain Drake. Thanks, Baron Buff. That's a double kill, as Moore was just not in the right position. Death Ray, of course, named very, very effectively. As Mouse not going to be stunned underneath the top inner turret as well, and EDG will break open the base. This inhibitor is going to fall down as well. We'll see what more they can gather, because there's a lot of damage in all these minions. The Baron buff doing work.
Just a massive blunder there from NewBee. You have to think about it this way. They have the Baron buff. Chances are they're going to for sure take that outer tower, but if we die here, we're giving up so much more. And it ends up being also a Nexus tower as well as an inhibitor.
Yeah, and look, this is the power of Mountain Drake as well. I mean, they utilized that to grab a relatively early Baron, like basically a 20-minute Baron, if we remember back.
Likewise with Kindred, so the power of Mountain Drake really potent on this composition.
Super powerful with that that Blood Razor, like we were talking about before. And then all of the structures then melt afterwards, largely based on that help at the same time, as Deft takes a Prey Seeker, but doesn't really worry about it too much. And EDG, now with so much control, I mean, the Baron will wear off very, very soon. With that bottom inhibitor down, it will just mean that NewBee, once again, at the mercy of EDG in their control of the map. V looking to try and attack this red buff. Not going to happen, as Mouse is going to try and make his way out. Phase Dive is going to get him over the wall here, as Mouse might be caught just a little bit. EDG are going to lose that 1% one more time. And Mouse, you're in so much trouble. There's the culling. Happy going to lock it down. And look, we'll see whether this buys NewBee any time.
Buys them a little bit of gold.
Yeah,
but
buys them some items.
Otherwise, it's really about resetting. So it's important to note that EDG did manage to take down that Baron inhibitor.
Yeah.
So could look towards that cooldown when it comes back up and playing those 2 pressure points. NewBee right now need to just take control defensively of their jungle. Get a nice shallow ward line set up initially.
Thankfully, Mako now has a blue buff.
It's all good.
Yeah.
15% AP scaling on Alistar. That's all good.
Yeah.
He's got...
None.
It's okay.
Yeah. Totally fine. Don't worry. What's 15% of 0? Probably a whole lot, I'd assume. We were talking about my ability to do maths. And I'm going to be blissfully ignorant on this one. Mako now just going to be bashing these minions with all of that added ability power that he now has.
Naturally, it's also...
I feel like I'm tilting a lot of people right now.
It's all good.
8,000 gold to lead
not
for
awful.
EDG. This is massive right now. Admittedly, you know, NewBee in game number 2, they were behind for a lot of it.
Fights and deaths?
Yeah, these are where all the deaths and kills have gone down on the map for Oscar. And you can see a couple there towards the bottom side of the map. I believe most of them being Dade.
That can't be all the deaths.
One of them, one Dade, one Swift, I think.
Why did we have skulls and swords?
That was one of the teams, and that was EDG, and where they've got kills and where they've died.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, did you not read the required reading for this?
I missed the brochure,
You
the
did.
pamphlet.
Oh, pathetic. Well, third dragon is going to fall. The third ocean dragon, sorry, is going to fall down, going into the hands of EDG this time. So a bit of extra out of combat regeneration. Mako as well, grabbing himself some position. Not going to find Swift there. As now Mouse continues to farm towards the top side. The split pushing Fizz.
It's making sure that you're keeping mid and top pushing because you know that bot lane will passively push because you have the super creeps in it as the event horizon goes down.
No one puts Mako in a paddock, especially not when he's a cow, as the fish is going to go right and hits Happy somehow. That was ridiculous, but Dade is, of course, just going to ult Def to death. Scout now caught out of position. The Tempered Fate is good this time. Scout flashes immediately. Swift now gets on top of him. Happy grabs the kill. Mako, he's going to fall. No more ultimate to speak of. And EDG, it's another team fight that they fumble in the mid game.
And it was Dade who just deleted Deft there. Had the
I think that was called the LOL R. That's the move.
Pretty much just deleted him from the map as well as caught onto Swift. Unfortunately, the Tempered Fate didn't CC chain into the event horizon. Scout was able to get out of it, but too little too late at that point. It's going to end up being 2 towers here, and they could possibly fall back to the Baron. It's going to be a 30-second window here. Scout will be back up as well as Mako, so EDG do manage to kind of get themselves back up in time.
Yeah. So 20 seconds there, of course. Baron power play was 5.3k, but after the Baron, they immediately clawed a whole lot of that back on the side of NewBee. Now they need to clean up their base. Super Creeps are heading towards the bottom side. They lost a Nexus turret, which is important. Deft is going to grab himself a red buff. 3 seconds until the Baron. There's a back coming out of Clear Love here. 605 as well. This Kindred doing a bunch of work.
I mean, his Evelyn was going off last game as well. But
yeah, he's been playing really well this whole series. Of course, MVP performance in game number 1 on the rec side at the same time. So Clear Love, no questions really, apart from his ability to lock down objectives.
It's also just coming to this issue of these few fights, just a little bit tilted.
Yeah.
Moore, again, doing a great job with these Tempered Fates. Hopefully, they'll be able to chain that CC a little bit better on following it up with Event Horizon. Or vice versa.
Precisely. Mouse is sort of hanging around towards the bottom side, does have teleport. As EDG move towards this Baron, as long as Swift is around, I have a feeling they probably don't want to really start it up. But as far as this sort of like mini skirmish phase is concerned, unless they manage to get any kills on the side of EDG, the double Ocean Drake will actually be helping NewBee out if they then find Respite.
A big question is also what's going to happen on the bottom side of the map between Fizz and Echo, and who's going to actually win that at this point.
Well, it is a Spirit Visage in comparison to the Spectre's Cowl. So a slight item advantage there for V. But there is a Corrupting Potion. Oh no, they both got, it's the same items, flat out. Apart from Merc Treads in comparison to the Ninja Tabi. So theoretically, V should have the item advantage. We'll see whether Mouse can play this one right. As you can see, there's a double knock-up though as Moore has to get himself out, uses the magical journey, and there's the locket for the shield. Dade, Baby Cage is down. Scout looking for it here as the teleport comes in. Mouse closes the gap immediately. There's the fish onto Swift. They just want some sort of catch. Another Event Horizon comes down. Tempered Fate locks up Clear Love. That's the only one he gets. No, Mako's in there as well. Can he turn around? Can he get anything more as the knock-up is going to be there? Dade gets pinned. And are they going to have the damage? They are. Mouse locks down the kill onto Dade, and now everyone on NewBee has to run out of the way. That is the one pick that they needed. However, EDG, they survive.
And Deft and Mako, huge props to them over the course of that fight. They played it beautifully, showing that Kalista and Alistar are still very relevant in this meta.
Deft as well, still sitting on those 2 items as well as the QSS and the BF sword, so probably now with a bit of extra money for him. You can see lots of assists as well.
I hope we get to see a replay of that. That was so beautiful on Dade.
Just, it makes you feel that Deft just needs Flash to be able to outplay this this Veigar, who has been doing a lot of work. Of course, they did utilize the fact that Dade didn't have his available in that last fight, so couldn't just flash on top of Deft and kill him. Because he can't QSS Death.
Of course, the former Samsung teammates, Dade and Deft. Obviously, whoever wins here, I'm sure it's going to be big grins and smiles when it comes time to shake hands.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Bit of a reunion opportunity for the 2 of them. I like the Frozen Mallet pickup here from Clear Love as well. Wants to be able to add some CC to his kit. Not only the slight slow that you get from the E, the Wolf's Bite. It's now Scout clearing out the mid lane as Victor's like to do. Heading back towards this Baron area. Mako clearing out vision. Seems like the standard Baron dance is going to ensue here. As EDG have got all of their health bars back. And Mouse, not going to get stunned from the parallel convergence, uses the playful trickster to get on top of V, but look, we're dealing with like 100 damage to a tank, and it's not really doing much at all.
Big thing for me is that the 26-second dragon timer is now up and online. Unfortunately, we don't know which dragon it is until we get a look at it. But should be noted that EDG have a mountain and ocean drake, whereas NewBee have 2 ocean drakes. So if it is an ocean drake, we could start seeing some ridiculous region numbers coming out.
Massive. There's the fish. Actually, more. Can't magical journey out of that one as he's going to die. Mouse locks down the pick. This could be really important for EDG as no Tempered Fates are going to be able to rocket into that Baron pit. Clearlove looking to steal away some chickens. He's not going to be able to. Dade grabs that. He's doing a lot of damage right now. Void Staff now completed. Fiendish Codex chilling there as well. We'll have 30% CDR for lots of extra cages.
And again, we talked about kind of the power of Rek'Sai and where she is with the Tremor Sense. Obviously able to check this freely. Oh!
Yeah. Thankfully, they've got Deft in there as well as V is going to ult his way out. They've got the Baron. Can they get any more? As Mako, big front line now with the ultimate running. Timewinder going to come in. EDG now as a 5-man stack. Mako looking to try and regen his health up. Does, of course, have the Triumphant Roar, but they're just looking to go straight for the Dragon. It's going to be a Mountain Drake here as well, so much turret damage if they end up picking this one up.
20% as well as the Baron buff. Siege minions on top of that. So
the Siege and Dream.
EDG are online and ready for this. Big props to Mako in that Baron fight.
Oh,
yes, you are correct that they do have Callista this time around. EDG's like, no more. Callista. Draft it, boys.
Has nothing to do with the fact that Deft is a fantastic Callista player
or
as
the
well.
fact that Callista works really well against a dive comp because she does damage while backing up. No, it's
and also enabling Mako is a fantastic thing to do.
It's just, you know, Clearlove can't find Smite. We need Deft to do it for him. But Mako made sure to punt Swift away. He was actually looking for the tunnel in.
Yeah.
Got thrown sideways, so good defense.
Really nicely done. This time around from EDG, understanding that they need to make sure that they respect Swift no matter what he can do. Get him as far away from the pit as you possibly can, because even if he has a Pre-Seeker, he'll still probably be able to steal something with it. In fact, did so this game.
Playing so well.
Really, really well. Swift has been brilliant so far.
At least in his objective control.
Yeah. Of course, this game as well. Back-to-back kills onto Scout in the early game to set them up for potential success, but unfortunately, that one team fight that we had in the early to mid-game really put them straight back to square one, and they haven't been able to find their way back in again. Mortal Reminder now done for Clearlove as well. Only one more item slot remains for the Kindred, and that's another needlessly large rod for Scout. He's got his perfect Hex Core as well as the Merlinomicon and the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. A lot of utility here for the Victor, but once again, I mean, Clearlove is just playing so well. 6-0-6. Outside of securing objectives, he's just been beautiful to watch.
Couple fumbled Lamb's respites, but otherwise, yes.
Oh, no. That was just, that was chosen. He's like, Def, no, you don't deserve it this time around. We're still going to win the fight. We don't need you.
How did I miss Dragon when you were here?
Something like that.
Ping's going down to that bottom inhibitor, however, it is open and exposed, and again, we have 2 Mountain Drakes, as well as the Baron buffed minions, V and Clearlove on your screen.
Yep. Both of them being big deals in this series.
Obviously, intense pressure. Game 3. We've already seen some massive upsets and comebacks from NewBee. It's also in Xiaogu's repertoire.
And you also spoke about both of these teams needing to start on the front foot as well. I mean, both of them slumping towards the end of last season, wanting to get a win on the board as soon as possible. There's the cage, as Mako does have his ultimate. May need to use it relatively soon as they grab themselves the inhibitor. Double Mountain Drake helping them out, and Mako still has the Unbreakable Will if he needs to. Very easy, just move in, grab the turret, move out.
But so much respect given to NewBee. They're not overstaying their welcome.
Despite the 10,000 gold lead.
It starts to matter less when you get this high up, though.
True. Diminishing returns. Rabbidan's Death Cap done for Scout. That was what he turned that needlessly large rod into. Now still has room for the Vision Wards that he can put down. But, God, this Victor is going to be doing so much damage.
If he can get you in his ultimate for the entire duration.
And there's going to be a point where, honestly, like I think even now, Dade has been farming very well, 305 creeps, but I have a feeling that he'll have so much ability power that he'll almost just be able to press R and Scout will die. Because he's got no magic resist. He's just got a bit of a health buffer there on the side of the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. It's not likely he'll be able to live for long through Dade's damage. And if he takes any chip beforehand, I mean, I have a feeling that it's just dead if he presses R.
And this is what you were talking about, you know, high pressure situation between these two teams, EDG and...
Oh, Event Horizon is going to come down as well. Mouse has been picked out. There's the ult. Dade says, no, you ain't getting away, you slippery fizz. Will be able to grab himself a blue buff as well. Nice pick. And once again, EDG, I mean, yeah, they're still going to have pressure. They took the bottom inhibitor, and look, that will help them out, but they've been stalled a little bit here from NewBee. If you're talking about scaling, I mean, they've got a Viger.
I'm just talking about the history between these two teams. I mean, again, an entire split went by where EDG only faced QG once.
Yeah.
They didn't get to play in the playoffs, obviously, because QG had to forfeit.
Yeah.
Now known as NewBee. Think of how different Spring Split would have been if we could have seen these two Titans clashing repeatedly. Yeah,
precisely. Even if they had have just been able to play out that semi-final as well, EDG may have actually been the ones heading to MSI. They would have had a little bit more time to spend on the stage before the matchup against RNG. Could have been QG that upset them before heading into that, and we could have had QG at MSI. Who knows? What could have happened there? I'm actually quite glad it worked out how it did, because RNG had a fantastic performance on the international stage.
Good to see them later on in the week, but Swift may be caught.
Oh, Deft is actually caught here as well. QSS's, and my god! Okay, so thankfully he bought a Negatron cloak.
He's also got a
Guardian
GA.
Angel. Yep. There's a Tempered Fate. Scout actually moves out of the way of it though, so NewBee unable to get the lockdown towards the later stage of the game. This is the MVP Moore that needs to be landing these late game abilities, because this is what Bard is able to do. He can turn the whole face of a game based on a few key moves, a few key abilities in a team fight.
Still, though, you have so much chase potential from NewBee, and I agree with you. This is why it really comes down to Bard and Moore in particular, just because he has the long-range pick potential. Because every other champion on NewBee's lineup, when they're diving the backline, like Victor's able to do damage while he runs away with his laser.
Yep.
Kindred's able to do damage while she runs away with her Q.
Yep.
We've already talked about Callista, but...
Ooh, speaking of which, Fate's Call is going to come in more once again, possibly caught out of position. Gravity Field's in there. Swift is going to get caught out. We do have the cage right in amongst everything as V right in the backline as well. Dade waiting to get the right target, but it can't be Deft. He gets the shutdown onto Happy, actually, and now Dade running for the hills. Everyone from EDG is still alive, and Dade does not have a target for the ultimate. He gets knocked up into the air. Mouse has found him as well. Dade, he'll have to use it on someone, but he can't. Everyone's dead. EDG looking to try and close out this series. V, sorry, is still alive, but he's running the wrong direction with not a lot of health.
It doesn't...
Yeah, the rest of EDG just moving in to finish off the game.
The big thing is the fact that V has the creep wave, so they're forcing Deft to tank up the tower.
Doesn't matter.
They're able to get it, especially because they have the Lamb's Respite, but was a little bit closer to call just because V trying to drag the creep wave.
Most definitely. Well, it is going to be game. EDG grab it in the end, but it's a 3-game series. A bit of a nail-biter, honestly, based a lot on the fact that Swift was always able to take away the objectives that EDG were looking for, but congratulations to EDG.
It's so strange, too, because if you look at the whole of that series, especially the individual games, EDG had so much control, not necessarily just through the jungle objectives. I was looking for the word dragon. Even though they failed and fumbled on a lot of the smites, particularly that Baron one. But you look at this and you're like, okay, EDG, they should win this game. They should win game 2. And it was just these really late game miracle plays by Dade stepping up, or Moore stepping up, or Swift in particular stepping up on his smite securing ability that put NewBee in the series.
Yeah, sort of back-to-back miracle plays as well in that second game. Mostly from the Bard play out of Moore, but EDG are going to take a well-deserved bow. And look, welcome to the LPL to both Mouse and Scout, because they actually looked quite good. Of course, Mouse maybe getting caught out of position a couple of times where he possibly shouldn't have in games 2 and 3, but otherwise looking relatively solid.
I mean, I'll be frank. I've never been a massive fan of Pawn's responsibility in EDG. Yes, Pawn is a phenomenal player, really high mechanical skilling, wonderful champion pool, very flexible. He does play quite an important role.
Unpredictable as well.
Unpredictable. I mean, the thing about Pawn is that he's always going to step forward when you think that he should step back, and he catches a lot of people off guard. But he has never been the pin or the spine for EDG's success. He's just been a weapon or a tool.
Yeah.
And Scout seems to have slotted in quite well. He doesn't have the same sort of pressure that Pawn would create for EDG, but he's able to hit his abilities. He had a really tough lane phase. I mean, Swift definitely put an X on his lane and really camped him, and he was able to come back from that with pretty much little to no help.
Yeah, and his mentality actually looked fantastic as well, because a lot of the time, if you get killed twice in lane within like 2 minutes, you're like, well, I'm done, sacrifice the laning phase. But he just like death raid all the creep waves, stayed all the way back, let Dade have a free lane, and understood that he just needs to farm, get himself to a stage where his Chaos Storm's going to do all of the damage for him, stay back, don't get ulted by the Viger, and everything's going to be fine. And it was. That was all he needed to really worry about, because as well, Dade had to kill Deft, who was doing so much work, managed to get the kills while all the focus was in the mid lane, and EDG, of course, just pivot their power allocation towards the bottom lane.
And it emphasizes this idea about where the power is actually allocated on EDG. And we've said it time and time again that it's in Clearlove, Mako, and Deft's hands. They have constantly been a bot lane focused team. Clearlove is kind of the spine, and then he has multiple tools to choose from Koro, Pawn, and Deft. And they've really solidified themselves as it's all about Deft and Mako. It's all about empowering these guys. And now that we've taken away both Pawn and Koro by bringing over Mouse and Scout, it's, okay, we thought that this was the case it was, now we have actual evidence to prove it. And a fantastic series from Deft.
Yeah, phenomenally played. And that's back-to-back Caitlyn games, where in game number 1 it was basically all him. Having the extra support from the Karma was just fantastic. Mako showing that he's still this incredibly versatile support. But you're talking about the fact that, you know, the last game was all about Deft. I have a feeling it was largely all about Mako, because that guy was always able to do exactly what he needed to do. Had, of course, the Fate's Call to give him even more CC in these fights. And Deft knows exactly when to press that button, and Mako knows exactly what to do with it. And it's just beautiful watching them both work in tandem, to be perfectly honest.
No, I completely agree. And Mako has really solidified himself as kind of the support in the LPL. I mean, he's up against the likes of Mata, who I think is probably the only other guy who really challenges him for this overarching of who's the best support in the LPL. And Mako has to be in that conversation. He's an incredibly young player. He was handpicked by FCZF, who was the former support for EDG, to fill into this role. And he makes himself an active member, saying, I'm in charge of the vision, and I'm going to assist in the shot calling. And so to step up and then have that mechanical ability and to sync that well with Deft, because again, when EDG first shifted over into Deft and Pawn, Mouse, their now top laner, was the original support, and Deft just wasn't feeling comfortable with that support. He wanted to trade out to Mako, and it's just been magic ever since.
Yeah, it's really true, and I actually really like it if we go back to game number 1, the fact that we were talking about the fact that Mouse has a supportive playstyle even as that top laner, and it was great seeing EDG moving around as this massive unit. And EDG have always looked fantastic when they're able to pivot on any sort of decision that they make, no matter whether they're getting engaged on or whether they're the ones engaging. They make the decision as a unit. And in game number 1, it was the perfect sort of example of the fact that they still have exactly that mindset.
So now let's go into context. Like, we've already kind of decided that EDG are great at pivoting. Let's look at Mouse.
Yeah.
Frankly, you know, Scout, I'm not too impressed with. I think he's very solid, but I really want to see more games from him where he needs to step up and be the carry, or he's in a high-pressure situation.
Yeah, I think we haven't really learned all that much. We can just say that he's a serviceable mid laner. Let's move on. Let's see more.
Mouse looks a little bit weaker. Was definitely getting kind of caught out and key scenarios. We do see the MVP on our screen. It's actually going to go to that mid laner Scout.
I like it. It's like he weathered the storm that was Dade and Swift in the early game, and then managed to get 35% of the damage done, which is a big number, especially if someone's been sort of, I guess, hamstringed early on in the game.
But as we see his highlights that will come across the screen, I want to propose this idea.
Please do.
NewBee, formerly known as Xiaogu, very dominant team since their entrance into the LPL. Upgraded their mid lane. I'm just going to call it a straight upgrade because, again, if we look at Doinbe's heights, if we look at Dade's heights, Dade has a much higher ceiling. I think he played the series well. To take them down, I'm not going to say handedly, but in a very controlled way, despite the 2-1 series outcome, with a top laner who's a role swap from a support.
Yeah.
I think is a pretty big statement for EDG to make. I don't know if they'll be able to go the distance with this roster. I'm not so impressed with Mouse. Definitely needs some work, although we'll see if maybe if they continue to stick with him, if he's able to develop over the course of the split. Obviously, EDG as an organization have really set the bar high in terms of development for their rosters and their players in particular. But I mean, that's quite a statement. I'm going to say that was kind of a 4v5 where they walked away. Now, it should be noted also that QG to NewBee, you're losing Uzi.
Yes.
And Uzi was having a fantastic split.
Oh, yeah.
So,
that being said, I mean,
Pecco
and Uzi, when they were making the original transition, it didn't necessarily look like they were upgrading all that much. I think largely what QG sort of found in sort of the middle of the first split of the LPL this year was sort of that Doinby Swift synergy that they eventually lost as the decline happened. But in their sort of main stay in the LPL when they were so dominant, it was based on the fact that all of them meshed together so beautifully themselves. So when they get back to that stage, I have a feeling it won't even really matter because they can build themselves up to be that cerebral mind, that hive mind sort of mentality that made them so good.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm very curious. Again, the group we're seeing all of Group A today, so this is going to be EDG, NewBee, Snake, game talents performing today. I think Group A is a little bit lighter than Group B. I feel like Group B is weighted a little bit heavier in terms of where the teams break down, but we'll get more of an idea over the course of the LPL if that turns out to be true or false.
Yeah.
But kind of curious where NewBee sits. It's hard to see in this just the context of one set.
And it also sort of begs the question then as well is what do we understand about EDG now as well? You mentioned like both of us understood the fact that Mouse didn't necessarily look as strong in this particular series, despite the fact that, you know, he was in theoretically losing lanes every single game, if you have a look at it, but it was sort of how he treated the lane swap, getting caught out of position towards the later stages of the game, not really understanding his limits so much towards the top side of the map at this stage. But if you don't know the relative power level of NewBee already, I mean, we can't even really work out whether or not EDG have made the right moves. And trading Koro for Mouse at this stage, if Koro is able to find some form again, I honestly think like just swap him back in.
No, and that's the real question here. And I don't want to say that Mouse played poorly. I think he was a role player. He kind of did his job. Again, it's just kind of these really interesting scenarios. You know, when he picks Trundle, he's not that split-pushing Trundle. He's literally there as the secondary support. When he's playing Maokai, he's not flanking TP with the Twisted Advance and creating all of these opportunities and plays. He's literally sitting on top of Caitlyn, and he's just acting as a peel bot. And when he's playing the Fizz, he's just kind of hopping around, effectively still peeling. I mean, what would happen is he would throw out his fishes like a slow and be used as utility, and then if anyone
it was almost a pick tool or something like that.
When anyone got onto his carries, he would immediately bounce back on top of them as opposed to diving that back line and assassinating people. So it's just a very interesting identity for a top laner to take, and it's going to be really because, you know, Flandre's in this group as well. So I'm just curious how he's going to match up, because V is also kind of a role player or a tank identity of a top laner as opposed to a hard carry who can punish inexperience.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And sort of like having seen only this matchup, I think we need to see far more out of both of these teams in order to make our assessments. But as far as like where the namestay members of these teams are, it's really great to see the fact that Mako and Clearlove, as far as this support staff on EDG, it almost doesn't matter what your solo lanes are. Just they are so good at being in the right place at the right time. Massive props to Clearlove, who played brilliantly despite his smite button throughout this entire series. Even in game number 2, that Evelyn was just ridiculous in the early stages. And Clearlove looks to have really done some hard thinking after that loss to RNG in the final in the last split. And he's come back with a vengeance because that was such a series for that player. And I'm really glad that we got to 3 games because we saw 3 games of super powerful Clearlove.
Of Dark Clearlove.
Yeah.
Carnivore Clearlove. Looking across from them at NewBee, I do want to give credit to Dade. I mean, obviously seeing Dade come back into the LPL, not on Masters 3, having a support staff behind him like the NewBee organization, played a really nice Kassadin, even on his Vygar, you know, doing what he can. There are a few questionable team fights, but, you know, I don't necessarily pin that all on Dade.
No.
I'm actually a little bit disappointed in Happy, formerly known as Pekka. I feel like he could have stepped up a bit more, wasn't as impactful as was needed to be to kind of be that secondary carry and lead NewBee to success. I feel like it was really on Dade and Swift's back with some appearances by Moore.
Yeah, and
featuring Moore.
Yeah, there's also the fact that, you know, Pekka or Happy did manage to pick up Lucian in all 3 of these games, and we've been talking about so many times.
Got the priority pick for it too.
Lucian is definitely like the guy that you pick in AD carry right now. No matter what build you're going to go, like Essence Reaver's still good, but the fact that you now have this like mid-game powerhouse opportunity with the Black Cleaver Ghostblade.
And a tank shredding build.
Yeah, really versatile and still so strong, but it just wasn't enough to really get him over the line. And like maybe now, like Pekka just go back to playing Ezreal. I mean, Ezreal's still okay. I mean, they nerfed Iceborne Gauntlet, so maybe not necessarily as strong as he used to be, but the kite back, like the fact that, you know, the kiting meta is so strong, just do it. I mean, just go back to where you're comfortable.
That's a good word for it, kiting meta.
Yeah.
Because we saw a lot of kiting compositions. Obviously, like we said, Ezreal does fantastic
the power
there.
of movement speed and all this sort of stuff. Yeah.
He also does a great job in checking vision, and it's just these tiny adjustments to the vision metagame as well as the movement speed metagame that just are like I just call them ninja buffs, because obviously that's not going to come across on the patch notes. But the beauty about League of Legends is that it's such an ecosystem that you have to determine what's good by not what's written on the patch notes, but what isn't on the patch notes, because everything has like a counterbalance measure to it. And so I actually think Ezreal got a bit more out of it than people are suspecting.
Okay. I honestly thought, like, after looking at the patch notes, I just thought Ezreal was awful. So, honestly, you obviously saw something that I did not.
I'm not saying he's like pick him every single game. I just don't think he's awful.
Yeah.
And again, my big thing about Lucian is not just his build flexibility. That's an aspect of it. But my big thing on Lucian is his ability to go into a 2v2 or go into a lane swap.
Flexibility, right?
Yeah, just flexibility, not just in build, but in anywhere that you put him. He's almost never weak.
Yeah, being given options is definitely a good thing. But ladies and gentlemen, what I want to talk about, and especially if I can pick Proscarin's brain about it. Grain, I'm picking her grain. Don't worry about it. That's
just
fine.
awkward.
No, I want to talk about Dragons, because Dragon, like, what have we learnt from this series? Because we saw a lot of solo takes early on, things like that. Like, what have we learnt?
I don't actually think that we learned much about the Dragon. I was curious to see if there's going to be a priority on teams. What I'm trying to track is when teams opt into lane swaps depending on what the initial Dragon spawn is. Like if you know, oh, I see a Cloud Dragon, guess what? I'm going to go to a lane swap. Versus, oh, I see a Mountain Dragon. I'm not going to go into a lane swap. I'm going to try to fight for it. But obviously, we don't have enough
not quite enough information just yet.
Games. That's the sample size is the word that I'm looking for.
Well, let's get some more games for Oscar. We're going to throw to a very short break, but when we get back, ladies and gentlemen, Snake are going to take to the Rift against Game Talents. We'll see exactly how many dragons are going to be taken there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We've already had our very first series of the split. Oh my goodness, it's already been so exciting. EDG taking down NewBee. I'm, of course, Atlas. This is Froskerin. We're ready to get into match number 2 between Game Talents, a new team, a bit of an amalgamation there, and Snake, who have had one change, Jay-Z moving in towards the bottom side of the map. So, Froskerin, do you want to take us through Game Talents and who they are?
Okay, so GT were formerly known as Energy Pacemaker All, or EPA. They were not relegated, but sent to the relegation, I'll call it the promotion tournament through the LPL. Did manage to re-qualify themselves, but were purchased and renamed and rebranded to Game Talents. Now, how this works is that you have Gimgoon, Crisis, and Republic, so the EPA top side of the map, and then the Masters 3, who were relegated, bottom side of the map. So Savoki and PentaQ have avoided relegation, climbed their way back into the LPL, but under the GT banner.
Yeah, so what this sort of means now for this team, if we have a look at, where EPA were, where Masters 3 were, are we thinking like this is going to be an upgraded version of either of the teams? I mean, I'm sort of looking at the power levels and I'm like, Gimgoon was like a massive force. Crisis was stepping up towards the end of the split for EPA, but Republic was a relatively lackluster mid laner for EPA. And the bottom lane of M3, I mean, they had some brilliant games on like Tahm-Kench Jinx, but otherwise PentaQ honestly was a little bit underwhelming. What do you think has happened now that sort of these two teams have meshed?
Well, fun thing for PentaQ is that Jinx on 6.10 isn't awful. Had some adjustment to her Q on the attack speed there. No, but in all honesty, the big thing is EPA were really struggling over the course of the LPL until they made a roster swap. Now, their former support is actually on Snake, so it's Jay-Z now instead of Ella in the bottom lane for Snake, although we don't know who's necessarily starting 100%, but he was picked up by the organization.
That is true.
So obviously very familiar with the faces of Game Talents, formerly EPA. But pretty much the bot lane of EPA was what really changed them. Yes, Gimgoon was this fantastic staple, as we do see Snake's roster there, and it is going to be Jay-Z instead of Ella on their starting roster. But changing them out for PentaQ and Savoki is frankly a downgrade.
Well, we'll see exactly how it works out. Snake, though, as you can see, everything's still the same, apart from Jay-Z moving over onto the squad. Will actually change how things work a lot, because I was a massive Ella fan. I thought Ella was fantastic. The disengaged support god that was then able to adjust his playstyle, actually managed to get a lot of aggression in there. This guy was very flexible, always able to save a lot of his teammates, especially when you're on a team with Flandre.
And there he is.
Yeah, there's Jay-Z. There's not Ella on your screen, the lovable face of Ella. As you can see, that is going to be the squad. So Crystal, the famous face of that AD carry, the former Draven player that hasn't been picking it up recently, making me very sad. And of course, Flandre there towards the top side of the map. But this is Game Talents. See who they're going to be fielding, whether it is going to be exactly who we're talking about. It is... Oh, actually, no. Wu Shang actually going to be playing in the jungle instead of Crisis.
I like how Crisis is also now a mid-lane sub.
Yeah. Well, Crisis did spend a lot of time there. Because, of course, he had to.
Okay, so... Gimgoon, Republic, formerly EPA, Wu Shang is going to be their new pickup. PentaQ and Savoki, formerly of Masters 3.
Yeah.
Frankly, the guy that you want to look for in this roster is Gimgoon. This guy is a monster. Yeah. He's a beast. He can play with the best of them. Probably one of the better top laners in the LPL. And today, he's facing across from Flandre.
Yeah, and I find this really, really interesting as well, because Flandre towards the end of the split wasn't necessarily being that powerhouse that we have really grown up to expect him to be. He was having some really sort of odd performances, had the odd brilliant game in there, but honestly was less consistent than he otherwise would be. His teleports were weird. He was playing overly aggressive a lot of the time. And this will be a massive test watching him go up against Gimgoon, especially if we see a 1v1 towards the beginning of the game, if we're not going to get these lane swaps that Snake have been known to do.
It also means that we could get creative in terms of the draft phase, because both Gimgoon and Flandre are carry-oriented junglers.
Yeah.
And obviously
or
with
top
the...
laners.
Yeah, did I say jungler?
Yeah.
Man, I'm just out of it. Thank goodness I don't talk for a living.
It's okay.
No. And with the adjustments to Rift Herald on 6.10, giving you the glimpse of the void and offering an empowering split push, it's really Gimgoon and Flandre that can be highlighted by this change. So I'm very curious to see how Snake and Game Talents will utilize that buff.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited just because, you know, game number 1, we saw a lot of Dragon focus, despite the fact that there were a lot of sneaky solo Dragons taken early. But it could be now, as we move over to this more sort of top-heavy game, that the Rift Herald, like you said, is going to be that big point of contention. We'll see whether both of these teams are going to be moving over there. But you can see already massive amounts of bans coming in, at least, as Azir, Kindred, and Tahm Kench. Of course, we're going to see that banned against Savoki every now and again, have been banned away from Snake, and it's Ryze, Lucian, and Nidalee that are going to hit the bench. We saw Lucian in all 3 of our games in the first series. Not going to see it this time around as Rek'Sai is going to be picked up. ZZR, of course, known as the Rek'Sai player, wasn't able to play it very much in the last season, but previously, that was what he played when he was sort of subbing in.
Everyone knows something that we don't about this Rek'Sai
Yeah,
pick.
well, it was actually working out. Of course, didn't for Swift, but he put in a lot of effort, especially able to get a lot of kills early on. But look, ZZR, of course, able to go back to a lot of comfort in that champion, and Clearlove showing us that she can definitely do great work.
Again, I think it just goes back to this idea of control, that because we have a higher priority on Dragon, on Baron, on even the blue and red buff, that Rek'Sai gets a pseudo buff to her, as well as the nurse to the trinkets, so her Tremor Sense being that much more potent and powerful.
Gangplank being hovered here as well. Not necessarily a tank champion, but definitely a Flandre champion, as that is both solo lanes picked up by Game Talents. Very solid in both of their roles. You want a super tank, you look at Maokai. You want consistent damage control mage in the mid lane. You are definitely going to be looking at the Victor. There's now Snake looking to pick up another couple. They have a lot of flexibility now, knowing exactly what those solos are going to be. Unless Savoki's going to play some interesting tree support there towards the bottom side of the map.
I wouldn't put it past him.
I wouldn't either. The man played Blitzcrank earlier on.
Someone that we really have to look for, though, is we did see a LeBlanc cover, but it was traded over for a flex Karma pick. Again, she can still slot into that mid and support position.
Or top lane, this is Flandre we're talking about.
Or top lane, this is Flandre. It's Tank. Now, Snake here, I mean, if we're taking Game Talents for EPA last split and Snake for Snake's playoff finish last split, this is theoretically like David versus Goliath. Very mismatched in terms of where these teams finish and where their inherent strengths are. So this is Snake's chance to prove that in the offseason they made good work of their time, and to hit hard and to hit fast and show that they are still dominant and they can still be a relevant talking point in the LPL, and that starts with Tank. They actually only look as good as their new mid laner does.
That's really, really true. And look, they did actually have a fantastic performance in their first game in the playoffs. Last split, but unfortunately then were knocked out by EDG on their run towards the final. We'll see whether they have actually made any adjustments. You can see the bottom lane's now locked in here for Game Talents. The Ezreal Bard can offer a lot of power, but the Twitch already there for Crystal has been a historical pick for him, as Snake used to build comps entirely around their AD carry. Crystal now thinking about what he wants to grab for Flandre. You can see it does look like Jay-Z is going to be playing the Karma, as they're looking at their solo lanes to lock in last. Tank back to relative comfort there if he is going to pick up the Lissandra, as Fizz is locked in. Flandre already on, look, somewhat of a split pusher, something like that, but definitely something that can do a lot more damage. We'll see how he's going to build him.
That is Flandre's champion, though.
Damn right
it's
it
his
is.
signature Fizz. He was known as a Fizz one trick when he was in the LSPL. He came into the LPL and pulled out Rumble, but he was one of the first players in the world to bring about the Cinderhulk Smite top lane. Did that on Fizz.
The old Skirmishes Saber, Smite Teleport, crazy Fizz.
Tank, also a staple Lissandra player, and I actually don't think Lissandra is in too bad of a place right now.
Yeah, you were sort of a Lissandra advocate, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and I just think it's because the cost efficiency on her items is still relatively low. You have to think Lissandra is fairly flexible in her build, but it's a very cheap build. She hits a mid-game power spike very well. She's very impactful. She's not punished by running double teleport. And more importantly, she can deal with the likes of Azir and Victor in terms of keeping up with them, and more importantly, having kill pressure on them.
Yeah.
And that's why I like Lissandra, because anytime Victor and Azir are strong, I think that there is a place for her.
Well, you can see both of these lineups have been locked in. Wushang is going to be able to grab the Graves, So a lot of damage coming out of the jungle here and a lot of setup CC available if the gravity fields can be put down. Twisted Advance, of course, very easy towards the top side. And having some added damage from the jungle will help out a lot. The Game Talents just with a generally strong lineup by the looks of things on paper.
A lot of poke damage.
Yeah, and Snake, however, with a lot of clear power allocation. As Flandre does look like he wants to be split pushing, as is Flandre's way. Gimgoon taking a bit of a back seat in his super tank role. We'll see whether he can get those flanks, really get things working out for his team. That top lane still somewhere that we need to be focusing on.
And this was a question, you know, with the double teleport. I think it's being run by both sides, but also Flandre setting himself up to be a primary split pusher. Will we see more of a 1-3-1 out of Snake? And will they initiate the early lane swap, or will they fall into the trap of trying to fight GT head-on with their 5v5 comp?
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into game number 1 of set number 2. Well, hey Flandre, how are you doing? I don't think we are on Summoner's Rift just yet, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you like how
a pause is going to start us off?
I'm loving the fly little intros.
I know.
ZZR looking.
It caught me by surprise. That's why I was a little bit flustered when we got back in here because, man, that was some just dubstep, boom, right in your face. And now, look, we're just going to make sure that we set things up. Of course, we have been a bit light on as far as the pauses are concerned. Normally, you know, you get into a new patch, things are a bit crazy.
Don't go there.
We're
curse
just not going to do it? Not cursing it? All right.
The pauses have been excellent. You know, we're pacing really well. It's great. I love the pace of tonight. Keep it going.
Yeah,
literally keep it going.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be into the game very, very soon, but this is like a real, like, just calm down.
It's going to be like
easy.
3 hours now.
Easy. That's okay.
How long can you talk about 6.10 patch? Let's talk about those dragons.
Why would we do that when we've got Snake's weird, like, team comp to talk about? Okay. Yeah, they've got a Fizz in the top lane. They've got a Lissandra there in the mid lane. 2 champions. I mean, of course, we did see the Fizz in the last game, but I mean, Lissandra, haven't seen her as of yet. I personally haven't seen her as of yet on 6.10. Interested to see what Tank is going to be able to do with it, but the Twitch here as well. I'm excited to see what it is going to do up against a very dangerous lane of Savoki and Ezreal.
Yeah, and that's the important thing to emphasize is this idea that it's Ezreal and Bard. A lot of people assume that Ezreal is weak in the lane phase, and yes, it is true that he trades his initial back battle stats for mana on the tier, but that's when Ezreal is weak. His level 1 is actually incredibly strong with the Mystic Shot. You pair that in tandem with Bard's level 1, and there is a ton of kill threat in this lane very early on, and Twitch does not lane well.
No.
So I'm actually really curious if Snake are going to pull their old lane swap scenario and actually swap on the new patch. Previously, Snake had about like a 75% chance to lane swap. They're one of the highest lane swapping teams in the LPL, very experienced doing it. Their coach said, we just did it in scrims to compensate for a lack of 5v5 ability, and that's what we took to the professional play. Their 5v5 strengths did get stronger. Again, this is why we emphasize tank. How good tank looks directly impacts how good Snake looks, because he's kind of like the core, I guess, or I don't even know. It's really hard to say like why
he's like the
tank.
barometer, the sort of barometer of the team. Like if he's able to step up, the rest of the team can do their job around him. But if he sort of thoroughly drops the ball, then it's like that link in the chain is gone, and then the team looks like they fall apart just a little bit.
Yeah, and then now the other question then is Ella. Ella was super important to Snake's identity of you know, maintaining their 3v3 and their 5v5 ability. When you left, the previous mid laner before Tank took over, Ella really took on the responsibility of not only being that heavy disengage support, but also being that really heavy engage support and compensating when Flandre would go too deep or go too aggressive. And for, you know, Tank's growing pains, introducing himself into the team. So will Jay-Z be able to fill that role? Jay-Z was a phenomenal support, but he's much more about the hard engage rather than the disengage, and Ella had to do both.
Yeah, that's exactly right. One thing I do want to talk about, though, is sort of how these team comps have worked themselves out, because I have a feeling that if game talents get themselves into a lane swap situation, they will be able to do things a little bit faster. They have access to the Essence Flux, things like that, increasing attack speed. If they want to get junglers involved, Graves takes down turrets far faster than a Rek'Sai does. So I'm interested to see whether or not Snake do try to go for that, or whether they actually search out these sort of standard lanes just because they may not necessarily have as many tools in order to take down turrets early.
The other thing is you also want to make sure that Fizz is okay.
Yeah.
And that he gets the matchup that he wants. Although Snake are notorious about putting Flandre behind and then coming into this weird stalled mid-game where he effectively farms himself back up to relevancy.
Yeah.
Like, they don't allocate farm for Crystal. They allocate it for Flandre. But we're just going to check in to see if Snake's tendencies are left over from spring into summer split.
Yeah, and I also want to see the evolution of Flandre here as well, because if we are going to move into a meta that doesn't have quite as many of these lane swaps, then I have a feeling that it could potentially either make or break Flandre. If he continues on his downward spiral, things could look worse and worse. However, if he comes into his own and is that really dominant laning player that he was always known to be, especially when he was picking up all of his crazy picks, doing mental things, throwing curveballs, making sure that, the top lane is something that always needs to be addressed, then things could go fantastically well for Snake, because with Jay-Z now on the roster, might unlock Crystal's former aggressive tendencies, and we may see sort of this evolution and change of Snake into a very different team.
Yeah, we'll see how aggressive he gets with Twitch Karma lane.
Well, yeah, this game, not going to happen. Like, it's just flat out not going to happen.
I mean, he's got some poke potential.
He's got Karma there, I guess. Karma's often known for a little bit of early power, but yeah, Twitch, not so much. It ain't a Draven. Let's just say that.
No. I still think it comes down to this idea that this composition, as I'm just looking at it on the paper, is set up for a 1-3-1. You have a double teleport on Lissandra and Fizz, split pushing ability there, and then you also have a Karma. Karma's ability to augment the movement speed of her team, get them around the map faster. Rek'Sai, the Void Scream or Void Rush, whatever it's called.
Rush, yep.
Void Rush, semi-global presence if she has a neural network of tunnels set up correctly. So you have a lot of map presence, and this is actually something that Snake were very good at. It's now about executing it against the likes of Hard Engage from the Maokai, so look for those twisted advance flank plays from Gimgoon, and Gimgoon is a phenomenal top laner.
Yeah.
Our two top laners that we've seen previously today, V is a workhorse, Mouse obviously very new, but Gimgoon has to be held to a very high regard and standard to execute on this correctly.
Yeah, and often the games that EPA won are almost all about Gimgoon and what he was able to do for the team. The guy, his poppy was phenomenal to watch, but it doesn't matter whether he's on a tank, whether he's on a carry or a split push or anything like that. This guy is always able to get his job done, and I like that you bring up the fact that we're relying on Maokai like flanks and teleports in order to get like this team ahead. Because it's not only the fact that, Gimgoon's a phenomenal player, but that is what this team is going to rely on, because they need to lock Snake down and get themselves into a position where they can teamfight with this teamfight heavy comp.
They also have the long-range initiation potential from Bard, which we've seen more pull out some amazing Tempted Fate. So see if Savoki can do the exact same thing, but it really comes down to they have the hard engage tools. This is a very 5v5 oriented composition. You've got Graves who's doing the AoE damage. You of course have the big Victor. Ezreal can throw his ultimate across everyone. So making sure that game talents follow up on the success that EPA found on the back half of their split and start strong in the LPL, putting the right foot forward.
Yeah. I also really like this this comp in sort of choke points and things like that. And if Snake is going to be moving around the map, trying to get into these 1-3-1 scenarios and get things working out effectively, then they are going to be heading through the jungle.
What's scary though is I agree with you that they want to fight in choke points, but actually
it's all theoretical, honestly. Yeah.
No, what's really cool is to take a composition, and I learned this from some of the coaches in the LMS region. Is you take a comp and then you write down what is the core of the composition. So the core would be the two champions that are most important to it. So anytime there's a Maokai Victor comp, guess what? They're probably going to be the core of the comp. Okay, so where do those champions like to fight? In these tiny little choke points. When do they like to fight? And then it's identifying their power spikes. If you look across at Snake's composition, it's the exact same thing. We want to fight in choke points, but we want it to be skirmishes. So it's a 3v3 from Snake in choke points versus a 5v5 from game talents.
That's exactly right. We are back on the Rift, though, ladies and gentlemen. Snake versus game talents. And look, Flandre has taken further a battle. Hell yeah, that's my boy.
We're fervoring of battling.
We are battling fervently. End of the line, not going to be so much of that, as ZZR just shrugs it off. Wanders out of the way of the secondary damage. Meowkai is there for Gimgoon. The guy's adorable.
Yes, he is.
What a scary, adorable tree he is.
Thing, though, is that Gimgoon and Wushang have shown themselves on the top side of the map by placing that ward and also playing around with ZZR, so it is going to give free information and a free pass for Snake to initiate the lane swap. And there they go. Crystal and Jay-Z, 99 problems, heading up to the top lane.
But a Twitch ain't one.
Well, game talents aren't one for him anymore.
Well, we shall see exactly whether or not that Twitch is a problem. As Crystal, has had up and down performances. As he wanders towards this ward. Now going to walk over it. They're going to see it die. Oh, sad boys.
Yep.
There's a sapling there as well. Lasts a little bit longer now.
But they do know, again, that Wushang and Gimgoon are on this side of the map, so still continuing to check in. We'll see if Jay-Z goes further into the jungle. Yep, he is going to go deeper and head towards that Raptor camp, while Crystal will go collect solo EXP in the top lane.
Yep. Wushang is going to be able to lock away that big Raptor. Grabs himself some Tremor Sense very early on, though, which is unfortunate. Was unable to actually take down the ward either. He's now Republican tank in a little bit of a, I guess, I was going to say solo situation, but in goes Akama to throw down an empowered Q. As Savoki's being frustrating, ZZR actually taking a fair bit of damage here as Flandre turns around to try and battle the support. There it is. ZZR able to lock down that camp. And do we want to talk a little bit about how the sort of experience from these jungle camps has changed? Because it does work out a little bit differently now that you have to kill the specific unit in order to get the experience.
It effectively makes double jungling a bit more micro-intensive to make sure how you're trading correctly rather than just standing near it and, feeding the appropriate smaller jungle camps to the appropriate parties.
This makes it a little bit more difficult to navigate, maybe, as Tank, that was beautiful wave clearing as he gets all of them with the 1Q.
But it is going to be a standard setup for the lane swap here. Again, the most important thing is kind of the moves that happen after the PvE on the initial tower. Now, Snake have this tendency where they'll kind of drop into Fog of War, and they'll look for a gank on mid lane as opposed to immediately swapping back. Should be noted that it is an Infernal Drake on initial spawn, so a lot of scaling power available. And what's kind of cool is people were suspecting that a lane swap might mean that you sacrifice the initial dragon, and that if it was a strong dragon like this, that it would kill the idea of a lane swap. But I argue that by initiating the lane swap on the top side of the map, you should take the tower early enough that you're able to swap back and have control of the dragon anyway, because your strong side of the map will then be on the bottom side, as well as the initial early traded gold for the structures.
Yeah, well, you can see.
But they're trying to disprove that.
Immediately started here as Wushang is going to come in, end of the line, doing a lot of damage there as Savoki comes down to help him out. He wants to tank it up just because he's got a little bit more health available, but not a gigantic health bar just in general, so he may just partially kill himself. Savoki, move out of the way, bro. You might die. As he's going to get mad at Wushang now, so they will be able to take this one down. 4-minute Dragon goes in, and that is a big deal. You actually mentioned the fact that, Infernal Drake, despite the fact that you get sort of scaling AD and AP, still okay early on.
Yeah, I mean, effectively it's lane stats, I guess.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a souped up, what's the word I'm looking
Dragon
for?
1?
Yeah, previous Dragon 1. It's going to mean more on 25-minute items than it will on 4-minute and 44-second items. But this still can equate a little bit more. You have to think, if you back and you have a longsword advantage, you still have the advantage in the lane, even though it's only 10 AD.
Yeah.
And when you combine this small advantage with Battle of Fervor, you can still kind of eke out some lane dominance there. What's more important to me is the fact that they took it at like 4 minutes and 44 seconds. That's going to give them, 5 dragon spawns? So the potential to get 3 Infernal Dragons and to get up to that ridiculous scaling point is insanely high for game talents right now.
Still, not a high chance that they're going to get all Infernal Drakes in a row. Although we have seen
Would
a
you
lot
like
of
to see the
consecutive dragons.
exact probability?
It's like 1 in 9 or something, isn't it?
No, it's so.
Or is that the last one? Is a 1 in 9?
If you're assuming that each dragon has the exact same chance of spawning, although we've seen some really weird stuff happen.
Yes.
You have to say so. There's 3 dragons total. per map.
Yep.
So it's going to be a 33% chance that the Infernal Dragon will come up again. So 33, 33, 33. Obviously, it gets higher the more dragon spawns you have, so they have 5 chances to get it.
Is it 33 or 25?
It's
I thought
33.
there were 4 dragons.
No, because there's 3 dragons per map.
Ah, yes.
It's
true.
technically 25% on the first dragon because you can have 1 of 4, but then following that, it's 33%.
I was never very good at probability, to be honest.
It comes out to, I think they have close to a 40% chance of achieving it.
All right. That sounds good.
Obviously, as the dragons go down, that chance gets more and more narrow.
Yep.
If you have, so your probability of getting 3 of the same dragon, if there's only 3 elemental spawns, is like 3%. Something insanely low.
Well, Crystal going to somehow get snagged by that Cosmic Binding. Looked a little bit ridiculous, but shoving out this lane quite nicely. 10 CS advantage here for the Twitch, but that's a big creep wave moving in for PentaQ to pick up, if he so chooses. Savoki setting up some Coco. I'm still going to call it Coco, despite the fact that he doesn't have the skin.
And he had the choice.
I know, he did.
I feel like some players just make poor choices sometimes.
But he's Savoki, right? He just likes to be golden as many times as he possibly can be. I mean, this guy's played Leona, he's played Blitzcrank.
Something that you have to watch for in the Savoki versus PentaQ lane, as we're talking about him, although looking at Wushang, is PentaQ is really aggressive. He actually has one of the lowest CS rates at 10 of any 80 carries in the LPL in terms of spring split. But he has one of the highest chances for first blood happening on his team, either him dying or the enemy team dying. He just loves to fight. And Savoki is kind of in this position where it's like putting him on the leash, holding him back. He's like one of those guys that's rushing forward, and Savoki has him like in the headlock, holding his arms like, it's not worth it.
Yeah. Just hold me back, hold me back.
Just let it go. Walk away.
Which I find interesting because a lot of what we've seen from Savoki is actually quite aggressive in a lot of his play, but a lot of it really interesting in how he goes about everything. Tank farming out very nicely here in the mid lane, but so far it's a bit of a farm lane between these 2 control mages. First backs have come in. You can see Abyssal Scepter is Tank's first item of choice. Makes a lot of sense. And Lysandra,
this is why
I really like her on this patch, just given the fact that you now on your core items get cooldown reduction.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. When I brought this up in Spawn and Rusty were like, not Lysandra. Well, I was like, but she's so cost efficient on her.
We shouldn't have this conversation now. They can't defend themselves.
Oh, yeah, this is true. I love having conversations when
I know, and
people
I'm just a
can't
play-by-play.
defend
I'm just
themselves.
going to agree with you. Like, it's just... You know,
no,
nice.
my big thing about Lysandra, I don't think she's S tier. Like, obviously, I don't think she's in the same league as, like, Victor or Azir, but I think she's a viable answer as we do see a roam being set up here.
If she has anything, she's got
Gimgoon.
lockdown CC. Gimgoon level 7 here as well. ZZR's going to make his way in. There's the knock-up. Claw of Doom comes in as Tank gets the Circle of Frost down. The ultimate is still available here from the Lysandra as he throws it out. And Flandre tried to grab it, but it's going to be picked up by Tank. And what did we say? Barometer for the team. First blood comes in. Nicely done.
Yeah, making the nice roam because he has the wave clear to compete and to keep up with Victor. The nice thing about Lysandra is that she's able to answer that. Yeah, tying it back. Gets now CDR in her itemization. If you think like one of her cores could be an Abyssal into an Hourglass, that's just straight buffed.
Yeah. And man, already able to complete that item there as well. Teleport coming in from Game Talents as Flandre and ZZR possibly out of position. The teleport comes in from the Fizz. As there's the Void Rush as well. But he's not actually going to be able to use it.
The collateral damage.
Yeah, actually blocked that one out. Tremor Sense is in there, and ZZR's just watching them all converge. Flashes. Just stays in position. Wushang going to flash there as well. ZZR's trying to get... Oh. Okay. Did he somehow just ult again?
Oh, he almost got the execute.
Yeah. Except the fact that Bard and Maokai both got an assist. I have a feeling he probably, still would have been a kill there, but never mind. Game Talents do answer one back. I'm going to say that it was all about PentaQ getting in there.
Important to note, though, that PentaQ is going to be the benefactor.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's always nice for Ezreal to pick up a little bit more pocket change, get him through that power trough.
Precisely. Does have a sheen under his belt there.
I'm already done with this Void Rush screaming.
Yeah. My goodness. Thank God it's now on cooldown. ZZR takes himself towards his bottom side jungle. Don't know why she just likes to make sure that we understand. Yes, I'm going back to farming. Quick, everyone understand this.
It's a cue for the enemy team.
Yeah.
I love the mind games that you can play with the Void Rush.
Very true. I get frightened every time it gets used, as PentaQ and Savoki helping Gimgoon out, take down this top lane turret.
Important, though, because Snake are not in an a position to respond. Check out the bottom wave right now. It's slowly building. Crystal will get it to crash into, but that's going to be a quite sizable advantage to Game Talents as they're now continuing to march down with a massive wave, meeting up with their jungler. They're going for tier 2.
Yeah, 4 members here as Crystal just solo pushing towards the bottom side. You can see actually 3 members of Snake here, but that's 4 of Game Talents, and there's no one here to answer this push. That is going to be inner turret falling down. Flandre just saying, well, that's going to fall down. It's been traded now, but that's an outer turret. This is a victory for Game Talents, most definitely.
But here comes the question now. Where do Game Talents go from here? Looks like they're going to collapse onto Flandre.
Yep, Playful Tricks is going to get him to safety, though, and they're going to continue pushing forward. You can see the backs come in from Jay-Z. Magical Journey is going to be taken to get Game Talents out. You see the backs coming in. So Snake will potentially be able to answer unless Game Talents are looking for a team fight. As Tank in trouble, the ultimate comes down, just takes out Pentacue and claws his way out. Beautiful play from Tank.
Destroys him. Okay, so take a timeout. Follow the 2 trains of thoughts here. So Game Talents had 2 decisions. They take the second tier top tower and they can say, we're either collapsing mid and we're going to catch out Tank and then push down mid, or we're going to back and then meet Snake, challenging for our tier 2 and make sure that we get a tower advantage. Instead, they fumble the initiation on Flandre, and then immediately followed up by fumbling the initiation on Tank, and lose any and all advantage that they had set up with that play. And then Snake grabbed the dragon on top of it after the kill onto the mid lane.
And
so,
it's an Ocean Drake, one of your favorites.
Exactly. What started out so promising and so strong from GT, suddenly undone at the seams.
So, flashes of brilliance in this relatively, I want to say new squad, but really it's just 2 old squads mixed together.
They have the experience. They've played in the LPL. Every single one of these players, except for their jungler, has been in the LPL for 1 split.
And
some of them
last
multiple
split as well.
splits.
It's not like, most of these players have had a lot of experience. You're exactly right. And man, I'm actually really happy with how Snake are looking right now, given the fact that Tank is the one with 100% of their kills, one of them being a solo kill, and is now building up towards the new and improved Rod of Ages. I was half expecting something like a Morellonomicon into Roa type build, just because both of those items have changed a little bit and have gotten relatively better.
You just have so much flexibility with Lissandra. You could go into the Nomicon, you could go into the Roa, you could go into an Hourglass if it's needed, just kind of depending on what she's facing across from.
And what you want to actually do for your team as well. I mean, you can be that burst mage if you want to be. You can be sort of that backline disruption like a lot of the top lane Lissandras were. I really do like that. And look, having options in League of Legends is definitely one of the great things about it, as Twitch is going to make some uncomfortable noises towards the bottom side of the map.
A lot of respect does need to be given to Crystal's Twitch, however, as he has his Blade of the Rune King up and online, so definitely some assassination potential available.
Interesting that he went for that and not the Ghost Blade first, that we've seen out a lot of these Twitches.
We'll see if it comes back to bite him, but so far, Gamgoon may be in a little bit of trouble. Here comes Claw.
Yeah, there's the flash in from ZZR as well, and it was a very early flash from Gamgoon, but unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. So much lockdown CC, despite his tankiness, and this is going to be Flandre picking it up this time. 1-0-1 for the Fizz, as there's the Rek'Sai ultimate. Void Rush going to get ZZR to watch this turret fall down by the looks. Hasn't died just yet, as Crystal Tempered Fate is going to stop him right in mid-ultimate, and ZZR's caught out of position. Massive Death Ray is going to lock it in for Republic on the board in a big way early on. The teleport going to be cancelled, and Snake left in the dust after that.
Really greedy back from Tank right there. He was actually fairly healthy. He could have joined the fight a lot earlier on to a side or a flanking TP as opposed to getting the back in and then trying to teleport into the team fight. But good job from Republic to lay down the consistent damage and just delete Snake as well as pick up mid tower.
That was preposterous amounts of damage. 18 CS in the lead as well, as Tank was moving around the map quite a lot on this Lissandra, utilizing all of that lockdown CC that is targeted.
I mean, Republic historically has had 2 champions in his LPL career, Corki and Victor.
Yeah.
One of them is dead. One of them is awesome.
Well, Victor is definitely buffed up. Can't wait to see Raphael, of course, the man that brought it to the LPL first off. I always get very confused with Republic and Raphael. You know, similar length names that both start with R.
Is that just what confuses you?
Yeah, that's well. There's a lot of other things as well, but in this case, that is the one that I've opted for as far as my story is concerned. ZZR following Savoki, who's making his way towards the mid lane. We'll see whether he's just planning on helping Republic with some wave clear. Doesn't quite have Tempered Fate available yet again.
A little bit fumbled in terms of lane assignments from Snake right here, so they do have Flandre kicked out to one of these side lanes, again trying to farm him back up from the lane swap scenario. But this is kind of the point where they can initiate a 1-3-1, but because the teleport was wasted, they don't have the Global Summoner available. But I still think that Flandre should be across from Maokai, Lissandra should be across from Ezreal.
Well, especially with what Flandre has built as well. I mean, he's
Yep.
got Merc Treads and the
Spirit
Spirit
Visage.
Visage. So, I mean, you ain't going to be protecting from a lot of physical damage. That's what I'm going to say. That is something that doesn't confuse me.
The other more important thing is the fact that Dragon is spawning in 2 minutes, and so again, if you don't have your TP cooldown, place that person closest to the objective that you need to move into. And obviously the TP will be available by the time the Dragon is up and online, or very close to, but you should still have tank there to help your team in assisting, moving in and placing down vision. And so that's why it's just the lane assignments were just backwards. And it's a small thing, but it's one of these things that Snake, you know, we compliment their macro and their map play so much because they're one of the smarter teams in the LPL that have really tried to make this their identity and style, and they just need to tighten up these tiny little nuances.
Well, we'll see whether they manage to move into a better plan towards the later stages of the game. Gravity Field goes down just to zone out some minions, but Republic not going to be able to achieve too much with that one, and Snake with 5 members are going to be able to take down this outer turret for nothing. Oh, there's the ultimate. Fantastic mantra E in order to get the movement speed from JZ.
Yeah, and the confidence and communication to do that. Tank stepping forward, gets the last hit.
Yeah.
Other cool thing about Lissandra is she still is very capable and powerful of sieging, especially against a champion like Victor. It's a little bit scarier against the likes of Azir because he can reset a team fight, but Victor, very immobile. She throws out that glacial path. You have to respect the possibility that she pulls the trigger on it and immediately puts you in the frozen tomb.
Well, Tank, you can see, actually hanging out in the mid lane here as well. 20 seconds until the Dragon does come up. Not entirely sure what it is going to be just yet, as we'll have a look at the pit at some point, I am sure. We will know in 10 seconds what it's going to be. This Crystal does have the ultimate. The Rat-a-tat-tat is at the ready. Tank, a lot of lockdown. ZZR as well, a lot of lockdown. It's an Ocean Drake to come in. Will be the second for Snake if they pick it up. But GT already in the pit. And there is a Victor coming over as well. They actually pull off here, at least trying to pull the Dragon out. And Snake don't actually look to be trying to get in here. Teleports, multiples coming in from Snake as it has been locked down now. ZZR, maybe a little bit early as the fish, not going to find anyone. Kimgoon right on top of Flandre. Snake, oh my god, Tank, massive damage with the ultimate. But look at the True Shot barrage. Wu Shang able to lock down Tank now as well as Crystal, trying to kite back. There are low health bars on GT. Crystal starting to rip through them. Fantastic exhaust is going to stop the damage, and the Twitch is still alive. PentaQ able to play the back half of that fight well as Savoki with a slight outplay onto ZZR saves his own life, but it's a 3 for 3 in the end. 3 for 2 actually, as of course the blinking health bar of the Rat is going to mean Snake come out ahead, but Dragon goes to GT.
And that's the big thing to underline is the fact that GT secured their second Dragon, so now have an Infernal and an Ocean underneath their belt. Team fight was saved on the back half of Tank there, making sure that he gets his ultimate in the middle of multiple members, but unfortunately, Flandre missed a huge portion of his damage by not landing that shark, and there was little follow-up when Lissandra finally did lock people down, so good zone control to keep Crystal out as long as possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, short-armed the fish. As, the collateral damage True Shot Barrage combination just did so much work in an AoE sense from GT.
And the fact that the Rat-a-tat-tat couldn't follow up the Lissandra ultimate, that it was pretty much for that duration of the ult.
Yeah.
Him hitting Maokai.
Well, Flandre just going to clear out some Krugs on the bottom side. PentaQ grabs himself a red buff. We'll see where the next point of contention is going to be. Baron now up. 20 minutes into this game. Hurricane now done here for Crystal as well. He had a lot of money to go back and spend after that team fight, which is possibly a big deal considering the fact that I think he just fought on that Blade of the Ruined King and a Zeal. Now with a lot more available to him.
Obviously the cool interactions of Hurricane and, what is it called? Contaminate?
Yes.
Nailed it.
Making sure that he does as much damage as possible, poisons as many things as possible, makes himself into a sort of pseudo Callisto. I think it's a bit of a stretch, but you know the idea.
We'll
is
go
there.
with it.
Yeah. But it's easier now. Feeding Tank a blue buff, Wushang a little bit late in order to try and steal that one away. Clearing out vision now. And tunnels. Savoki is going to eat one there for himself. You can see lots of vision available from Snake. Doing a lot of work there as now, finally, some armor picked up from Flandre. 20% CDR here as well from the Fizz.
And that's the cool thing. It's been a while since we've seen kind of the top lane tank Fizz. But effectively, he gets pseudo-tankiness out of building CDR because you spend more time than in the air on your troll pole.
Yep.
Obviously not taking any damage while you're up there, which means that you last longer.
Well, let's see whether Flandre is going to be able to get some more work done in the next fight. 1-1-4, doing decently well as Snake, you can see, holding relatively consistent gold lead for the last little while, but it's only to the tune of 2,000, which, might I add, is not a lot to write home about.
Sounds nice, though, but more importantly is I finally got to look at that dragon pit, and it's another Infernal Dragon, which means if, I always want to call them KMT, if game talents are able to secure they'll bump up that stat to 16% scaling AP and AD.
And if Snake grab it, then they will even out the dragons with GT completely.
And this is when this really starts to make a difference at that 22 to 25 minute mark.
Yeah.
Obviously on the completion of 3 items.
This is likely to be one of those dragons that Snake might prioritize a whole lot more. We'll look to see whether they are going to get into position a whole lot earlier this time around. As you can see, Jay-Z already down there trying to get vision up. They do have the Rift Scuttler, but maybe a little bit too early as it's now only 2 minutes until that comes up. Tank just clearing out this mid lane, looking for the Zhonya's Hourglass as item number 3. Still stacking on the rower. And I have a feeling that, you know, once that Zhonya's comes in, you know, Voidstaff, Rabadon's to come after that, something like that, this Lissandra will be what we're looking for alongside Crystal in these team fights to really get things going. You can see Crystal actually farming up a Storm. See whether he is going to be able to get to a decent item timing for this dragon.
Has about 1:20 left for him.
Yeah, BF Sword now completed, so it looks like Infinity Edge is trying to be picked up from the Rat. But I like it. He's gone back, made sure that he's spent as much money as he can in the minute that he has before this dragon spawns. And you can see GT prioritizing it a lot. All 4 members, bottom side of the map.
And that's the big thing is both these teams, like you said, hovering around the bottom side, peeking their head into enemy jungles, trying to set down true pockets of vision.
Yep. Flandre, Barmy Cinder there helping him clear out that minion wave. Ambush actually going to come in as Crystal trying to get the damage down on Republic. Flashes out of the way, but there's the Chaos Storm. Oh, True Shot Barrage is going to miss as Wushang heads over the top. Crystal still alive. Not sure how, as Republic is eventually able to lock that one down, but Tank, massive damage. Flashes forward. Pentakill in trouble. He's not dead. There it is. Jay-Z picks that one up. As now Tempered Fate just keeps Tank alive for a little bit, stops the minions from hurting him, and Snake find themselves 3 kills.
An absurd play from Crystal comes out on top there. Great follow-up from the rest of his team, but wow. The guts to make that call.
What was I talking about? You know, the old aggressive Crystal. Well, there it is, playing on the Twitch.
Baron will be started. They were spotted out by a ward, so we'll see if Gimgoon and Savoki have anything.
Yeah, Flandre is actually going to deliver him a fish here as Gimgoon bouncing into the air, throws down the ultimate. He's very, very tanky, but Snake, they're going to be able to kill him. Tank locks that one down. They grab the top laner. We'll see whether they look for the dragon next.
Important, though, that they were able to stall out the Baron, so
Very
good
true.
job from Gimgoon and Savoki to give their team another foot back into this, and they are in position and in time to contest this Infernal Drake.
Well, Gimgoon, no teleport, which is very, very important. Otherwise, he possibly could have just respawned and come straight back in. But, like you said, Snake moving down there, seeing what they can do. It actually looks like the Baron is what Snake are looking at, still pinging it out. Azizia over the top. Crystal's going to be able to lock down the Rift Scuttler, and they've started off the Baron.
And not even caring at all. They know that it's warded. They just cleared one out, so they're just trying to lure GT here. Here comes TP on the back of the pit.
Yep, there it is. So, Tank looking for his way in. Oh my goodness, this setup is ridiculous. Oh no! A bit of a miscommunication or a misclick on that magical journey. Triple kill instantly out of Crystal. The rat going massive as Flandre. He long-armed the fish that time around. Wushang has to run for the hills. And so does the Maokai. Oh, Savoki.
That was huge
So
damage
sad.
from Tank and a massive misstep from GP. They thought the magical journey was taking them to safety, but instead it puts them in this tiny little death trap.
It was a very, very cold magical journey, Frostgren. Oh dear. The tomb was, the delivery. It was just disgusting. Okay, beautiful play out of Tank though, despite the slight misplay out of Savoki.
Do you think there's this moment as they're going through the wall like, oh god?
No. The setup was great out of Snake though. I mean, they made sure that they timed the teleport well. You can see most of that damage was actually Crystal, as he's now just going to head over to this Infernal Drake. Doing a lot of damage here at the same time. Of course, Blade of the Ruined King helping him out. Ward is going to come in.
He needs to be careful because his smite's not around. Graves is going to be in the area.
Oh, he just takes it away. The ultimate does come in from Tank. They may actually lose the jungler here as ZZR right on top of it. Great gravity field. He's actually going to lock up too as now Crystal. Great positioning. There's the speed from the Karma. Fish comes down, takes the tree out of the fight for a little while, but ZZR in trouble. That Chaos Storm is greatly positioned as Tank was looking for a potential way back in. A tunnel comes out. ZZR somehow alive. Just not entirely sure how. And Snake, they get away, but the dragon just snapped up by Wushang.
And that's important too. That's the second Infernal Drake. So again,
Yeah, massive.
bumping that up from 8% to 16%, which means that effectively as soon as that smite went down in the middle of that fight, some of them got free BF swords worth of passive stats from that scaling AD.
Yeah.
So it's like, thanks for the free shop in the middle of this team fight.
And it would have been such a big deal for Snake there as well. I mean, in comparison to like 2 Infernal Drakes to 0, being completely even with exactly the same dragon stats just means so much more, because in 7 minutes or in 8 minutes or so, we are going to have that Elder Dragon up, and that Elder Dragon would have meant the same things for both of these players had we seen it. So very, very big deal. But Infinity Edge now done for the Twitch. That is huge for Crystal. This guy's a monster on the Twitch, and he's playing really, really well. We saw that last team fight. He did massive amounts of damage. We thought that it was Tank, but I think he was largely just locking things up.
Oh yeah,
for Crystal.
Lissandra's not going to be the big damage threat here. It's obviously going to be all about this rat Crystal, but still, huge props to both the carries on Snake. And this is the cool thing, is that we're talking about Crystal and Tank as the true carries of Snake, as opposed to Flandre. And that's how you know that this team is set up for success right now.
Yeah, starting to actually work as Crystal manages to get the last Raptor. Zhonya's is done for Tank. Massive item spikes here for Snake, actually. This is a real big deal as the fish comes in. Wushang in trouble. He's going to eat him up there as Flandre right in the front line. But Tank, he's in the back line as well. Big knockups from ZZR as the ultimate comes in on the Graves. Zhonya's goes down as well as Crystal finally finds his way into the fight. There's the unload of damage, but he's taking so much from the Chaos Storm. Takes down Republic, but he will die as the double comes in. Jay-Z now trying to kite this one around. Once again, PentaQ is going to take down Flandre, and Gimgoon is a giant. It is a 3-for-3 so far, but there is no damage left out of Snake.
Okay, even team fight for GT, that's exactly what they want, and the big issue is where the Frozen Tomb was used. Yes, we talk about how Crystal is the primary damage dealer.
Also, where was Crystal that fight?
Well, he got obliterated by the Chaos Storm. The second tick really took him down. It was the fact that the Frozen Tomb was used almost exclusively on Wushang. It hit Wushang and it hit Gimgoon, so Maokai and Graves, as opposed to locking down Ezreal or Victor.
Yeah.
And then Crystal sat in the Chaos Storm and got obliterated. Did manage to trade his life for Victor, but not
now
the team fight they were looking
available,
for.
Fortunately, for the Rat, so can reposition in the next fight. But you're right, very, very important. And Jay-Z and Crystal were very late to that fight. Of course, it was started up off sort of a opportunistic fish that came out of Flandre, but GT just managed to get all 5 members in the right position so much quicker than Snake did. And what they thought was a pick turned into a team fight that they just weren't in position to win.
Completely agree. That said, go ahead and reset here as both mid laners taking their blue buff. Again, that's pretty significant at 30 minutes into this game because it will give you that 15% AP, as well as on top of the 16% from the Infernal Dragon. So right now, Victor is huge.
Victor is definitely gigantic. Tank as well, now building towards Rabbidan's death cap, meaning that all of the percent AP that he can get will be even better.
It's just so cool because Victor is itemizing into like Rylai's and penetration.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Infernal Drake and the blue buff will help augment the fact that he doesn't have just flat AP on his build, like a death cap or something like that. He's getting effectively the best of both worlds from the Dragon matchup and the blue buff.
Yeah, still going to have all sorts of utility and survivability as Crystal.
He's thinking about it.
Probably wouldn't do it, buddy.
He doesn't have his heal. Does have his flash, though. Last time he tried it, he tried to flash out of the Chaos Storm, which he did manage to dodge, but right into a Graves.
Now has a Hex Drinker as well, which could be very important in staying alive. Minute 30 on the Dragon this time. Not entirely sure which one it is. As now Rift Scuttler is going to be taken from the Twitch. Hopefully we watch him do that and get a glimpse into the pit for some added information. Not going to. This Tank is just going to shove out this wave towards the top side of the map. So as far as where these waves are concerned, GT have got a push going towards the bottom side. Gimgoon seeing to that with his teleport available. Double teleports, however, available for Snake. They can set up some sort of 1-3-1 if they want to. It's like Baron buff might be the call, as they're clearing out vision now with a lot of team members.
Flandre is going to go ahead and commit on his back, though, and meet that creep wave in the bottom side.
Yeah, home guards were potentially available as Pink Ward not going to fall. GT save it for now. Tunnel is going to get ZZR to complete safety though, so absolutely fine here for Snake. This Crystal clears out another wave, so teetering at the moment, but GT being relatively, I guess, reserved in their play, making sure they don't take too many risks. Oh, that was so close to seeing what Dragon was next. 15 seconds though until we do. Oh, it is another Infernal Drake. This could be 3 for GT, which is 24%, which is massive. And for this like late game team fighting comp that they have put together, I mean, Ezreal maybe not so much as far as hyperscaling is concerned, but Graves fantastic as you move into the late game. Victor as well. Gimgoon, massive tank. Whoa. Scary stuff. Snake though, they have started this already. And it could actually be a trade for the Baron as GT have cleared out vision and they're starting it immediately. There's the Dragon. So that's Infernal number 1 here for Snake. But are the teleports going to be used?
Tanks on the back of the pit.
Oh, what the hell? Did GT actually... No, they didn't. They didn't. Tempered Fate comes in. They have locked down the Baron. Tank right in the middle of it. Has the Zhonya's if he wants to. Has Flandre. He's now found his way in. Pentakill in trouble. As now Republic. He's been knocked up. Wushang has taken down Tank. But Pentakill has to deal with Flandre. He's on top of both carries. Can he do it? 1 versus 3. Saboki, there it is. The triple kill for Flandre. And Gimgoon, he's trying to do the same, but unable to. Tunnel in from ZZR. Gimgoon in trouble. There's the smite. And there is the ace from Snake.
This is the Snake that we expected. We said they have to hit fast, they have to hit hard, and they need to make an impact. This is a team that they should roll over, and they need to prove that they were still relevant to be in the top talking points of the LPL. And more importantly, this is the Flandre we expected.
Damn
no
right.
longer that over-aggressive, throwing the game for his team. Yes, it's Crystal and Tank that set up Snake early, but Flandre capitalized beautifully in this fight. First and foremost, check out where Crystal is. Crystal's going to try to sacrifice his positioning in the back half of this fight because he wants to get backline damage onto Republic and Pentakill. You see him tag them twice there, but Gimgoon is on top of Crystal. Twitch is no longer a part of this fight, and that's why it's so massive for Flandre to get into the backline and to make the outplay for the triple kill.
Yeah, beautiful play. But now heading back in, GT looking for an engagement here. The flash is going to be flashed. As Cosmic Binding comes down, Gimgoon looking for the flanking play. Yeah, they're going for the sandwich. Flandre finds his way back in. Savoki in trouble as the fish comes in. He may actually take down the Bard without anything else happening. Tank wants to get himself into a position for the ult. Oh, the poison! Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. Savoki survives. Will be able to offer the utility in the back of this fight, but Flandre still fighting his way forward. Death Ray comes in. Crystal in an uncomfortable position now at about 2/3 health. But GT, they don't get the engage that they're looking for as Wushang now going to be able to clear out this creep wave towards the bottom side.
They do manage to save their tower, however, but Snake continuing to pressure forward. See if they'll look for the dive. They do have the Lissandra ultimate available to them.
Yeah, lots of wave clear comes in. Playful Trickster from Flandre will get himself to a safety. And it is going to be the blue buff taken down. This Tank grabs that one, so 15% AP like you were talking about. Elder Dragon possibly the next option here, as it will be spawning relatively soon, probably about 2.5 minutes now on that big dragon buff. Means a little bit more for GT, but Snake will want to pick that one up for denial and for, of course, the extra on-hit damage that you do get from that big old dragon after 35 minutes.
Likewise, they do have an Infernal as well as an Ocean underneath
Yeah, exactly.
their belts. We'll get the 1.5% on both of those, which the Infernal will certainly mean a lot coming into this late game. It'll pretty much put them on even with the fact that they're looking across from the 16% double Infernal that GT have.
Yeah, Deathcap is also just finished there from Tank. Only a Void Staff away from his ideal setup, those 6 items. Crystal as well, more of Malmortius, does have the Last Whisper. He's only a Mortal Reminder away from 6 items himself. No defensive items apart from the Maw, but he has so much damage. Crystal, what are you doing? Savoki might be picked off, he gets it! Not even going to be hit by the True Shot barrage. What the hell, Crystal?
Just the safety and the range that Rat-a-tat-tat offers Twitch. The fact that they're all grouped up and you simply step a pixel out of line and you're gone.
That was a ballsy play, though, regardless.
Well, he knows that Republic doesn't have his flash available.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, who's going to lock him down? Maokai doesn't have it either.
Not going to be able to flash drop the base or anything like that, as now it's a 4v5 situation. We'll see what the Twitch is going to be able to do without the ultimate, as well as Tank, who does have all of his health bar, all of his mana bar, lots available to him to try and get himself in. We'll see whether the claw comes down, whether they actually try to close on this one, but lots of wave clear as Republic is alive. Snake might need to find a different way in.
Looks like they're going to attempt to smother GT here as they're pressuring all 3 waves simultaneously. And as I say that, Flandre's like, be right back, guys.
Yeah. Doesn't have teleport either, as Tank does have his. They need to reposition for any reason at all. 8,000 gold, the lead for Snake. They're looking for their way to finish off this game. PentaQ able to clear out that wave quite nicely. Crystal. This Hurricane is going to see to this minion wave very, very easily. And has the ultimate back up again. So Rat-a-tat-tat now available for another potential pick or a team fight, depending on what they want. Flandre backing one more time. I have a feeling there. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be a Guardian Angel, but no, that's a Thornmail. So Flandre not going to be hit by too much here, as Wushang and PentaQ's damage has been seen to with the remainder of his build. See exactly what he is going to be able to achieve. That slow field coming out of the Iceborne Gauntlet is going to be gigantic at the same time with all of that armor.
Should be noted that the Elder Dragon will be spawning in 30 seconds. And kind of cool this game that we got 5 Elemental Dragons because of such an early take from GT initially. So
thank you for the 4-minute dragon, yeah.
Yeah, we got the double Ocean as well as triple Infernal. So we kind of talked about the probability and the percentage of getting all 3 of the same type.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Twitch with 6 items now as well, as we prepare in 5 minutes for this Elder Dragon. Tank waiting for a home guard teleport. Flandre, of course, does have his TP as well. Currently in the Dragon Pit, ready to start things off when it does spawn, which it has. Wushang now getting himself into position, looking to clear out the vision. ZZR does have Void Rush. Will need actually some tunnels down here. Doesn't have many around the pit. There is one, but Wushang can actually remove that if he wants to. And
a lot of respect needs to be given to. They can't just rush into this Elder Dragon. Obviously, it's much stronger than the standard Elemental Dragon. True Shot Barrage going to go ahead and check.
Yep. Oh, there are actually a couple of tunnels down here, so don't worry about it. Snake have started this one up. Void Rush is going to be available here for ZZR to get himself in. Wushang needs to get down here. Crystal, lots and lots of damage.
Here comes Tank.
4,000 health. Can GT find their way in? In goes Tank. You're exactly right. The claw can be used. There's the Tempered Fate. Locks up the dragon. It is going to be taken there as ZZR grabs it. Look at the AoE damage coming out of Crystal and Tank. Massive work. It's in fact a double kill that comes down for ZZR, but it's a triple kill for the Twitch. Oh, actually, no, he actually grabbed the dragon. This could be a quadra kill now for Crystal as he's chasing after it. That is going to be it. The ace comes in, the quadra for the Rat, and this could be the end of the game.
Tank is so good at playing with Fog of War. Something that we initially noticed when he joined the LPL, as well as his time spent in Korea, is how he fights around Fog of War.
Yeah.
And just like how clever he was to come into the teleport, didn't immediately rush into the fight, waited for the perfect moment, used his claw through terrain to hide himself for as long as possible, and set Snake up for success. A 5-man Frozen 2.
And then so much damage done by Crystal. 12, 2, and 8 for the Twitch, who was able to sit in the back and just go to town. The Nexus is going to fall. Snake starting off their LPL run with a victory against Game Talents. Team that we didn't quite know what to expect of, as it was EPA and sort of M3 mixing together. But honestly, they impressed me a little bit more than I was expecting from their side, because Snake, I actually thought were going to be quite strong heading into this, and GT really put up a fight.
They played really well around Gimgoon in particular and trying to make plays off of that. You know, collapsing Savoki had some really nice escapes as well. So individually, I think there were some high points for GT on just like a micro basis, but that's to be expected. Again, a lot of these players are experienced in the LPL. It's not just a brand new team. But Snake,
oh no, that moment.
Particularly Tank, really stepping up. Yes, Crystal did a great job following it up, laying down the damage. You know, everyone was doing what they needed, and that was the big question. You know, without Ella, what would Snake look like? Were they going to continue to be just a B-rate LPL team, or could they finally solidify themselves to play with the elite? Can we tell from them beating GT? Not quite, but we can say that they look much more cohesive as a unit, and that was one of their primary problems in spring.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, I love the fact that Crystal was out there making these like aggressive plays. I was hoping that some of Jay-Z was going to rub off. You know, Jay-Z, known as being able to make a lot of plays around the map, was actually quite subdued, as we are having full pan mode. This is out of control.
I'm just spinning everywhere.
Yeah, and this is Flandre's absolutely sick maneuver there towards the top side of the map. Didn't quite know what was going on because it looked like it was in the bottom side of the map, given the angle, but this is the last team fight. And just watch Crystal unload. He just sits there and kills everyone.
But look at Tank, how long he hid in Fog of War. He was sitting there and he was just pacing. And then you can always tell a good Lissandra from an amazing Lissandra by how they use their Glacial Path through terrain. Because obviously the thing about Glacial Path is it's such a telegraphed ability. It's very slow. You can see it coming. So you'll constantly see, and Faker does this all the time, is you'll hide it through walls, hide it through terrain. So suddenly she's just on top of you.
Well, we'll see whether she's going to be taken off the ball. We are going to have a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether Snake can close out the series or whether Game Talent are going to be able to lock this one down. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We are possibly up to our final game of day number 1 of Split 2 2016. And it is going to be Tank picking up MVP. This is so big for Snake, the fact that he played so well.
I am really agreeing with all the MVP guys. Like, last split, it was a little bit questionable, the MVP LPL crew. But this split, they're really hitting the nail on the head. 100% agree. We talked about this before, you know. Not that Tank is the core of the team, but Snake seemed to only play to Tank's ceiling. They were once a team that was almost entirely defined by their ability to 5v5. When they switched over to you and got Tank, that ability completely diminished. And they actually changed themselves into a lane swapping team exclusively because they had to play a macro game to avoid the micro 5v5 game. With Tank on point, now they just get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, Tank has, like, look at that last team fight there as well. I mean, fantastic Frozen Tomb. I mean, the Glacial Path, like you were talking about before, the fact that he flashed in to get everyone snared, and it just gives so much room to Crystal. If you had a look at the damage done in that fight, I mean, it's all about Twitch, but it's the setup that you get from Tank's play out of the Lissandra that was so beautiful.
I got the honor to cast the Kespa Cup, and I got to see Tank for the first time in that tournament.
Was he in that?
Yeah, he was beautiful. He played Lissandra too. And I just remember watching him, and he was trying to perform a Baron steal, or his team was looking for a Baron steal, and he hid himself in Fog of War behind the red buff, and he waited because the enemy team came over the Baron wall, and they were chasing into Fog of War on his team, and he was just sitting there waiting till the perfect moment on Lissandra to come out of Fog of War and just decimate everyone. And so many players have this instinct that they have to run immediately into the fight, you know, find the flank, but just his patience and understanding exactly, it's almost Dade-esque in this sense of, like, if you think about what made Dade great was that perfect cooldown at the perfect moment.
Yeah, using his cooldowns at exactly the right times, yeah.
And Tank's not quite there yet, but he shows a very similar tendency in that you can tell that he's thinking about his setup. You can tell he's a very intelligent player about how he's playing around these corners, and Lissandra just personifies I can't even think of the word.
Yeah, like patience and, like, making sure that you utilize your abilities.
For him,
yeah. And the fact that, like, you're so AoE based as well, if you use, like, your snare can be great for grabbing a pick, right? But you can also use it to lock down an entire team for a phenomenal rat-a-tat-tat, which is what he was able to do in all of the team fights that Snake were able to win. And look, if he had have just grabbed a pick with it beforehand, then he would have had 8 seconds of just running around in circles, not being able to get all of these phenomenal flanks. So Lissandra is perfect for that opportunistic play.
And you think about the one time that they did kind of fumble that team fight, it was when the Lissandra ultimate was only used on Graves and Maokai. Yeah. So Tank was still kind of the hinge on which Snake's success swung. Yes, Crystal was the guy doing the damage, and yes, he had amazing follow-up, as did Flandre, but the fact that Tank stood up is massive for this organization. And again, does it mean necessarily so much that it's a team like GT that they're beating? Yes, GT gave them a good fight, but we expect Snake to win this going in. But it's more important that they have the 5v5 now.
Oh, this is fantastic as well. GT have banned away the Lissandra, but now that they're on the blue side, they can't give Tank that red side counterpick Twisted Fate that often gets banned away from him. So that's 2 bans already that have to be thrown towards the mid laner. Rise has been removed on the side of Snake as well as the Kindred, so just powerful picks in that possible first round rotation for GT have been removed. But this has sort of hamstrung GT in their ability to ban things away from this team. Nidalee has been taken off, so these sort of 2 power farming junglers removed from the Rift, and Lucian is going to be the last ban here from Snake. So once again, not going to see that teamfight skater running around the Rift. GT now looking at the Rek'Sai pickup as their #1 pick, and it will be taken away.
So much Rek'Sai priority for the day.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of teams making sure that she gets picked up as quickly as possible, but Azir is going to slink through. Tank looking to pick that one up. Not necessarily known as the sort of Azir player, was often the kind of guy that would opt into playing into Azir and take things like the Varus, things like that.
But I like the fact of the confidence in being able to blind pick Azir, especially with Twisted Fate being banned, as well as Lissandra. Again, the only thing that Azir isn't possibly the best at in terms of, like, mids is the fact that he can't really run double teleport because he needs setup time on his damage. He can't just drop into a lane and nuke someone down.
I like this as well, picking it in tandem with the Maokai. Maokai often seen as the champion that can ruin Azir's day a little bit using that damage reduction of the ultimate in the AoE sense, so very much like it. Flandre, of course, was historically a phenomenal flanking teleport Maokai player.
Yep.
This guy just hops into a lane swap, says, I don't really care what you do. I'm just going to be a tree and then jump on you from a team in the late game. We'll see whether he's going to be able to do that. Republic thinking about a LeBlanc pickup here as the Twitch being considered as a pick away from Crystal. Would very much like it. Really hope that Crystal then picks up Draven. But I always want Crystal to pick up Draven.
What do their shirts say?
I'm coming back?
I think it says I'm come back just now.
Oh. Well, I guess they kind of did from a couple of different teams. Well, it is going to be the Karma and the Twitch locked in. So the same bottom lane potentially here locked away for GT. Did work out fantastically well for Snake. We'll see what they're going to be able to do against it this time. Things like the Sivir for Crystal, was going to say that. Pairs up nicely with Azir for a lot of AoE damage.
As well as Maokai.
Yeah, as well as Maokai. Get him into the backline even quicker. Movement speed, of course, big priority.
Of course, the beautiful thing about Azir and Sivir is just their long reach. The fact that Sivir can hit the front line and crit the back line compensates for her low range anyway. It's pretty much a great, I'm not going to call it a counter to Twitch, but a good answer. Because obviously Twitch wants to stand way back with his rat-a-tat-tat. As I say this, he's like, never mind. Let's have an even longer range champion.
No, I think this is a fantastic pick, though, because I love hearing you talk about Tristana and the fact that you like her. She's not going to be picked up, though. ZZR heading back to his second-in-command comfort pick in the Elise. Has been playing it a heck of a lot. Not necessarily recently, but had been a big priority for ZZR. As it is the Bard picked up for Jay-Z. So saving the last pick 80 carry for Crystal. Of course, we'll have his pick of the litter. We'll see exactly what he wants to take in there because, of course, Bard can open up sort of kill lane opportunities, especially with that powerful level 1 like you've been talking about.
I think the question is will Snake lane swap? The fact that they didn't want to take the 80 carry despite knowing pretty much exactly what lane they're going to from the Twitch Karma.
Yeah.
They have the Bard there, so they're meeting range support for range support in their dueling potential. Bard's not terribly good in a lane swap scenario.
And I also really like Elise in standard lanes as well because her gank potential early on is fantastic, especially in the hands of ZZR. And with the fact that they've got so much setup CC in the likes of the Maokai, in the likes of the Cosmic Binding out of Bard, and Azir as well can slow people down, get easy cocoons, and then a lot of follow-up damage is available from the Sand Soldiers. Crystal now actually thinking about grabbing himself a Callista for a moment, but also just hovering over everything. Please pick Draven. Jay-Z, just do it. Don't break my heart.
I think he's going to pick Azrael. Sivir? I can go back to my Sivir point.
I don't care. I just want Draven so bad.
I can tell.
Echo has been locked in, though, on the side of GT, so that is definitely huge. Gimgoon going to have a lot of control there towards the top side of the map.
But we knew it was going to be Echo, simply because Flandre took Maokai in first rotation. Echo was the big priority guy that wasn't contested. They didn't need to pick up a top laner because they saw exactly what the matchup was going to be.
Yeah, precisely. 14 seconds to go. Sivir is something that Crystal is actually having a very animated conversation about right now.
But if you give me Draven...
Yeah, Tristana, now the hover. 4 seconds to go. Draven, just Draven.
I keep
Tristana
writing
has
it
been
down.
picked up.
Okay.
Yep. So Trist it is, and Frostgren, you're a bit of a fan of this champion on this current patch.
Yeah, I kind of think that she's strong in the same sense that Lucian is strong. She's got flexible build paths, whether you want to go the Rage Blade or not.
Yep. Rage Blade has, of course, changed as well.
Yep. But more importantly, it's this idea that if you put her into a 2v2 or a lane swap scenario, she's going to perform fairly well either way. Obviously, it's not going to be the same dueling extent that a Lucian will have, just because of his ability to double top through his passive, but you know, she can siege towers really well. She can use her satchel and she can push creep waves and have command and poke and everything. So it's just the flexibility that she fits in so many different scenarios, as well as her hyper scaling ability into the late game, as well as the safety. Like sieging is still potent and powerful, even in a dragon-based meta.
Well, we'll see exactly how Snake are going to utilize this, because I do really like the fact that they have Elise in order to bridge these sort of late game carries into the late game if they are in standard lanes. However, this is Snake, so they do like to lane swap where they can, and Maokai is sort of a fantastic champion in that regard, just because you don't need all that much money in order to be relevant, just because your ultimate's so incredibly powerful. The fact that your Twisted Advance is always there to try and set up kills. So we'll see what is going to happen. Coaches are going to shake hands. Let's get into game number 2. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Flandre once again on your screen as we do have a slight pause to get us into match number 2.
Why is everyone sweaty or wet?
I don't know. It seems to only be in intro videos. So, I don't know. Maybe it was raining out because he was wearing a hoodie. He put his hood on saying, like, let's adjust to the situation. I was just trying to explain it. I'm just doing the very best I can. Let's get back into this game. So Tristana has been picked up. How do you feel like now that the Rage Blade has been changed, a little bit more expensive, has a little bit more to it as well. You now get that Sated Devourer sort of passive with the double on hit effects. Doesn't really benefit Tristana all that much, although I honestly thought that Rage Blade wasn't that great on her just in general.
What's interesting
what's your thoughts?
Are kind of the trends that we see with initial backs and buys. So if you kind of think about like Stixie's build on Caitlyn that we saw at MSI, it was going for prioritizing Hurricane first, as well as Swifties, and then taking flat AD because it's all about sieging the towers. Because the idea is by taking the flat AT and the attack speed, that it's just about moving around the lanes as opposed to taking the Infinity Edge. You don't need the battle stats, you can't crit a tower. Tristana has always worked wonderfully with this idea of backing on not 1,300 gold, but then, because obviously your 1,300 gold, you can either go straight into a Shiv, or you can go straight into a BF sword. And taking the attack speed and how well it works with her kit, just because she's going to have so much farm potential with her E.
Yeah.
Like the splash damage onto the attack speed. And I think that that's kind of what, for me, is what I've started to notice trending in solo queue, is this idea that Tristana is coming back because of the back timers on 1,300 gold going into a static, or not a static Shiv, just a Shiv.
Sorry, Zeal.
Oh my god, have I been saying Shiv this entire time? I'm losing my mind. It's actually been really late.
Yeah.
We've had a couple pauses.
It's okay. Zeal is what she would back on. But
Zeal.
There's also the fact that she does a little bit of extra damage to towers because you can chuck a little explosive charge on top of it.
It's just her pushing power. It's the back buy path into her pushing power, which I think makes her very underrated, is what I'm going to say.
And does this also mean that she will be a little bit more valuable in that sort of lane swap scenario, and Snake probably picked her because they want to go into that? Or do you have a feeling that they are going to opt into standard lanes, given the fact that they have Elise, early ganking power in the jungle, something good like that?
But that's also the flexibility of Elise. Because I was looking at it, I was like, really, it's the jungler. And you look at Elise, you're like, oh, they really want to gank. You have a ton of kill pressure there. It's particularly on the mid lane.
But I guess, yeah, you're right. I mean, Elise is used in a lane swap
also synergizes really well in a lane phase just because of the attack speed steroid with her spiderlings.
Yeah.
So it fits with Snake's MO if they want to transition into a lane swap, to take the Tristana, to take the Elise, and to just quickly push down things. Take your initial back and just continue to siege and to farm up into late game. Likewise, Tristana will be one of the few champions that can keep up with Twitch's damage output late game. If we're all packing and crowding together around these dragon buffs, she starts to get those resets, repositioning herself as well as her splash AoE damage. So I like Tristana. I don't think, again, like if we're rating 80 carries on like S tier, I think she sits pretty comfortably on the A tier and has a good spot as far as like a niche pickup in the meta.
Yeah, it's true. But we'll see exactly what does happen, because sort of the same bottom lane that Snake took into GT last time around has now been picked up by Savoki and Pentaque. And we'll see whether the Twitch is what has been winning the game here on the side of Snake, or whether it is going to be something else. Because once again, we have the Victor. I'm thinking like Chaos Storm plus Rat-a-tat-tat. That is a heck of a lot of AoE. If you put that down, as well as sort of the cask there at the same time, if you've also got like a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, everyone's going to be slowed to high heaven. Could be fantastic things here for GT if they manage to execute.
But they don't have reliable hard engage. So if you look across GT's composition, it's Echo, Rek'Sai, Victor, Twitch, and Karma. So effectively your hard engage is tunnel on Burrow from Rek'Sai, or Echo getting the slow or getting a choke point on his parallel convergence.
Yeah.
It's not like you have a Maokai or something like that, something that can just lock everyone down. And then you also have to compete with the reset potential from not only Azir, but also Tristana. So if we think back to EDG's composition in Game 1, from earlier today, kind of that really kite composition of utilizing Caitlyn, Trundle, and Azir, and just making sure that you could never get to them, we're going to come into a very similar situation here. Yes, it's not a Trundle, but you still have fantastic disengage potential from Bard and Elise. The cross stream of like Cosmic Binding Cocoon, if you think back to like Cloud9, Morgana, Elise days, trying to engage on top of that, and then the Azir reach, because he's going to get a Rylai's as well as far as his core.
Yeah,
and if
really
he
true.
sets down the Emperor's Divide, and the fact that Tristana's range, like Caitlyn, will be able to connect despite that. So
Actually, yeah, no, and what you brought up there is brilliant because it highlights the fact that they have a heck of a lot of pick potential as well with this comp from Snake. So
it's just a really well-rounded composition.
Yeah. And look, able to siege a lot in the early game, can use that Tristana where she's generally considered relatively weak, given the fact that, you know, you do want to scale up, get that draw a bead to make sure that you are going to be doing a lot of damage in the late game from a very safe position. Early game, not going to have all of that range yet, not going to have all that damage yet, but in the beginning, she is always very, very good at killing a tower. And that is something that Snake very much like to do. Killing towers is their thing for the first few minutes of the game.
They're typically very good at it, yes.
Yeah.
The one answer that GT do have as this composition goes later and later is the split push or the side wave control. The fact that Twitch will have assassination potential if he's on clock.
Yeah.
And the fact that Echo, again, Maokai's typically can't really deal with Echo late game. He will start to run away, especially if he gets a lead here. So it's about how can Gimgoon play the side lanes and possibly open up potential for GT here to win the game. But otherwise, I don't think they have the same amount of win conditions on their comp as Snake do. It's not as versatile, and it's not as well-rounded, especially if we get kind of a mix mash of dragons. Their composition takes more advantage. They have Siege, they have Disengage, they have Hard Engage, they have Poke, Pick.
I do like their ability to sort of snowball a game out of control, though, because if Twitch does get a few kills under his belt, he will just be able to walk into a lane, kill someone, take a tower, that sort of thing. So,
and that's the real threat, is when lane assignments start getting out of control.
Yeah, and we'll see exactly what is going to happen as we hop onto it. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a pause to bring us into game number 2 between Snake and GT. We are getting to the bottom of it as soon as possible, and as soon as we are out of it, we will get straight into game.
I'm going to blame the pauses for saying Shiv 20 times. Just the pauses tilted me.
No, but it's okay, because like then we managed to talk about Azil for a little while as well, so everything was fine towards the end.
It's just the 1,300 gold.
Yeah, but how do things work in a sort of Victor Azil lane? Now that Victor has been changed a little bit as well, I mean, is this just going to be a farm lane like we saw in game number 1?
It used to be this idea that, you have sufficient wave clear on both sides, so there should, I mean, obviously Azir is going to have the initial advantage because his low mana cost for how well and effectively he can clear out a wave. But after the initial backs and initial levels, Victor should be able to clear the back caster creeps with a single laser, and so he should be able to keep up. But it's this idea that Azir would set up his Emperor's Divide and like create space, and Victor doesn't care. Like one of the cool things that Victor does is he places a ward on one side of a wall and he waits for you to walk by, and then he would just drop his ultimate on top of you. But that's been adjusted now. Now it's not so front-loaded with the burst damage. So I actually think that the matchup is slightly more in Azir's favor than it was before. Not that Azir is going to be a clear-cut winner, but this fact that Victor can't immediately answer on the other side, like reach Azir with his initial burst damage, that it takes longer. And Azir still has a lot of options in terms of his Shurima Shuffle to kind of get out of that damage. And so the fact that it's more important that Victor gets to land the Chaos Storm on you longer, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm phrasing this correctly.
Your repositional ability from Azir is what is going to help out. Of course, if you actually manage to sort of like slide your way in there first up, I mean, that could be like a big deal, is like the fact that that's now on cooldown, relatively long cooldown on that Shifting Sands as well. So it might mean that Azir can get, Victor might be able to get a little bit more power out of his Chaos Storm, sit it on top of him for a little bit longer. But of course, this is all theoretical stuff. And I have a feeling we're just going to see a lot of wave clear out of these two, which may point to once again another potential lane swap here, especially out of Snake, who do just love to switch their lanes when they can.
Yeah, but it's also just so much more important what Snake do after the initial lane swap. And they did actually fumble their early game last time. If we think back to game 1, GT were able to trade a second-tier tower. And the only reason why Snake got the advantageous trade was not actually better play from them, but just a misplay from GT. GT would have been well and truly ahead by at least a tower, if not more, if they had simply taken second-tier top tower
and then left.
Either walked into the mid lane or backed to try to compete for their top-tier tower.
That's exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, we are on to Summoner's Rift. Here is Snake and GT are making their way forward. They're going to find their way through this one. Jay-Z actually opting for the Elderwood Bard, which is adorable. Personal favorite of mine. There's now Savoki throwing things out, but very, very early on here, we are going to have another pause just for a moment, hopefully just to adjust something and get us straight back in there. But so far, haven't learned so much more at all, to be perfectly honest, and still just waiting for this game to unfold. Because honestly, I'm looking for Snake to really jump out and try to take GT, because we were looking at this matchup going, okay, GT they're the amalgamation of two lower tier teams. EPA honestly lost a lot of what made them strong in their bottom lane towards the end of the season last time, and M3's bottom lane have always been relatively inconsistent, so GT weren't necessarily looking that great on paper. But after game number 1, I honestly, I don't even know whether Snake is clearly going to find a victory here.
I mean, it's hard to say. I do agree to an extent that Snake really didn't come alive until the very end, but I still think that they were very well and in control. It was, again, kind of just like fumbled macro play as opposed to... Because when it got to the nitty-gritty of like the team fights, I think that there was only 1 or possibly 2 team fights that Snake didn't clearly win, but it was very apparent, you know, that Lissandra ult was not used correctly. And they were still facing across from a Victor.
Yeah.
Who was relatively fed. I think he was 7-1-2 at one of those points and just deleted Crystal. So I get what you're saying, but I still think that Snake are kind of the clear winners of game 1. I don't necessarily think it was as close as maybe the score, the gold predicted there.
Maybe it was just like sort of this feeling of, all right, Snake, this sort of well-established team that was playing brilliantly in the playoffs until they lost to EDG, a team that was looking very, very dominant and powerful at that particular stage, heading now against a team which is sort of only just come together as 2 lower tier teams. So on paper should theoretically look like something that would be relatively one-sided, but was actually quite impressed by what they were able to do. And look, we'll see whether this is going to change things. Of course, the fact that Tank now not on the severe comfort that is the Lissandra, now on the Azir, which is something that he has, of course, played, but hasn't necessarily been something that we've been saying, oh, Tank's on Azir, this is fantastic. It's more like, you know, you see his Twisted Fate, his Varus, his Lissandra, things like that have been his bread and butter moving into this. So I'm excited to see what Tank's going to be able to bring on a champion that does sort of require a lot more, I guess, emphasis for the team comp because he does so much AoE damage, can command so much respect in these comps.
And you think about that in tandem with the AoE damage that's going to be coming off of Crystal.
Yeah.
Stuck into a choke point, you can very quickly start to get these resets, and that's really just the thing to take away from Snake here. Yeah, if they win against GT, that's expected, so you can't be like, oh, you know, this was the true test on Snake's road to redemption is beating GT. No, is more so how they did it and the fact that Tank is performing well with the team.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that this was a Twitch comp that they were running as well, which is going to be scaling towards that later stage of the game. All that sort of stuff. So Snake, once again, with a lot of scaling power. Of course, Maokai, fantastic in the late game as that super tank. And Tank, like I just mentioned, is going to be gigantic on the Azir with a lot of power in the late game. And Tristana needs no mention on that front. And there's also the fact that, you know, Jay-Z on the Bard, a champion that he saw a lot of success on last time we saw him. Anyway, we'll see exactly how this game is going to pan out. Of course, the pause over. Teams now looking to get into this laning phase. Only a minute and a half into the game.
And there we go. It is going to be the lane swap initiated by Snake. And GT will also be spotted out in their invade. Look at the adaptation. So this is what we saw in the LCK yesterday, is as you see the bottom duo coming in to contest you, to immediately run down into the wave. And what ZZR and Flandre are going to do is they're going to clear this as quickly as possible. Not only does that make sure that Flandre is getting more experience and more gold, but it also messes up the push for GT when they go to siege the other tower.
And they also didn't take anything from the jungle either, so nothing lost here from Snake. Just gained themselves the experience of 6 creeps. Cute little Q goes over the top here as Savoki still trying to get some work done, but not going to be able to find too much there as ZZR. Fadeaway jump shot smite is going to be able to grab himself that Gromp. 5 gold though, as the Spiderling falls down. Savoki pops the mantra, but he's just actually not going to be able to use it at all.
Good adaptation from Snake. Now it should follow pretty standard to a lane swap where Elise and Maokai, we'll see if Elise actually joins them, will mosey on to the top side and give over the experience of the tower falling to Flandre.
Excellent use of Mosey there as well.
In response, though, Gimgoon is in position, so not having to burn his teleport like Ixu did yesterday, and would be able to get in position to assist his team on the bottom side of the map.
Well, we can see they are going to be able to get at least a minion wave towards this turret. Not going to be able to get there as quickly as Snake, though, and with the extra satchel power and strength of this Tristana, see whether Snake are going to be able to create themselves a little bit of extra space, as this turret is taking a while to fall. ZZR, of course, not going to spend his time helping out his team, just going to be able to grab himself the topside jungle of GT. And you can see Snake already clearing out these minions so quickly, clearing out the turret so quickly.
They've got a big, sizable wave behind them that I'm curious if they're going to... No, since they pulled ZZR, it pretty much tells me that they're not going to push it through.
Yeah, you can see Flandre just holding onto it. He's going to be able to grab all of that local gold from the tower falling down. And the wave is going to reset there as well. But still even timing, despite the fact that it actually fell with Twitch picking up the gold for it. So
yeah, so split gold on the side of game talents, whereas Flandre is the primary benefactor from the other tower on the side of Snake. See how that pans out later on down the line.
Well, it was actually Gimgoon getting a little bit further ahead from the lane swap scenario last time. We saw GT actually do very, very well with their top laner as far as points of power are concerned, as Republic is going to get, yeah, Thunderdomed.
Pulls it away from the tower.
Yeah. That's
cute to replace his wave.
Does have to blow a potion for it, though. Negatron Cloak was picked up. In response, it is going to be the Fiendish Codex, so Tank looking to try and get some offensive power early on, whereas Republic making sure that he isn't going to die. And Pentakill and Savoki just clearing out this wave here towards the top side of the map. See, same thing being done on the bottom side, but Crystal probably with a little bit more wave clear available to him, despite the Contaminate sort of helping out just a little bit with that minion wave control.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, speaking of minion wave control, Republic pulling his wave to the side. It will eventually build back, although Tank trying to get it back underneath the tower. He's opened up a small window where there is gank potential on the side of the lane, which is why you see Tank respecting so much and cheating towards his strong side of the map. He knows that he's overextended due to that little maneuver, and that Rek'Sai could very easily come in behind him, which is why he's pretty much playing down in that red buff jungle.
Which makes a whole lot of sense as well. I mean, that's the strong side of his map. I do like it. But he's going to see that there are 4 members towards the top side. Of course, 4 are on the bottom side of the map there as well. Republic actually heading back to base once again, now without his teleport. So Tank with slight organic victory there, 1v1. You can see that. Look at the satchel damage on this turret.
Yep, just the ability to siege. Tristana's so strong at it. It looks like they are going to go ahead and push through.
Yep, continuing this one on. Gimgoon actually going to be able to grab solo money from this turret as he missed out on it last time around.
They're going to get massive chip damage on this tower. GT are super slow to respond to this. Twitch and Savoki just now getting off of base.
Yeah, that is at least half damage on this inner turret,
if
which
not
does
the
not
entire
regenerate.
thing.
Exactly right, and Jay-Z actually getting into aggressive position in order to stop anyone from coming in. That is going to be the turret falling down, so already early lead for Snake. Beautiful pushing power.
Much cleaner this time around from Snake than game one.
Froskerin as well. I mean, what have we always spoken about with Snake? Their first turret in a lane swap. Beautiful every time. This was excellently orchestrated.
Yes, it's always kind of the maneuvers afterwards that Snake would either hit it perfectly or completely blunder it. But this time around, doing it beautifully, moving their bot lane around, utilizing the fact that they have the Tristana, they have the Elise composition, so they can push quite effectively with the steroids there. Nice.
Massive magical journey is going to get them towards the inner turret. And 4-man strong heading towards the top side.
So choosing not to collapse onto the dragon, even though they have complete control of the bottom side of the map. Again, it is a Cloud Drake. Exactly. So they're prioritizing the Rift Herald.
Stunning. Look at this. More macro decisions.
Feeling
good. Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful. Oh, there's a fantastic stun out of Jay-Z there as well as Gimgoon throws back a Time Winder. And Jay-Z says, well, a team, please. They weren't there because they were trying to deal with a creep wave. As Crystal and Flandre just sharing things. Look at these guys.
Sharing is caring.
Damn right it is.
ZZR moving in underneath them, taking complete control over that side of the jungle. The blue buff will be spawning. So see if they're going to contest that, which is going to be pretty massive on Republic. If Victor is denied that blue buff and he falls out of mana, that then opens up a window of opportunity to siege on the mid-tier tower. And again, this is a siege-based composition.
Yeah.
Very well-rounded in general, but there's the possible dive.
Cocoon is going to go wide there. As Tank not going to take the extra damage from that death ray. Republic struggling underneath this turret right now as the Sand Soldiers, of course, don't last as long, but still do a heck of a lot of damage in those first couple of autos that you get after the Q. And you can see Flandre, he's just wandering over saying, yep, we're taking this turret now. It's like the tree wrecking crew situation.
And they don't even need to do it on the window of taking away a blue buff and waiting for Victor to be out of mana. They're just muscling their way through here, and GT are so late to respond. Wusheng finally getting involved in his mid lane, but that's 25% left on mid-tier tower.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Jay-Z and Crystal now towards the top side, but you can see Snake always moving towards each other here. Both Crystal and Jay-Z ducking into the jungle, seeing the rest of the team. Everyone able to move either mid or top lane, depending on what is needed.
GT are looking for the reactionary play, trying to get a collapse here.
Flandre actually has been pinged out, moving towards the bottom lane as well. So both of these top laners actually do have teleport, so not a big deal. We'll see whether GT utilize the fact that there isn't as much room around the map. Of course, Crystal just being a bit frustrating right now.
We'll have a blue traded, however.
Yep. Cask is going to land. Contaminate for a bit of damage. But of course, PentaQ answering back with that auto attack that did come down from the Tristana. Is a recurve bow actually picked up, so it looks like Blade of the Ruined King, possibly as first item for the Tristana. And it just seems like Crystal likes Blade of the Ruined King. I mean, he was a big, you know, Callista player.
We'll see. We'll see if it's
Bork.
Bork.
What do you think it could be? Wit's End.
No.
And a Vampiric Scepter. And then he builds towards Rageblade and then gets the extra on-hit damage as magic so that he can strip the magic resist so tank does even more damage.
No.
And then builds a Renan's Hurricane and gets it on lots of people, setting up tank for success. The theory I like a lot, mostly because Rageblade and Wit's End are my favorite items. Frostgrin's done. She just doesn't want to give me anything here for this.
Item builds with Atlas.
Okay, I'll stop. ZZR positioning himself here in between the lanes once again.
It's like you should be full of maps, but you're just full of bad item builds.
I feel like you were thinking about that for too long.
I know.
Does have
there was a 7-second window where there's like an acceptable comeback,
yeah,
and that was like 8 seconds.
I'm like, what is she actually waiting for here? Does she just not want to give me time of
I had
day?
to be out of
Maybe
combat.
not. Yeah. You're basically an ocean Drake.
That's 5 seconds.
Oh, dang it. Stun does come down, though, from the Parallel Convergence. Damage combination. He's going to land from the Echo. Flandre ignores it completely, but he's down by 7 CS. And it is a relatively damage-heavy build early on here from Gimgoon, so trying to make sure he's as relevant as possible in this laning phase in 1v1. Understandable stuff here from the Echo player.
But GT have successfully kind of pushed Snake off of their initial proactive movements around the map. So doing a good job getting back in control, setting up a defensive line of vision, collapsing appropriately, and stopping the bleeding. Now trying to allocate farm their respectable places, and they haven't really fallen behind in any avenue.
You can see PentaQ just searching things out towards the top side of the map. But you're right, things slowing down. Snake still with slight gold advantage, now looking to try and siege here in the mid lane.
And this moment here, this is bad for Snake.
Exactly right, as Crystal might be caught out. Fantastic knockup comes in from Wusheng as the flash comes in. There's the Emperor's Dividers. Republic in the wrong position. Jay-Z not quite able to get the Temper Fade in time as it does lock down Republic. He's going to fall. ZZR grabs the kill. All of Snake have now made it here into this fight as Flandre. He can clap his hands and try and get his way in there, but not a lot of mana available. Now it is the 1-for-1 trade. It's GT now possibly on the back foot as Snake still looking for a way in.
Still so punishing, though. The big thing...
Yeah, Flandre is going to get stunned. He could get bursted out. Flashes out of the way as Wusheng still looking for more. Burrows under. There's the flash. Jay-Z going to get locked down as PentaQ grabs himself the kill. Tank, not a lot of mana. The Mantra Q not going to find too much more, and Snake now have to back out of the way.
And GT just run over the top of Snake, breaking... So they did a great job slowing it down, so it's simply a turret disadvantage down from them. Setting up their defensive line of vision, and then making the proactive call to gank the mid lane.
Yeah, Gimgoon actually locked up for a moment there by ZZR. But Crystal's back, so has a fair bit of wave clear, so things will be fine.
What was so poor from Snake is that they had tunneled so heavily into sieging this mid-tier tower across from the Victor that they placed Crystal and Tank in the exact same lane.
And he
so,
face-checked a brush they didn't have any vision in.
Exactly, but think about it this way. There will get the tower simply because the backs have been forced, so GT did a great play and then they kind of threw it back and Snake are able to capitalize.
Yeah.
So it's been kind of constant, like making these tiny little mistakes and then the teams gaining back ground. But you never want to put your 2 carries in the same lane because you don't want them to share the same farm value. So the longer that had gone on, the farther behind Snake would have fallen because GT have done a fantastic job making sure that farm is never allocated in the same lane between 2 carries.
Yeah.
Like there should never be a point where your mid and your AD carry are farming over gold.
Fighting over it. Yeah. Well, PentaQ has been moving up this wave. Very large one here towards the top side. Flandre very happy to grab that one. Not too far behind in CS as well, so this will put him well and truly ahead of Gimgoon, who's now farming a smaller wave towards the bottom side of the map. But good wave control just in general here out of GT after all their turrets have been falling. We'll see whether they can get themselves into a position to take any down themselves, as there is a lot of standing gold still sitting on this map. 2 turrets to 4 means that there are multiple thousands available for GT. And PentaQ has pushed this huge wave towards Flandre, and he'll happily grab that. Republic secures his own blue buff, 15% extra AP there as well, as Wushang is going to be able to get himself out, even able to grab the Rift Scuttler, as no one's going to be able to get this dragon just yet.
No one wants the Cloud Dragon.
No, they just don't care. And look, I can't understand, but I do like getting 3 of them because you get that sweet blue Deadman's Blade ability. But I mean, I guess that's only really cosmetic.
Makes you feel good.
Does. So good. And you are very fast when you have 3 of them. As now Snake have started off the dragon. Wushang looking to try and get something down onto the Maokai, but ultimate comes in. Wushang in position. And they're like, oh, this is a Cloud Drake. I don't care. It's not worth it. As they all move out of the way. GT, though, are going to start it back up again. So extra out-of-combat movement speed has been locked down. And they have actually moved it on to the next dragon, which might be a more preferable one, depending on what their inclination is.
I just feel like the game started so strong for Snake, and it was
Yeah,
just
and they've really slowed it down.
their priority for Rift Herald. I loved it, the decision-making to move to that strong side of the map as opposed to the Cloud Dragon.
Yeah.
But didn't execute on it.
It seems like sort of that mid-game decision-making problem that they have had in the past, still sort of sneaking around the Snake house. Tank has finished an Abyssal Scepter, though. Does also have that Stinger there at the same time, so making sure that he's going to survive sort of Echo and Victor doing a lot of damage to him. We'll have that Nationals Tooth very soon. And look, Snake also more than happy to scale this time around as well, so probably not opting into these mid-game fights where the Ghostblade Twitch is going to be doing a lot of work, making sure that Crystal can get into a point where he can siege things up. Does have Blade of the Ruined King now as well, a little bit of extra maneuverability as well as damage.
I don't know why he's prioritizing that item so highly. He did it on Twitch as well.
He likes it.
Hey, he does. Likes the safety.
Moving fast, killing tanks.
Seeing 2 different Twitch builds over the course of this series. Like we said, Crystal prioritizing Blade of the Ruined King on both Twitch and Tristana, whereas PentaQ has opted into the Ghostblade Zeal.
Yeah, which is what we've more often been seeing. Often it's Ghostblade built into that Hurricane, then the Infinity Edge built after that, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. But of course, the mid-game spike that you get with that Ghostblade, of course, the fact that you can reposition so much more effectively with your ambush.
Repositioning.
Parallel Convergence not going to be able to find anyone from Snake as they wander through the brush. Sun Turret's here for Tank, so he's just happily sitting under there, getting as much farm as he would like. And Flandre is going to find Wushang. The tree, happy to fight Rek'Sai, as Savoki is going to make it a little bit more difficult to do so. Slow comes in. The rest of Snake are nowhere near him right now. ZZR clears out some tunnels. And they just continue pushing things through, so GT will be able to take a Sun Turret.
Snake again attempting to muscle their way through the top side of GT's jungle, utilizing the Sun Turret as a pressure point, and then the building wave behind Crystal. They do have a pretty forward line of vision, but there's support coming.
Yeah, they will be able to get a lot of damage down though with the Satchel. Parallel Convergence not going to be quite enough there as Snake just utilize the magical journey, get themselves to safety. Everything is fine. So I guess this sort of siege for a moment, then catch somebody else out of position, and then siege again sounds really good. But Cloud Drake would have been really, really great in order to get that one done.
It's just so obvious that they want the Rift Herald, and in fact, they've pinged it multiple times.
Yeah.
But just unwilling to commit on it. But here we go. Speaking of committing.
PentaQ is actually going to be able to get the ambush down. Still flashes out of the way as Magical Journey is going to get JZ out of there. GT all move in. No teleport to be blown there from Republic, but Gimgoon uses his, even on the teleports on the side of Snake. So they'll probably take that, trade an ultimate for a summoner spell.
And suddenly a flash of aggression from Snake, but doesn't amount to anything. Very quickly trying to reposition themselves on the map and get some chip damage, if not the tower here.
Yeah, they are going to be able to do so, as you can see that Satchel doing so much work from Crystal. So there it is, Magical Journey for all 4 members after Flandre had already made his way out. Nicely done. And Snake, if anything, they are definitely playing so much more coordinated to what we're used to seeing out of this squad. And it's only going to get better for this team as they move into the later stages of the game. They've got Azir, they've got Tristana, they've got Maokai. Like, let's just scale it up, boys.
Let's just keep everything even.
Yeah.
Nope. Do you agree? That said, you're still looking across from the likes of Victor and Twitch, so GT also have their scaling options available to them, especially in choke points.
One thing I do like is sort of the disengage potential that you have from Crystal. So the Buster shot on a Twitch, getting him the hell out of a team fight and like over a wall, something like that he can't rat-a-tat you from.
Yeah, the cool thing.
Could be a cool idea.
In tandem with Emperor's Divide and Buster Shot, the fact that you so much disengage there.
Can you play Pong with someone by Buster shotting them into an Azir wall?
Sure you could.
And they just like bounce back again? That would be really cool.
I think they just like slide off of it.
Yeah. Well, ZZR's going to make his way in, looking to try and steal back his blue buff, but isn't going to find it there. Has to use the flash as JZ magically journeys his way out. Republic is heading over. ZZR doesn't have his flash anymore, and he wandered back into his jungle. Possibly dangerous. Not quite going to be so, as you can see Tank still hanging out around his outer turret in the mid lane, which is still standing, thank goodness. As the rest of GT were poking around, trying to get something done. Now Gimgoon playing sort of the top side of the map game. Able to get into position around this red buff, and GT now pressuring things out. Flandre actually twisted advances his way in, looking for Wu Shang. As Tank is going to make his way over the top. ZZR lands a cocoon. Gimgoon might be in trouble right now as the knock-up comes in. Crystal able to get some work done, but JZ is going to fall down. So much damage from this Victor. As now Tank, he's well and truly out of position, glides his way over the wall. And that is just a flat-out pick for GT.
They get the advantage as well as superior positioning onto this mid-tier tower. Tank and Crystal are in line, but everything's still pretty much available for GT.
Yeah, Savoki actually got out of position now as well, but not going to fall down. ZZR not quite with the amount of damage that he wants right now. You can see now he is building towards Round Yuan's Omen, so just going to have that Runic Echoes as far as the damage is concerned. Probably wanted a Rylai's at that stage, would have been able to pick himself up a kill. And second Cloud Drake is actually now going to go to GT, so lots of out-of-combat movement speed.
Again, third Cloud Drake, although the next one spawning will be an Ocean Drake, is quite significant.
30 extra movement speed out of combat. Big deal. You can react to things quite well. Move out of base better, things like that. So as you can see on your screen, double Cloud. Of course, they grab another one. They also get the best thing in the game.
Which is?
The blue Dead Man's Plate animation. Super good. Well, perfect hex core done for Republic. Does, of course, have that Abyssal Scepter from earlier. And we've got sort of both AD carries sitting on 2 items now as well. So PentaQ will be able to get all of that poison onto multiple people. Not necessarily as strong as sort of the Callista 2-item power spike, you might say. But Crystal has exactly those items. We'll see what he's going to be able to make of it. I'm really curious about the third option as Crystal. Oh, there's the flash. Gets the knock-up afterwards as well. My God. Wu Shang's Rek'Sai looks so good.
That was dirty.
Yeah, Crystal was still able to flash out of the way, but man. Like, you see a Rek'Sai, you flash first, Crystal. Because Wu Shang's been nailing that every time.
I've been sitting here trying to mathematically justify Cloud Dragon as a priority.
Yeah.
This is what I got.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
Interested.
So they've got 2 Cloud Dragons, which means they've got plus 30 flat movement speed.
Damn right they do.
On top of their tier 2 boots is multiple pings for Gimgoon.
Yeah, it is. Oh, actually, hang on.
See if that Cloud Dragon helps him.
He just face checks Gimgoon. Tank might actually be in trouble here as the Emperor's Divide comes down. Gimgoon is very, very strong. Just use your ultimate, Gimgoon. Go kill Tank. Do it. Don't be scared. The rest of the team is trying to close in on this. The teleport
they wanna
coming in
fight
from
it.
Republic. Exactly right. They're looking for something, of course. Azir, not with a whole lot, as Crystal jumps his way over, does have the heal, but he's not going to be able to deal with Gimgoon. Does use the ultimate, gets himself back to exactly the same spot. Tempered Fate buys some time for Snake, sorry. They will be okay. Tank making his way back to this turret.
That damage was absurd from Republic onto Crystal.
Yeah.
And reminder that they took away Victor's ability to nuke someone instantaneously.
Well, in response, Crystal immediately buys a Null Magic Mantle. He's like, I'm not sure whether this will completely help me, but it's the right idea. As PentaQ tries to take down Tank, he's looking for the Emperor's Divide, doesn't actually have it. PentaQ is going to fall down. Jay-Z actually picks up that killer's Crystal, trying to kite this one around. Savoki in trouble. Crystal explodes him. Now using the Rocket Jump reset in order to try and find Republic. There's the Void Rush. The Scream comes in. Wushang's very, very tanky right now as Flandre heading up this fight. Now Tank no longer here, but Snake moving up the mid lane to try and take down this turret. They have a lot of turret power with Crystal. Parallel Convergence comes in. Crystal's just only looking at this turret right now as GT not going to be able to follow that Magical Journey. Cosmic Binding, too powerful once you get out of the end.
So what starts as a blunder from Tank, you know,
Yeah.
not quite checking his R key to make sure that that was ready for him.
Oh dear, because the idea looked so good, and then he's like, oh, hang on, I used it randomly on Gimgoon in the top lane because I face checked. No. I assume that's probably not what went through his head, but probably would have been what went through mine. As Wushang going for the dive here underneath the turret. Flandre right in amongst it as well. Clap your hands, use the ultimate. There it is. As now Gimgoon getting the work done. Yep. Chaos Storm was just drifting by underneath that turret. So big cooldown for GT. The Tank loses half of his health bar for it. GT not really giving up an inch here against Snake towards the later stage of this game. You can see still with a gold lead on the side of Snake, but it's nothing really. Only about 800.
Yeah, but I mean, it's only going to come down to a team fight at this point. And this is why these games look so close.
Yeah.
Think about game one, although my opinion is that Snake were pretty much in control the entire time. But the meta's become this team fighting meta. And then in the LPL, it's pretty much all we do.
That's what we're talking about.
So even a team like EPA or Masters 3, or in this case, Game Talents, there's hope later this game goes. And we're only at 26 minutes. We're only at 26 minutes, and Victor is doing ridiculous damage.
Yeah, perfect hex score done. Now only has a needlessly large rod added on top of it, so even going to be more.
It's such a good mid-game power spike because the cost efficiency of your perfect hex core, and then he immediately has the penetration coming out of the Abyssal, which is in an excellent place right now.
Just really does a lot of damage. That was probably true damage when it was smacking Crystal.
Yeah,
with
it's
it
just,
before.
it's super cheap.
Yeah.
Right in the mid-game, you're pretty much ahead of the clock on the damage that you should be doing.
Yeah, really nicely done here from Republic. And Victor, pretty strong champion right now, to be honest, on 6.10. But
They
also
added a
Republic
0
playing it very, very well.
to one of his bases.
Yeah. Not really anything to scoff at there as Gimgoon. He's heading back to base, does have his teleport available as Flandre could possibly cancel it, but doesn't decide to. So he'll just take this free wave. And Snake now with some free space towards the top side of the map.
They've had free space on this top side of the map multiple times, though.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Snake, they have the right idea. Like, yes, this is where you want to be. You know, deny these buffs. Did they get it?
Tank got it.
Yep. I thought they were going to have priority on the Rift Herald, but for some reason, we just can't quite make it connect here.
Yeah, Flandre actually looking for something there. Flashes forward, does have the ultimate down as well as Republic. Throws down the Chaos Storm. Lots of damage there onto ZZR and Crystal. Flandre tanks the rest of it, not too worried about it, but Tank, he's at full health. This is a big deal here for Snake. As GT moving towards the Dragon. Does look to be Ocean Drake here as Dragon number 3. It's now Wushang waiting in the pit. Parallel Convergence comes down. Not going to find any stuns here as ZZR in trouble. Magical Journey going to be taken by both him and Jay-Z to get them out of there as Flandre down to about half health, but the tree does not care about no damage. As they're pinging on Baron? Okay, Dragon is going to be ignored here as Wushang. I think he's going to stay on that one.
Yep, they split their resources.
Yep.
Someone needs to help him.
He's not doing a lot of damage. You're exactly right.
Okay, get it eventually. So it's going to be 2 Cloud Drakes as well as the Ocean Drake there under GT.
Yeah, pings towards the bottom side of the map there as well, so Wishang is going to be able to go down and clear that one out. Does have, of course, his ultimate in order to get to the very top side of the map. You can see those 2 tunnels up there will be very, very good for a potential flanking play or a steal position opportunity. Republic with teleport available as well will definitely be a good thing. So Snake moving towards the Baron. They have started it off immediately. That's the Scrying Orb straight away. They do have a lot of damage onto this Baron, but it's not going down quite as quickly as they want. You can see there is the Void Rush onto the tunnel we were talking about as Wushang may actually be caught out of position right now. Magical Journey gets Jay-Z in there as he slows him down. Stun comes in, but the rest of GT are going to be able to make it in time. Flandre, does he want the re-engage? We'll see exactly what is going to happen. ZZR below half health. Tank, couple of chunks out as well, and Snake don't really want this fight by the looks of things. GT, when they get the position, really look to be in control.
But I feel like they're getting the position because Snake are continuously picking the wrong objective to start. They just are kind of scrambled around the map, not as refined and as clean as we saw them in the early game. So GT doing a great job playing reactive League of Legends, collapsing on them, fighting them in these choke points, but...
They look hungry for a fight, though, this GT squad.
I mean, we talked about how this comp works. Theoretically, Snake should have all of the tools to make sure that there's never a moment where GT should get back to them, because the only hard engage they have is the Rek'Sai unburrow.
Yeah.
And you have so much disengage. But they just keep getting caught out in these little rotations where Wushang's beating them to the punch every single time. And this new jungler for them is playing phenomenally.
He's doing so well. And we were saying, like, Crisis was one of these players that we thought had a lot of potential. But Wushang really stepping up here in game number 1. But they still do need to win. 30 minutes in, they don't have a gold lead. They barely have a gold deficit. Snake have been unable to really instigate anything more after what was a very, very well played early game.
I feel like we haven't seen a full 5v5 from Snake.
Yeah.
It's always a 4v5.
Crystal as well is now an item behind as far as the components of that Infinity Edge are concerned. There's a pickaxe now picked up from PentaQ. Does, of course, have those Berserker's Greaves there as well, so the Twitch will be doing a lot of damage in the next fight. We'll see whether Crystal is going to head back to base relatively soon. He probably wants to be able to buy like a full item with that BF sword. We'll see what that is exactly going to be. As I could imagine, Infinity Edge would make a lot of sense. Well, yeah, Wushang is going to make his way in here as Tank may actually find himself in an odd position. He just gets shoved completely over the wall. Parallel Convergence comes down, but I'm not sure what Tank was expecting there because Wushang just doesn't take damage right now. Very tanky build out of this Rek'Sai.
They're just so unorganized. They can't get their line of scrimmage set up in front of them.
Yeah, and this is going to be Cloud Drake number 3 spawning very, very soon. 4 dragons now for GT, and they'll just be able to sprint to anything. Snake cannot hope to try and catch someone out of position anymore, because the rest of the team is going to be basically on call the entire time.
Okay, so this is the cool thing about Cloud Drake when you have 3 of them, as well as
cool things,
Swifties. Okay, so Swifties is going to be 60 flat movement speed. Now, reminder that mobility boots are 115 while out of combat. If you have 3 Cloud Drakes on top of Swifties, which lo and behold, Savoki does, you effectively get 105 movement speed, I believe, while outside of combat. And then you also have the Swifties while inside combat. There's your cool fact of the day.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Movement speed, big deal. And look, that's why we've been seeing the Karma. It's why things like Ghostblade has been one of the items that, you know, new champions that haven't necessarily been picking it up, like the Lucian, have been
movement speed was
movement
inherently
speed.
nerfed.
Good.
So anyone that's going to augment your movement speed and anything that does is just slightly better than it was.
Yeah. Of course, that's not the reason.
You
why
go, Cloud
Lucian
Drake.
picks
You don't let
up
them
the-
tell you that you're
Yeah.
worthless.
Well, look, it is probably still not the best one, but there are so many arguments that you can make as to why it is still good, even though it's not the best.
Everyone just loves free stats. The other thing is that boots are a super cost-efficient slot.
Yeah. Infinity Edge is actually picked up from both AD carries now as well, so item spikes across the board as Crystal's level 14, so we'll actually have a fair bit of damage now as there's the ultimate. Void Rush comes in, and Wushang says, yeah, no. You ain't going for any sneaky Baron plays with the magical journey.
Then he immediately takes their Krugs.
Yeah.
Screw these guys.
Exactly right. Flandre, he's heading back to base. Potential home guard teleport is available now as Wushang actually has a decent flank here for an Unburrow on some of the carries. That pink ward does fall down. Wushang, oh my goodness, JZ, they found him out. He may actually be caught completely out of position here, but does have a lot of health. Parallel convergence is going to be rocket jumped out of the way of Gimgoon. Now trying to do some work. The teleport coming in from Flandre. He has a brilliant position for this. As PentaQ, he's completely in no man's land. Flandre explodes him. Chaos Storm doing so much work though to the backline of Snake. ZZR in trouble. Crystal takes down Wushang. Gimgoon on top of Tankers. Crystal just jumps on Republic. The exhaust did so much work. It's a double kill now as Savoki. Nope, no red buff. Crystal not going to be able to find it as he takes a pink ward instead. And Flandre, that teleport was so good.
And that was the team fight we were looking for from Snake, and that's how their composition should work. Fact of the matter is, you shouldn't be able to backline dive, but here's the TP from Gimgoon, and he's going to try to fight this.
Yeah, Savoki in there as well. Parallel convergence comes down. Flandre says, I just don't care about what you're trying to do. ZZR is out of the pit, though. That's no smite. Oh, goodness. Yep, Savoki is going to fall down. Gimgoon as well. He gets jumped on. One more auto, couple more autos. There it is, and it's going to be JZ that locks that one down. Pretty sure it was the ace, but PentaQ is now back alive. Not going to be able to make it towards his Baron in time. I don't think, though, as Snake looking to try and get there. Oh, Wushang, though. He's going to be able to get there.
You have a TP coming from Republic as well. Republic is just about to spawn. Here comes the TP. Oh, my
goodness. This is the most extended team fight ever. Baron is doing a lot of work here for GT at the same time. Rocket Jump comes in. Magical Journey is going to get Snake to relative safety, but may have actually delivered a Baron to GT.
Super low health. Tank's rushing there. What can he do against the smite?
Yep. Flandre's over the top. Oh, my God. That was close. If that was Swift, honestly, he would have locked that one down. Don't you worry.
Thank you.
It is going to be GT grabbing that buff, though. So a lot of sieging power and a lot of turrets on the map. It's 2 turrets to 5. We could see a big gold shift after this.
That was pretty much a microcosm for this game. It's just these small, slight mistakes that either team are doing wonders, taking advantage of and turning the course of the game. And yes, Atlas, that is the 3rd Cloud Drake. We made it. We've got 40 plus 45 movement speed, which means that Karma on her Swifties effectively has Swifties in combat and mobility boots outside of combat.
And imagine when she presses her E button.
She's going fast.
Ludicrous. Now have a look at this. Like, get out of combat, guys. Come on,
5
someone
seconds.
get out of combat. Okay, we'll talk about when it's relevant.
No, what's actually really cool, again, is that boots are super cost efficient for their item slot. So take Ionian boots, for example. The 10% on summoner spells as well as the 10% CDR is effectively every time.
Welcome, Wushang, as we're looking for a Cosmic Binding here. Savoki's going to nail it. There's Tank right under this one. Magical Journey is going to get followed, and Snake grabbed the pick. Wushang, the guy that's always been where he needs to be, wasn't that time. We'll see what Snake's going to be able to grab from it, as this could really halt the Baron play out of GT.
I feel like anytime I try to go for a deep dive on a
just
color
get back
point,
in there. Get back in there. You're fine. You're fine.
just slip back in.
Yeah, you just say, you know, that team fight tangent is over. Wushang does have his ultimate, so he may just ult back into the middle of everyone, so be wary, but otherwise I think you're okay.
Ionian boots, about 600 gold worth of stats in terms of like your CDR, although the 10% on summoner spells, I don't think you can actually really put a price on that, since it's one of the only times that that's ever applicable.
Rip Distortion Enchantment.
Rip Distortion Enchantment, exactly. But the idea is you're effectively turning those Ionian boots into Swifties as well in terms of your flat movement speed, at least outside of combat, while still retaining a really cost-efficient stat for that item slot. So I think in terms of looking at Cloud Drake from just kind of free gold that you get there, it's still not quite as awful as everyone's making it out to be.
Yeah, really true. Well, that's exactly what they are going to be able to do. Haven't actually seen the dead blue plate enchantment yet
Just
from any
wait,
of these GT members.
Look at it as we're looking at Snake.
Yeah, we're checking out Snake at the moment.
Farming creeps.
Farms out a minion wave, exactly. Oh, stop using spells, man. Oh, there it was. We saw it for a second there as PentaQ now decided to throw out an auto attack.
There he goes. Look at him.
Oh, yeah. Welcome, Republic. Look at you. Looking so smooth. I love it.
We don't have a Rylai's on On Azir.
They don't. He's
No.
possibly building towards that now, but it's an interesting build path here from Tank. Decided to go for sort of...
That's a big issue on this composition when so many people are trying to dive you. The fact that you don't have that reliant slow.
Yeah. Crystal actually playing very far up. You can see Flandre, he's just trying to push out that bottom wave. They don't really want to fight right now to Snake. They're just trying to make sure that creep waves are in the right spot until this Baron wears off, which I respect. The slow game seems to be what Snake are going for at the moment. Only one turret has been gained out of GT so far with this Baron buff, so the power play not necessarily there. In fact, I think that Snake may have actually extended the lead just a little bit after they managed to pick up the kill onto Wushang. But 4-1 and 4 for Crystal. This game has sort of turned into, can the AD carries get the work done? In the last team fight, they definitely could, as now more of Malmorty is completed for Crystal. Got a lot of damage.
Just on a knife's edge. This game can still go either way.
Oh, yeah.
Snake have been unable to execute on their comp.
Ooh, Tempered Fate going to be flashed out of the way of there. Nice play from Jay-Z. Every time you try and talk.
I think the build path from Tank is a little bit not... I mean, it's not awful, but again, not having the relays there for how important it is on keeping GT away, I think is an issue.
Also, having a Giant's Belt item as well sort of fits into your defensive slot.
When
if
you go
feel
in.
like you need to buy like a Abyssal Scepter, something like that, you may as well just grab yourself like a health-based item. Still does help you.
But right now, we're effectively just allocating farm into every available resource and trying to stack up as much gold as possible before kind of this big final team fight, which will either be over the Elder Dragon, so we can really move fast, or the Baron. But I don't even know if we're going to fight over the Elder Dragon.
Yeah,
I mean, combat stats for 90 seconds.
Yeah, good stuff. Of course, they're going to be sprinting outside of combat as well.
1.5 on
Oh, man, look at Pentakill. Like, it fits with Twitch as well. I mean, it's like a slightly green aura of stinkiness in his Twitch. Fantastic. Have I just ruined it for you?
No, I'm thinking about how fast they're going to be. I'm trying to do the math.
Silly amounts of fast. That's all you need to know.
This is assuming, of course, that they get the Ultra Dragon.
Yeah. Oh, Crystallize just gone back, built himself the last Whisper there as well. So that is full item slots. Only needs to upgrade that into his sort of upgraded last Whisper of choice. I personally like the Mortal Reminder. But we'll see what he decides to go towards. As Tank has not yet finished the Rylai's, which is what I assume that needlessly large rod will turn into. Of course, it's late game, so Rabadon's Death Cap could be an option. But so far, I just feel like he probably wants to have some sort of teamfight control. As now blue buff goes down. What do you want to do, Tank? Where are you trying to go? Pinging out that bottom lane. This actually could be dangerous. Like, one team finds a pick, it will be able to find their way into possibly breaking open the base, which could really get things out of control for whichever team does.
GT do have potential to utilize their double teleport here. They do have Republic slotted into that top side.
Well, that does mean that Tank feels a little bit more comfortable. Now going to head back to base. We'll see what he picks up. Not sure how much gold he's sitting on right now, but it's probably a fair amount. As you can see, it is 4 items at least, and it's Rabadon's Death Cap completed. So Tank really making sure that he has as much damage as possible. Doesn't really care about having any extra CC.
It's fine. Just go for the straight nuke.
Yeah.
Try to get as much AoE damage down as possible and just start the cascading effect of Tristana, jumping around on everyone, Goomba stomping.
Yep. Scoop him up, serve him up. I like it. I like the idea. Now GT positioning themselves towards the mid lane. Flandre looking to head back to base. We'll see whether this is for some sort of engagement using that teleport with the home guard. He's waiting. Waiting for now. Does have, of course, that icon you see is Frozen Heart. New icon. Like it. As he does have, of course, the Randuin's Omen and the Sunfire Cape for a lot of armor against Pentakill.
He's looking for the flank. Ping went down for the mid lane.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tempered
good flash.
Fate, yeah, flashed out of the way up there from Republic as Flandre immediately slowed, so doesn't get
The home guard.
the home guard, which is a big deal. Gimgoon doesn't find the Time Winder. However, Snake now continuing to move forward. We'll see whether they decide to go for the Baron buff here as GT. They're already grouped up.
And that's the only TP available for Snake as Flandre finds the re-engage.
Yeah, already right in there on top of the Rek'Sai. Maybe not the target they're looking for as they do have a fair bit of damage. Gravity Field comes in. There's a Twisted Advance one more time as Crystal actually maybe opened up because Flandre now slightly out. Jay-Z gets caught out. Doesn't quite have the ability to get the work done, but my God, how is he still alive? This is ridiculous. Flandre right in the middle of the fight. Rocket Jump comes down. Crystal chasing after Gimgoon. It's a double kill already for PentaQ though as Crystal. He's going to get knocked up. Parallel Convergence doesn't get the stun. Crystal, how is he still alive? Rocket jumps out, but he's going to die. And Tank is going to fall as well. Snake completely whiffed the team fight. That's going to be the last tick of the poison. I have a feeling that's game for GT.
Tank and Crystal hit virtually no one that team fight. Your two massive carries are only tapping Gimgoon, who's doing a fantastic job zoning off of everyone.
Yeah, these are 40 seconds death timers on the carries out of Snake. I have no idea what was happening in that last team fight, but GT just played it so much better. PentaQ, the Twitch, looking fantastic. That may hit a ban list as we head into game number 3. Gimgoon just happy to tank up these turrets. Nexus turrets now under fire. Wushang is going to get under there, so Voki now as well helping out, and this Nexus is going to fall. Congratulations to GT. Pick up their first victory here in the LPL. We are heading to game number 3 one more time.
Phenomenal job from GT right there, particularly Republic and Gimgoon. Wushang as well.
That guy's a beast.
And he's the actual newbie here. So again, everyone on this roster has LPL experience except for the jungler, and he's come out big on this Rek'Sai pickup, constantly interrupting animations, finding that beautiful flash disruption on the Tristana rocket jump.
Yeah, just beautiful play. Managed to get that twice. Of course, like, flashed into it after Crystal managed to... Oh, my God. It was just really, really beautiful stuff out of Wushang. So
and
the Rek'Sai pick is just a big deal right now.
Yeah, brilliant team fighting on top of that then. And that's really what this came down to. You know, we talked about how Snake in the first game, when Tank was on his Lissandra, they really seemed like they had shored up their team fighting 5v5 issues.
Yeah.
Game 2, they put him on the Azir, and things just really start to go sideways. In particular, this replay on your screen, this Baron call, completely sideways. Great reaction time from GT.
Yeah. But, like, of course, this part of the fight looked great for Snake. Then they head back to the Baron, don't have enough damage for it, and GT use all of their global abilities to get themselves back into a winning position. Of course, Twitch, he has wandered back up there, but of course, having the Void Rush, having the teleport out of Republic meant that they got delivered this Baron. And despite the fact that they weren't able to actually get to many turrets, this just bought them enough time to allow Snake to make the mistake necessary, which was this last team fight that you can see on your screen right now.
Now check out Crystal. He's done 2 auto attacks now, 3 auto attacks, 4.
And
that's it.
Tank as well. Like, he barely even used his ultimate there as GT were just constantly doing battle the entire time. Flandre tanking things up forever, but eventually fell down and they did not have that big tank.
Big question mark over that 5v5,
Yeah.
but big congratulations to GT. Again, finding that they're making their comp work for them. You have good individual performances, again, from the likes of Gimgoon, of their jungler Wushang.
Yeah.
So 2 guys to really look at coming into this game 3. Now, EPA's issue, as well as Masters 3, has always been that they have talented individual players, but it's when you put them together that issues start to arise.
Yeah.
And Snake now look to have the same problem as we go into game 3.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to a short break. When we get back, the deciding game between GT and Snake. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're up to our final game of the night. GT, of course, evening it up against Snake, and it is going to be Wu Sheng that has picked up MVP. That Rek'Sai play was fantastic. Ignore the fact that he was 1, 2, and 6. He was playing brilliantly that game.
Yeah, no, completely agree right there. We've seen a lot of Rek'Sai priority coming out of the LPL, again, favoring that control now that Monster or Epic Monsters are a huge objective again, and the changes to the trinket system.
Yeah.
And he just looked phenomenal on that with some mechanics as well as beautiful and brilliant team fight positioning.
Exactly right. Always able to get on top of
Here
anyone
we go.
where
This
needed.
is so cool.
That's his first one against Crystal.
I want to see his flash on Burrow to catch Crystal. Has to be in this highlight reel.
It will be probably after this one, but you can see always moving around to sort of the priority targets. Unfortunately, weren't actually able to see the play, but if you remember, guys, just think back only a few minutes.
I think we looked great there.
Yeah, damn right. I feel like the fact that we spawned somebody else for a second was the interesting part, but never mind. Okay, moving into game number 3, do we think that like this Twitch needs to be addressed? The fact that Twitch is now, like the Twitch Karma bottom lane actually has won 2 games in a row. Do we think that Karma is now sort of proving the fact that this like movement speed thing is really, really a high priority?
I agree that I actually think that kite compositions are quite effective right now because, again, the idea is that everyone's slower just naturally, and so anyone that's going to augment movement speed has theoretically gotten a buff and is more potent and powerful.
Yeah.
So that aligns Karma. But I don't necessarily think that she was really the issue there. I still think it was a poor execution from Snake's composition, particularly through itemization, not having the Rylai's on Azir when there is so much dive potential. Again, they don't have any hard CC coming out of GT's composition. There's nothing there to force you to fight them. It's just their chase and their stick potential with the Unburrow and Echo. So Rek'Sai and Echo diving onto you and having that slow, as well as the 2 hard resets of the Buster Shot and the Emperor's Divide, I don't think that there was an excuse for how poorly those fights were executed from Snake.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, if they do manage to actually get some of these sort of like the gravity field down in the right position, then you have like the layering then of the parallel convergence as well. I mean, there's lots of things here that they can sort of layer on top of each other, but you're exactly right. There's no real go button for GT, despite the fact that they were just chasing Snake at so many times, like throughout sort of the mid to late game, where they were getting them out of position, and then they just had so many global abilities to get themselves back into a fight, even if they died. It's almost like they had multiple lives.
Yeah,
it was a little bit ridiculous.
That's a good way to think about it is, you know, catching Snake out of position. It wasn't a scenario where, you know, they were in control and they lured Snake into them and then they got that beautiful flanking play and everything lined up perfectly. It was Snake were caught with their pants down because they're in between point A and point B of where they need to be, or they're trying to start a fight and they're not respecting the teleport cooldown or the void rush cooldown, and suddenly there's more members there than Snake attributed for. So I still feel like this was very much like Snake's own failings, but GT still should be credited for the fact that they were able to react appropriately and find individual mechanical performance.
Yeah. And look, once again, we have to go back to Tank. The fact that Snake looked to be playing towards Tank's ceiling, which is what you mentioned early on. I think it's like actually a really beautiful way of identifying how Snake worked, because this game, Tank was largely lackluster, to be honest. Didn't make a whole lot of plays, was sort of sitting back trying to be like, I'm Azir, so I'm obviously going to be doing lots of late game damage. Let's go. But didn't actually really proactively make anything happen. We saw no sort of fantastic ultimates out of him. Like, we saw him build a Void Staff and a Death Cap, have all of this like unloadable damage potentially, but didn't actually utilize it in any sort of case. We saw that last team fight, the perfect example. He could have sand glided his way in to split up that fight completely after he saw a parallel convergence on top of him.
But he didn't
just
have
get
the
out of the way,
tankiness.
just didn't do it.
No, completely agree. I think you hit the nail on the head, and it now comes down to the question of have GT figured Snake out in the draft phase by simply banning away Lysandra? Can Tank be effective on any other champion, or is he still too shallow in his champion pool to make a difference?
Yeah, and I actually really hope that Snake do manage to win this game, because then we'll have blue side victories all day, which just feels kind of cool, to be perfectly honest.
But the
It is
priority
interesting
pick
that
has
that's
been
what's
very
happening.
different.
That's exactly right. But priority pick does seem to be still very, very powerful regardless. It's like there's a lot of these champions that you can sort of build comps around that can be flexible. I mean, Trundle is an example, something that EDG made work quite well. And look, we'll see exactly what is going to be first picked here as we hop back into Champion Select. Snake now on the blue side of the map, banning away Kindred first up. Azir is going to hit the bench, mostly a ban away from Tank by the looks of things there, as Ryze is going to leave as well. A champion that we have seen consistently banned on the red side every single time today.
Just too good.
Yeah, Nidalee, second tier jungler, or one of the S tier junglers here in the bag with Kindred there as well. So we are probably going to see a lot more priority on the Rek'Sai, on things like that, as Twitch is going to be banned. I like it. Snake just making sure that something else has to be played on the bottom side of the map. Of course, Lucian still available for now. We'll see whether GT decide to ban it away as their final ban. A few things still left up, but they don't have to ban the Twisted Fate this time. They do have the counter pick option. Can give Republic something else, but Lissandra is going to be the option. So Snake have to make a choice. Do they want the Maokai? Do they want the Lucian? Do they want the Rek'Sai?
Oh, it's going to be a priority Lucian this time around. So with the Twitch being banned and the adjustment there,
yeah,
it's no longer on this Rek'Sai. Full steam ahead for Crystal.
Well, could be Rek'Sai Maokai picked up here for Gimgoon and Wushang. In fact, Wushang already locking that one away. He looked so comfortable on it on the last game. Makes a whole lot of sense that he'd pick it up now. We'll see what changes on the side of Snake, whether they can make an adjustment to this sort of global comp that they have had success with on the side of GT. There's the movement speed available from Karma, so two of the big deal components of what made their comp good last time are definitely there. Could, of course, put that Karma in the mid lane if they wanted to. ZZR thinking about what he wants to play. Of course, Elise is an option for him, and they're probably looking to grab their solo lanes as the last two picks, keep their options open just a little bit. We'll see what is picked up. As there's the Maokai. And a possible Victor here as well to be picked away from Republic. Has shown a lot of proficiency on it so far. Would make a bit of sense here out of Snake to deny that pick away. And look, this is something that has worked out in the past. How do you feel about it, Frosco?
I mean, it makes sense to pick up Victor and Maokai in the same rotation simply because Maokai is going to deny a lot of damage that Victor will put down.
Yeah.
Flandre, I don't think he did a terrible job last game with his teleport flank initiation on Maokai, but there was simply an issue of follow-up.
I feel like it was a team effort losing that game as well.
Yeah, typically it is. It's now a question of, will they be punished for not giving Flandre something like Echo? Because I still feel like the Snake are putting themselves in a position where they're saying, Tank is our primary carry, Crystal is our primary carry, and Flandre, you are support.
Wow, we're now looking at a possible Echo pickup, but also Pentakill heading back towards the Ezreal. Which could actually be dangerous because, game number one wasn't quite offering the same amount of carry potential that his opponent was, but now up against Lucian could be a very different story. As they're keeping Republic's pick a secret, unless he's going to be playing the Echo or the Karma. And now Snake to round out their picks, and I would love to see Jay-Z picking up the Thresh. Because, of course, was a champion that he was known for. Why still bottom lane? Very, very powerful. And the pick potential coming out of this comp, if they do manage to pick up the Elise as well, you pair that with the likes of the Twisted Advance from Flandre. A lot more sort of early power in this game. If they can move around the map like they were last time. We'll see whether they can make that one work. Braum actually switched over to. Let's see what Jay-Z does want to go for in the end. 13 seconds to go.
I don't mind the Thresh pickup. I particularly like it with Victor just because he is immobile, so allowing him to reposition himself. But obviously, Braum is always going to offer so much in denying siege, and if you have Victor and Braum, it's pretty hard to get to your towers through that wave clear as well as the Unbreakable.
Very true. But is going to be the Braum picked up, like you were mentioning, so Elise is going to be locked away as well. Now Republic thinking about a counter pick here for the Victor in the mid lane. The standard LPL counter would be the Kassadin, which is currently hovering. Of course, all we've seen out of this guy so far has been Victor, and he has looked very good on the champion as well. Denial now coming through from Snake will mean that the Kassadin will be locked in. So Dade made it look good. We'll see whether it's going to work out for GT as well.
They don't have a lot of wave clear.
They've got a lot of maneuverability, though. So if this comp ever gets into a position when they're ahead, should be able to snowball this one out of control. But you're exactly right. We saw like mid-game troughs here for the Kassadin lineup when we saw it being played by NewBee. But Dade bridged that one beautifully by killing everyone.
The bigger issue again, though, is that if this composition falls behind, you have very little options to kind of stop the bleeding and play catch-up just because you don't have any wave clear. Whereas on the other side, Snake really prioritizing their ability to keep their towers up. Again, having the Victor's wave clear as well as having the Braum available.
And also, there's the fact that when we saw NewBee do this, they had a Graves in the jungle, which has a lot of wave clear. Of course, the shotgun pellets, not to mention the end of the line, being able to clear out a minion wave. And they had the culling in a pinch out of Evolution. Now they've got True Shot Barrage, which doesn't necessarily completely destroy a minion wave, but does sort of buy you some time. And they've got a Rek'Sai, which has to get right up to the creep wave if he's going to like help clear. So this could be a bigger problem for GT than it was for NewBee.
They've got 2 range champions in Karma and Ezreal, so this could be disastrous or it could go wonderfully.
Yeah, well, we'll see exactly what happens as we hop into our final game of the night. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the riff for our final match. As we see a bit of a pan, and it's all tied up. GT moving out. We'll see whether we are going to have any invade situations, anything like that. Whether it is going to be sort of this standard 5-point defense that we have been seeing a lot of very recently.
Okay, this is something that I want to talk about. So we do see the Keystone Masteries popping up on the bottom of your screen as Snake are actually setting themselves up for a 5-man invade. And it's going to be the Windspeaker's Blessing picked up by Braum.
Yeah. Oh, there's the flash, actually. Flandre flashing in as well. Will he get into Twisted Advance range? I'm not sure whether he will. 2 flashes burnt out of Snake. 1 in response, and it's Pentacues. My God, already. Things are pretty explosive right now.
See if they'll be around to punish that lack of summoner on Pentacue, though, or if he will get away from it. Obviously, Ezreal will have his Arcane Shift available to him at some point. But Windspeaker's Blessing. So Braum has the flexibility where he goes through quite a few summoners. Bond of Stone is kind of like the big one or the staple. Mad Life was running Windspeaker's Blessing, and obviously it's just going to synergize really well with the Unbreakable by offering extra damage reduction as well as armor and MR. Or I guess not damage reduction, but shield percentage.
Yeah.
10%?
The other thing to talk about here as far as Keystone Masteries is that Deathfire Touch that Republic was able to pick up, as Pentacue doesn't have Flash. He's only level 1. Winter's Bite somehow sneaks through there as well. The flashes forward. That's going to be the stun. And that is going to be the cheesy First Blood picked up by Crystal.
Very cute adaptation from Jay-Z and Crystal there to understand that they were going to go for the Gromp, that Ezreal did not have the Flash available, and like you said, able to bend it like Beckham between the Gromp, tag him right in the hip.
Yeah, really nicely played so far. Flandre actually taking a bit of a beating here from Gimgoon towards the top side of the map. First time, though, that we're going to see standard lanes.
See if Snake fare better this time around, but still, they take standard lanes and they put Flandre on the likes of Maokai. He's so good as a carry-oriented jungler, and I feel like Snake repeatedly defang him.
Yeah. Well, we'll see whether he can make it work, as right now he has to navigate the Echo lane, and being a strong top laner in a sort of losing lane situation, or a lane that is possibly difficult, is definitely a big deal. But right now, Crystal playing with a gigantic lead of 7 CS to 0.
I mean, that said, though, the big thing is he has the First Blood, but he has not been able to spend it, so does theoretically have a lead, but not yet in this lane, other than the level advantage.
Which could actually be a big deal here as he's zoning.
Oh, it's a big deal on Lucian, obviously.
Yeah. Considering that level 2 power. A lot of damage actually coming down from tank right here as Republic Just tanking things up, utilizing that corrupting potion quite well, and actually farming fairly effectively, trading his health bar. And ZZR has actually found Wushang, looking to try and steal away some Sentinels. Gets both of them there, as there's the knocker. Oh, Cocoon is going to go wide. Eats himself a tunnel. There's a good trade there. Jay-Z made his way in. Savoki was looking to try and help out his jungler. Lots of pings though, and Wushang, he can't get onto that wolf camp. We'll have to head towards the top side.
Yeah, trying to take advantage of this bot lane push for Crystal. And Jay-Z here, creating space and invading on Wushang.
Yeah, and you can see Crystal is just relentless right now on this push. No pun intended, of course. As he heads towards them. And Savoki, of course, he did leave for a moment, but Jay-Z was out of there for quite some time.
They're looking for the dive.
Yeah.
This is super dangerous.
It is. Of course, Repel, pretty good tool as far as diving is concerned, but...
Do have to note that the tower aggro has been adjusted here.
Yes.
Even if you change tower aggro, the person who picks it up will still take the tower at full strength.
It'll keep ramping and smacking you even harder. There's Wushang actually getting a little bit of counter jungling done himself as nice shield comes down, but PentaQ taking the brunt of that. Jay-Z does need to be careful. He needs to hit those Winter's Bites to be able to help these trades out. And GT actually playing that one out quite nicely because Savoki, he's very healthy here. And you can see Snake, they're actually both sharing the brunt of this, so anyone gets caught out, GT might be able to capitalize. ZZR looking for a possible gank on the Republic. Does still have his flash, so that's probably what they're looking for. But just heads back into his jungle.
All quiet on the western front, really.
Yeah, apart from the fact that Gimgoon is so far ahead as Flandre was forced to go back to base.
I mean, that said, Maokai doesn't necessarily need gold to be super effective. Obviously, it helps. It's more so about... with this lead, will Gimgoon be able to snowball himself into absurd control and open up split push opportunity for GT?
Yeah.
Rather than, Flandre is behind on Maokai.
Well, ZZR has snuck himself into the bottom side brush here. We're going to start the back. We'll see whether he actually completes that one. Doesn't actually cancel that one out. And there's a Cocoon. PentaQ maybe caught out of position here. The exhaust goes down. Arcane shifts there. One more auto attack. And he would have been locked down, but it's not going to happen. And Snake don't find the second kill of the game onto the AD carry, but they're still looking for more. Oh, big Q. They're out of Savoki. You can see Snake, they may actually just need to back away.
I think they need to. Again, PentaQ still has his heal summoner available to him, so definitely looking for the bait right there. Yeah. Good patience not to burn it preemptively. At this point, I think Snake are just hanging around to try to reset this wave and get a centered creep wave coming in.
And Gimgoon looking for a stun, doesn't get it. Flandre, very patient up here towards the top side. We're going to try and clear things out underneath his turret. Tank actually taking a lot from Republic, but deals a lot back. Nice death ray. He does have a Negatron cloak, so looking to try and... Oh, there's the flash forward. Jay-Z doesn't, of course, have the Glacial Fissure, but ZZR, he's still here. PentaQ completely out of mana. And Crystal, they just can't catch up. Too much movement speed out of this GT bottom lane. There's Tank, could be in trouble.
No one has any mana.
Trading blows, both of them. Wushang, he's going to make his way in. Doesn't have any mana either, but of course doesn't need it.
Jay-Z just unfortunately not connecting with his Winter's Bite.
Yeah.
Burned his flash there too.
So a little bit unfortunate. That being said, it's still a gigantic CS lead here for Crystal. So when he does go back to base, he will be able to capitalize very effectively. But I feel like they're playing a little bit too antsy, given the fact that they don't have an advantage. But oh my goodness, Tank flashed on right now. Republic picks up the kills. Wushang just holds onto the tower aggro. Brilliant
play right there from Wushang as well as Republic. Chaos Storm was dropped trying to burst Republic out. Instead, they just step forward, dodge out of the Chaos Storm damage, and pick up a free first blood. This will really help Kassadin get through this struggling early lane phase against a ranged champion.
Well, more aggression towards the bottom side as Jay-Z is going to find himself snared up. The Snake shoved this wave into the turret. Looking to go back. We'll see what they decide to pick up here as well and which direction Crystal will take this Lucian build. Did see both iterations of it from Peko earlier on in the night. He has actually decided to go for the Caulfield's Warhammer, as well as that serrated Dirk. So heading towards the Ghostblade is item number 1, and then probably the Black Cleaver for that sort of new iteration of the Lucian build. But a lot of early power. That being said, gave PentaQ some time, clear out a minion wave, get himself back in touching distance of that farm.
I don't know how much I really agree with the Black Cleaver build in this scenario. Just hold on. Another gank might be going down. Defensive gravitational field.
Yeah, ward goes in. GT understand that ZZR is waiting around, but 2v2 may actually be something that GT could look for, given the fact that they were able to put Tank relatively behind. And in fact, Republic able to catch up and farm again as well, as there's the tunnel in. Tank once again in trouble. Savoki's made his way over as well, as he doesn't have flash. And Tank is just going to fall down. Republic grabs a second one in the mid lane.
And it's just so oppressive, the fact that Kassadin jumps in, tags you with the slow, and how immobile Victor is already.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai, he punishes champions that stand still, and in a control mage meta, she's really finding her place again.
Most certainly. And it's just what Wushang's able to do with the champion as well. He's just looking so comfortable. Teleport, he's going to get Tank back into the mid lane. But honestly, the damage right now has been done largely because Republic's 2-0-0. That is going to be such an early Rod of Ages. As he's going to head back, picks it up now. That is a pre-10-minute rower.
And just for standard, 15-minute Roa is pretty much the standard there. So getting it 5 minutes early as well as a dive up top.
Yeah, Flandre looking for a twisted advance at the right time in order to keep himself safe. Republic is going to get locked down. Tower's going to kill him. Flandre trades it 1-for-1, and that is exactly what he could hope for.
Best case scenario there. Likewise, Kassadin did not pick up the kill, so not the primary benefactor there. Does get the assist, but it's Gimgoon now in control.
Really nicely done from Flandre. Diving Flandre is a dangerous thing to do, indeed.
Diving Maokai in general,
Yeah.
especially in the 6.10 patch where the towers are doing so much more damage to you.
Oh, Crystal just throws a point-blank culling in there, flashes out of the way, uses the heal. But going 1v2, exhausted, uses the ultimate, and then has to blow both of his summoners. Heal came in from PentaQ though, so it's 2 summoners for 2, but the flash is the important one out of Crystal. And I mean, I feel like the ham might be a little bit too much now.
No, I respect.
You respect the 1v2 power?
Yeah, naturally it was a really good exhaust timing from Savoki right there, as well as good management of the culling between PentaQ and Savoki to make sure that Karma survived.
Yeah.
But I mean, think of how cool that would have been if he had gotten away with it. To go toe-to-toe with 2 people and then flash heal yourself out.
I do like the idea. Flandre, going to take a time winder here. Z-Drive Resonance avoided with the twisted advance. I like it a lot.
Cute little maneuver right there.
Yep, conveniently placed minion. Gives it to him. I like it a lot. Does actually now have some Merc treads as well, so I'm not going to be too worried about that parallel convergence this time around. We'll be dodging a lot of that. As Crystal throws out an Ardent Blaze. Everyone misses their skill shots here as Wushang just wanders out of the way. Seeker going to come in, but Smite is going to grab that Raptor.
So...
So many pings. My goodness.
He's going back in.
Yeah, they're trying to get it. Savoki is going to make his way around. Can speed up the Rek'Sai. Gets her out of there.
Quickly touching on the bot lane itemization, because we do have the completed Ghostblade coming out of Crystal, so obviously looking for that Ghostblade into Black Cleaver build.
Yeah.
So good things that it does for Lucian. He's able to stack up all the Black Cleaver procs really quickly with how quickly he goes through his cooldowns. The CDR on Black Cleaver translates directly into safety for Lucian just because he gets more relentless pursuits out. It's a mid-game power spike, which kind of synergizes with where Lucian is naturally strong anyway. Bad things. He doesn't have any other AD damage dealers on his team, so he's shredding all of that armor for no one else.
Yep.
He loses a lot of crit on this build, which impacts his late game damage. And I just feel like because there's no one else on his team, and because of the way that these games have been going, trending later and later, I just don't think that this build is necessarily worth it in this scenario.
One thing I do like about it is the fact that the big deal with an Echo, and I don't actually know whether this entirely works out, is the fact that he's so sticky. However, with the Rage passive that you do get out of the Black Cleaver, and of course the Ghost Blade giving you so much movement speed, means that he might be able to save himself a little bit more effectively, whilst also being able to potentially shred the Echo using his tank busting ability.
I mean, it's pretty much entirely for Rek'Sai and Gimgoon.
Yeah. Which is theoretically what Crystal needs to be fighting in this comp at the same time. One thing that we need to talk about is the fact that GT's comp is very short range, apart from, you know, the Karma and PentaQ there on the Ezreal. So Lucian might actually get some freedom in a lot of these fights at the same time. Oh, there's Twisted Advance trying to create some distance there for Flandre, but 3 friends! It's going to mean that he's going to fall down in between turrets, and GT just feeding on the tree.
When we talked about this composition has such a potential to snowball and run away with games. They can never fall behind because they don't have the wave clear to just stall out a game back towards power spikes in their itemization, and very quickly starting to run away with this. They now have even towers, although so much more pressure in between their mid and top lanes, which means that Wushang has so much more space to contest CZR.
Yeah, and where they needed control on this map, they have it as well. Gimgoon's ahead. JZ was looking for him, but he's doing fantastically well. 22 CS in the lead. Republic's ahead as well. 2-1 and 2 now on the scoreline. Behind in farm, but of course that is what he's likely to do given the fact that he is Kassadin. But Snake, they really want to answer back right now. This red buff under fire as Wushang gets tagged. Red buff is going to reset. Crystal looking to try and pick that one up. Does have himself the Phage now as well. So very close to grabbing that first 2-item spike, as ZZR is going to be able to pick this one up quite easily. And Rift Herald could actually be an option that they're looking at now. Wushang now heading towards the bottom side, and oh dear, Flandre possibly in trouble one more time. Savoki making his way over, very, very quick on the Karma. Yeah, no, not going to be able to find it this time. Mantrid Q, not even going to be able to get the second tick. And thankfully the tree is going to be alive. Ghostblade popped here towards the top lane. And Crystal's going to be able to help take down this turret. So turret lead now still there for Snake. But that's a Mountain Drake going down for GT. And that is a big deal. But they might be able to push forward.
It will be traded 1-for-1 though, as likewise the bottom tier tower will also fall. Like you said, they have great pushing potential between Lucian and Elise. One of the beautiful things about these two champions. And look at that, just getting destroyed.
Yeah, inner turret is going to fall down, so really, really quick. And that is the gold lead back in the hands of Snake. Very, very quickly here as well. Answered very, very quickly by PentaQ towards the bottom side of the map. Republic.
All in all, it will be tower advantage to Snake, but Mountain Dragon advantage to GT, so naturally kind of taking the tower versus taking the thing that will allow you to take more towers.
Yep. Like it a lot. Crystal as well helping add some damage to this Rift Herald. As Jay-Z's tanking it. It's going to reset, though. As True Shot Barrage flies through as well. Rift Herald just goes on a merry journey. Now Snake just give up on that plan completely. Republic continues to push up. You can see Tank making his way back into this lane. Abyssal Scepter now under his belt. So a little bit more safety from the Kassadin. And of course, a lot of wave clear is available.
Checking across from items again. Sorry. That's what I'm doing, is looking around what everyone's got. So kind of the next objective that teams really want to go to at this point is you either want to look for the Rift Herald, contest the upcoming blue buff, which is where Ping has gone down for Snake. The issue is that you're trying to, the team who is being proactive is trying to siege into a Victor. They do have dive potential, obviously having the Echo and the Rek'Sai available to them, but they don't have siege potential, even with that Mountain Drake. So they need to either catch Snake here, kill them, and then transfer this into mid-tier tower, or they need to dive and take out this Victor before doing it.
Well, the teleport is actually going to be taken down here as blue buff is going to be stolen by Wushang, but he's out of position. There's the flanking play from Flandre as he's looking to get his way into this fight. Culling flies through. Flandre still in a good position right now, but no one's really died. Death Ray comes down. Gimgoon still strong in this fight as that's another twisted advance. In goes ZZR, but there's the ultimate out of Gimgoon. Sick plays out of this Echo as he finally falls down. Snake, they grab one, but RGT going to be able to do any more? Yeah, there it is. Republic now just going to set up shop. My God. He hasn't stacked up the Rift Walk just yet. As he's sitting on top of a pink ward, knows that he's safe. Unfortunately, blows it just there. And the Force Pulse going to be utilized. Teleport came out from tank, but he decided to cancel it because the fight was already over. They grabbed the one pick, and they'll just move back. Of course, Gimgoon just about to respawn, had the teleport available, so I like the apprehensive play.
Yeah, and in the end, it really comes down to that single kill on Gimgoon. Now, Wushang did manage to secure his own blue buff, but he does deny that away from Republic's Kassadin, so small victory there. But more importantly, this idea that the proactive team, they need to fight over these small jungle objectives because they can't fight around the towers unless they want to commit to the dive.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what more they can get. You can see GT, not a whole lot of deep vision in the enemy base. The Snake will be able to grab their blue buff. ZZR helping tank grab that one. So JZ, actually possible face check right here. Parallel Convergence is going to lock him down the Braum. He is relatively tanky, but they grab him. That is going to be GT now with a 4 versus 5 situation in their control, and we'll see what they can get from it. Possible mid lane out of turret, something like that. Wushang looking to come in for the dive. Tank has spotted him out, though. Grabbed some movement speed from him with that transfer power.
And this is the issue that we were talking about.
Yeah. Just can't push in.
And it's continuously GT. I mean, they understand, and they're making good proactive plays here, saying, okay, we can't fight them in the mid lane. We need to continuously move into the jungle. But they're kind of out of objectives now. They're waiting for Dragon to spawn, which means that Snake now have a minute 43 of breathing room. We're stay in our lanes. We have defensive vision set up. No reason to get picked off. Allocate farm, get a quick back end, and let's reset this and try to see try our hand at the next 5v5.
Well, you can see Crystal relentlessly pursues his way away from Republic. Unable to get that pick just there as ZZR with some apprehensive play. Savoki and Wushang actually looking to try and steal away the red buff. I believe he was able to there as well. There it is. So Wushang grabs himself the red, heads his way out. He's a very cheeky Rek'Sai.
He's smart.
Yeah.
He's an exciting jungler.
Well, GT off the back of Wushang, and looking good.
It's no slouch that he's doing this across from the likes of ZZR. ZZR really stepped up in the back half of Snake's spring split.
On a ZZR champion here as well.
Yeah. I mean, effectively Snake brought in Tom, and then suddenly ZZR really started picking himself up.
Yeah. And now I believe they've got SOFM. Do they?
We'll see.
Sitting on the bench at the moment. Splandre taking a lot of damage there towards the top side of the map. Tank now as well. Just chilling here in the mid lane as Republic clearing out minions as well, but not as quickly as this Victor is able to do so very nicely. JZ eats himself a tunnel. Delicious, delicious tunnels.
High in fiber.
Delicious. ZZR eating some popcorn chicken.
Yep. More importantly, Dragon spawning in 4 seconds here. So again, we talked about it. There was that minute 43. That was what you got, Snake. That was your breathing ground. Are you choosing to fight here? And it looks like they will. Moving into the area, it is going to be another Mountain Drake and setting up pockets of true vision.
Wushang, of course, has that Void Rush. So can reposition himself towards that dragon, assuming he can get some tunnels in place. Doesn't actually have too many. Has one towards his wolf camp, so that one will let him in. Actually has a couple deep in the enemy jungle as well, so can go for a potential flank if he wants to Rek'Sai his way in. But now Snake just loitering around the dragon area, not necessarily making a decisive move towards it.
I think they're setting a trap. There's one blue trinket. It's the only one available to GT now. They're still waiting on their Gimgoon trinket off of cooldown.
Yeah, you can see Wushang is going to make his way in there as Savoki. Crystal caught out. There's some dangerous stuff. Teleports coming in. Had to be cancelled there. Actually, no. That was... looked weirdly like a...
it's because Savoki was backing on top of the teleport.
I got so perplexed. I was like, why is he still backing? There's someone teleporting on him. Not going to happen, but Crystal, once again, overly aggressive. Unfortunately, this time, isn't going to be able to get himself out. Tried to flash, and that is going to be Mountain Drake number 2 here for GT. And this could actually help their sieging ability, because every time they hit one of these structures or the neutral objectives, they'll do a lot more damage to it.
It'll definitely compensate for their inability to do, and more importantly, it means that they can get more out of it when they finally do take down Victor.
Yeah, and you can see Flandre actually getting caught out towards his Krug camp. So Snake just not necessarily looking like the controlled team that we saw in game number 1. GT, now with all the momentum of the win after game number 2, just looking really, really good.
Yeah, and it's really off of the back of GT's jungler. You know, we talked about how you look at this team on paper, and they pretty much, they retain Gimgoon. Like, Gimgoon is always going to be a solid, yes, this is the guy we want, phenomenal top laner. He showed that time and time again. But getting rid of, oh, this trap.
Oh, Crystal once again caught out. He's going to get snared. Wushang right on top of him, but he gets stunned up. The Winter's Bite was there, so Voki's going to grab it with her Q, and now JZ forced to flash out of the way. Tank there with a lot of upfront unloaded damage, but he's taking so much himself. Republic picks that one up. The Chaos Storm is still there. As you can see, Flandre attempting to tank, but the low health bars on GT, no one's dead. And Snake have to back away. JZ's going to fall. Gimgoon, he's going to tank the turret on his way out, and that is 3 for nothing. GT playing beautifully.
They're just so sticky, and Snake can't get them off. There's nothing that they can do to reset any of this. You have Ezreal, Kassadin, Karma, Rek'Sai, and Echo. Every single one of those champions has some sort of way to augment their ability to get to a back line.
Yeah.
And to stay on top of you.
And Crystal just can't be walking right next to JZ, face-checking a brush. They knew that they had members of GT on the bottom side of the map. And that is sort of twice in a row that Crystal, unfortunately, just got eviscerated at the beginning.
And again, the Mountain Dragon really coming into play. It's so important that when GT manage to get these team fights and kill, because that's the only way that they take objectives. It has to be off of the back of team fights, which thank God we're in a team fighting meta, because the priority of coming to these monster objectives. Because otherwise, Snake would just infinitely get to sit here and just keep everything up. They have the Unbreakable, they have the Culling, they have the Victor Laser. But Mountain Dragon, 20% bonus damage to these structures means that they get so much more done and are so much more effective off of the back of these team fights.
Real big deal. However, it is only 2,000 gold, no, not even, 1,200 gold, also the lead for GT. So despite the fact that they have been able to pick up 3 times the kills, still unable to really create any meaningful lead in this game. We'll see whether Snake can get themselves together, find these picks that they are able to do.
But a lot of that is in farm discrepancies, particularly between the mid and the 80 carries. So Crystal, 217 to 192. Tank, 256 to 227. But that discrepancy is pretty much entirely compensated for just the kill advantage that Kassadin has in respect to mid versus mid.
Yeah. And right now, Flandre fighting Republic. Not too worried. Sat Magic actually helping him out a lot here, as both of these champions benefit from the amount of spells used, which is sort of cute.
Cute interaction.
Yeah, Cocoon going to come down as Wushang actually taking a lot of damage from ZZR here. He's going to try and run away as the rest of Snake are making their way in, but Rek'Sai just looks relatively immune to damage, especially of the magic variety with the Merc Treads and the Spirit Visage completed. And he just shrugs it off and wanders away.
Double locket.
Yeah. What does it mean?
Means that you cover it with more space.
We'll see whether Jay-Z decides to turn it into a banner command instead. Looks like he's not, as that is a Ruby Crystal sitting in there as well. So I'm going to have double the shields, which is a good thing. Not going to have double the auras, but if they split up in these team fights, keeping it on everyone, not leaving you passive, big deal. And once again, Crystal going aggressive. Gimgoon taking a bit of damage there. Just the Ghost Blade popped. Nice Unbreakable there from Jay-Z. Makes sure that no extra vision is gained from the True Shot barrage.
Crystal really has been very aggressive this series.
Oh yeah, he's keen bean.
Ooh, Infernal Drake.
So, very sort of all-powerful coveted Drakes coming up this game.
Yeah, probably the 2 most wanted dragons.
Which is sort of important here for GT as well. Is suiting them, because that is where they want to be fighting. And if they manage to get these dragons that are so important, it means that, you know, if a Cloud Drake had come up, for instance, like Snake sort of say, all right, well, I guess we're happy to sort of give this one up. Not as much of a big deal, but when it's these ones that are really going to help GT carry themselves towards a late game where they will be able to start a fight that they can win and then take down the structures, going to be a big move.
It's 1 a.m., so I'm going to ask you to do this math for me.
Okay.
Okay, this dragon is going to...
It's not a really good reason to make me do math, but yeah.
is going to come online at around like 29:10. So just after 29 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Elder Drake spawns at 35. If they immediately take it, are they just literally 19 seconds off of missing the possibility of trying to get triple Mountain Dragon because the Elder Drake will be the next dragon that spawns, or will they sneak in one more dragon?
I think no matter what, there will be one more dragon if they take it. So I think that the Elder Dragon only spawns if you kill a dragon after 35 minutes.
Okay.
I think. But we will be able to figure this one out.
It's so tricky when you read it.
Yeah.
It took me the longest time to try to figure out, does it mean that there's only 3 of one type of elemental dragon in a game, or that there's only 3 elemental types of dragons in a game?
I'm pretty sure there's 4. Oh my goodness. What about the 5th one? Where's the Heart Dragon?
Who writes it like that?
I don't know, but we can't make Captain Planet because there's one dragon missing.
Heart. Water. Earth.
Yep.
No?
I wa-
Okay.
No, I was definitely an Earth fan. Kwame was my
I was
personal
ready to
favorite.
sing, and you just...
We're the Planeteer.
You can be one too.
Because derailing a shoutcasting experience.
It's the thing to do.
Thank you very much, Frostgrin. And Tank now taking down a Raptor camp. The rest of GT pushing up the mid lane. The Dragon has now spawned, but Snake gave up their positional advantage that they had around the area. And GT are now moving through. Tremor Sense helping out a lot as Wushang is positioning himself really, really well to make use of it. But they're standing on a ward. Lots of wards around for Snake there as well as Gimgoon with the teleport available, of course. Double TP available for both teams. It's going to be very important. And Flandre is waiting for the flank. He wants to get himself in there. They want to start a fight. And that gold lead has not changed in this entire game.
Oh, flaking TP.
Yeah, Gimgoon looking for it. Crystal once again just going to get deleted. Everyone jumps on top of him. Gimgoon is going to be the one that grabs this as PentaQ is going to sap a lot of the health out of Flandre, and he can't get to his team. Gimgoon just being too much of a threat in the backline, and they can't stun him up. They can't lock him down. Flandre, he's going to die eventually. I have a feeling Wushang is going to lock him down, and they haven't stopped. Look at this. It's like a freight train running through the Snake base. Jay-Z's going to fall. ZZR the last one alive. And GT, what is this comp? It is working beautifully.
And we talked about this, how they cannot siege against the likes of Braum and Victor, so every single objective advantage on the map has to be taken after team fights. Yes, you're absolutely right. It is a freight train. This is such a sticky team comp. But it's taking so long to choke Snake out, despite the fact that they're so potent and powerful, because they can't set up these fights. Snake are doing a good job staying away from them, but it was too little too late on a fantastic TP.
Yeah, stunning play. And they are going to be able to grab themselves the Baron off it as well. So, Baron falls down. That is actually going to be locked in by Savoki, the Baron taker himself. Lots of pings towards the bottom side, but let's have a look at this one again.
Okay, so big thing is the TP from Gimgoon here, and he's going to lock up quite a bit of members. Yeah, that's just disgusting. It's a bounce house castle, immediately followed up by all the CC, and effectively Snake are running for their lives, which means that they're not doing any damage that they need to be. Flandre lasts forever.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean anything because there's no follow-up. And like you said, freight train, sticky, dive potential. They don't care anything about this tower. They just need to kill everyone so they can take the objective that they want. It's never going to be shove them off and then immediately try to go for the tower. Too much wave clear.
Exactly right, and that is going to be the third dragon that they picked up as well. Double Mountain and an Infernal now there for GT. And when they've got sort of these scaling champions, a 5-item Kassadin.
I mean, that's a, what, 8% scaling buff on 32 minutes, so you're effectively 3 items for pretty much every single champion, 4 items if you're Kassadin.
Yeah.
That's massive.
Yeah, big
That's,
deal.
You know, free needlessly large rod.
Although,
No, it's
they do
not.
have an
It's
Ezreal
less.
who doesn't really care as much about flat AD because he likes to build Iceborne Gauntlets, so you're not going to have as much of like a flat statistic of AD, especially considering the fact that he went for the Blade of the Ruined King, which is a lot more sort of on-hit based. So, still good, definitely.
Normally I'd try to do the math, but I'm just like,
Yeah, let's not worry about it.
yeah.
Just say it's theoretically not as good. There's decent Q for damage, and the Baron buff now trying to be weathered here from Crystal. Does have his Phantom Dancer, so dual potential, definitely right up there. This tank wave clearing towards the top side. Republic We'll see whether he decides to go for a dive, because Tank just took a trillion damage.
This is so much more important, though. The fact that they have the sieging Tank
Oh
minion.
my god, Tank just going to get rift walked on the exhaust. Not enough at all. The stun comes in. We'll see whether Crystal can get the work done. But Republic's looking to try and take him down as well. Has his cooldowns back up. There is nothing Crystal can do. And GT, the split push working wonders.
It's the Baroned up Tank minion as they're looking for the dive now.
Yeah, Wushang actually right underneath this turret. ZZL locked up for a very, very long time as Gimgoon down to about half health, but he's so tanky. JZ in so much trouble as Crystal kiting this one around. He went back to base, but it's just not enough. They break through the turret. Blandre, he's soaking a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter because the rest of Snake can't do anything about it. In goes Republic. My god, just ripping through the jungler. The Cassidon's working fantastically. Republic's played the last 2 games so well.
The entire squad has. If you told me that Pentacute Republic would be on a team that takes down Snake Esports, I would have laughed at you in spring. But this is a phenomenal
I would have laughed at you this morning.
showing from GT, as it looks like they're going to close out Snake in a 2-1 victory.
Yeah, the Nexus is going to fall down. Snake, nothing they could do that game. It was just proactive play and better play, honestly, out of this GT squad. And welcome to the LPL. It seems like you mix EPA and M3, you come up with a victory. Like, no problem at all.
But I just want to emphasize this. EPA weren't winning. Like, yes, Gimgoon has always been good, but they were pretty much losing they won 2 games. They won 2 games over the course of the LPL. And they traded out their bottom lane, JZ, who's now the support for Snake, as well as their AD carry. They got a different one. They got Moon and Soul, and suddenly they started to win everything. But
Yeah,
it was
things
through
look good.
the promotion tournament. You literally take away probably the best thing to happen to them over the course of spring. You replace it with Masters 3's questionable bottom lane and Savoki and Pentacue, and somehow it creates magic? Who would have expected that? Like, Pentacue, I mean, not all-star performance, but really solid. He wasn't a liability to his team. Republic stepped up huge. Probably one of the weakest mid laners in the LPL. Looked phenomenal, and he played more than one champion. He wasn't just entirely dependent on Corki. He was able to pick up the Victor, and when that was finally denied away from him, he took the counter matchup in Cassidon and went massive.
Yeah, and also the fact that he has the flexibility here as well. Republic is a guy that we've always questioned based on the fact that he has this sort of relatively, I guess, linear champion pool where he just picks a certain amount of champions and then goes for it. But that was a counter matchup that he decided to go into. Played it expertly. And Wushang's just like, he seems to be the glue here.
Yeah,
this new guy that's come in, I mean, of course, Crisis not playing in game number 1. And I have a feeling we're not going to see him. Because, man, like, Wushang just looked so good.
Well, he's also a mid-sub.
Oh, theoretically, right?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah, because he was playing jungle, I'm pretty sure.
Wushang looked great.
Yes.
The Rek'Sai pick is kind of the question mark now is, can he play anything other than Rek'Sai? The fact that Rek'Sai is being a priority pick for so many LPL teams in the context and the condition that Nidalee and Kindred are banned, so people moving away from the Graves, moving away from the least prioritized control, which again, makes sense. We had nerfs to the trinkets, so nerfs to the general vision game, as well as higher priority around objectives and Fog of War, makes Rek'Sai stronger just because of her trimmer sense.
And I also think that the ultimate is so incredibly powerful as well. We saw Wushang actually utilizing that so effectively. ZZL was doing the same thing, where you can have Rek'Sai in a side lane, taking care of a minion wave, and then just ult to any of these objectives that have been so much higher priority and always be there at the right time. Not to mention the fact that, you get chunked out and then you're sort of forced out of a fight. Smite not going to be there at that particular battle. Just get yourself right back in there with that Void Rush. So really, really nice to see her being brought back in, and for the right reasons as well. As we have a look at exactly what happened today. EDG versus NewBee. It was EDG taking it in 3 games. As NewBee were able to answer back. Cassidon, of course, 100% win rate today. As Snake then just fell down to Game Talents, just grabbing that momentum for the Game 2 win and turning it into a victory. We'll see whether Snake can bounce back from it. But they certainly had some moments where they were looking good, but I have a feeling that Gimgoon getting back-to-back echoes is quite difficult to deal with.
Big issue.
Yeah, as we have a look, Game Talents and EDG now at the top, but of course, we'll be having a look at these standings towards the end of the week to see how things really shake out. Excited to see exactly who is going to be stepping towards the top, because this group has a few big names in it.
Yeah, and there were a lot of question marks. So I think a bigger issue is the fact that a lot of people are awaiting IMA, the formerly known as Edward Esports, the auto-promoted team from the LSPL, as better than Saint or Game Talents. I always want to say GAMT.
Yeah, so do I.
Kind of like when you match these things up, obviously it's unclear, but the idea is that the lower tier teams in Group B seem to be of a very different caliber to the lower tier teams in Group A, and all of that has been thrown out the window now that we have an initial upset of Game Talents coming in and just 2-1ing Snake Esports.
And look, this is really important as well for like these sort of teams that haven't necessarily been playing together long. I was going to say sort of new teams, but all of these players have played before, apart from Wusheng, who obviously doesn't really mind about the fact that he hasn't been playing all that much. But the fact that they've now sort of melded together so well, picked up a victory at the same time, the momentum that this Game Talent squad could have moving into the rest of the split is just really, really strong.
Nope, completely agree. So we're going to go ahead and look at the MVP.
Yeah, it is this time going to be Republic on the Cassidy. Makes a heck of a lot of sense. 6-1-8, and you just watch him rift walk around the map in that like sort of last section of play. Just not a care in the world. Exhaust me. I don't care. I'll kill everyone.
I mean, Republic had a phenomenal promotion tournament, but again, it was particularly on the back of Corki.
Yeah.
So really excited to see him continue to expand his champion pool and continue to perform. I just love his synergy with this new jungler. Again,
I love that was just him walking around for a bit and then last hitting him with an auto attack.
All me.
That was his move. So once again, Flash is on top. Grabs that W, and there's a nice force pulse to finish that one off. But Republic, this is how we sort of got into this stage right here, where he gets exhausted, kills someone, and then looks for the 1v2. Like, the Zhonya's comes in after this, and look at how chunked Crystal is. Has to run away. Just flat out can't do anything about it. Really nice play from Republic. And look, letting us know exactly why Cassidy still very, very strong.
I expect that we'll continue to see a lot of Cassidy. Again, the 6.10 adjusted a lot of items that were very potent and powerful for Cassidy. His build effectively got cheaper and stronger. So continue to see him, especially in the LPL, just because we have a lot of Victor, and LPL love to play Cassidy into Victor.
Yeah. Very exciting stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. It has been a complete marathon. On behalf of myself, Frusker, and our whole production team, thanks again. We'll see you tomorrow.